Chapter 859. Are they all dead? Long Chen was dumbfounded. The traces of the 5 emperors gradually disappeared in front of his eyes. Long Chen felt that everything in front of his eyes had also disappeared. He found himself still standing in the pitch-black tunnel. On his palm, the 5 emperor inscriptions emitted a sparkling and translucent light, as though they had become the most beautiful gemstones. In each of these emperor inscriptions, Long Chen seemed to see a shadow, and each shadow represented one of the 5 emperors. Those shadows were the 5 emperors. They had said that they would accompany Long Chen for a while. Maybe that was how it was going to be. The 5 emperors had completely disappeared from this world. Only their power still existed in the 5 great sovereign marks, in the form of a dharma. In other words, if I use the dharma of the 5 emperors, I can use the power of the 5 emperors and increase my pure qi by 10 times. Long Chen felt sad about the 5 emperors' departure. Although they had only been together for a short time, Long Chen was touched by their spirit. People who knew how to contribute were always the most worthy of being cherished. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. They are all my senior brothers. As long as I complete the mission they gave me, it will be the best repayment to them. Long Chen looked at the 5 great sovereign marks in his hand and then at himself. With my current level, I can use the dragon's soul to increase my fighting power by 1 level. The innate sword embryo can increase my fighting power by 1 level. The dharma of the 5 emperors can increase my fighting power by 1 level. In other words, although I am only in the 2nd level of the Tian Qi realm, I can fight against enemies in the 5th level of the Tian Qi realm. The increase in fighting power is really great. So, I am quite confident in the 3 sovereign domains. After reaching the Tian Qi realm, it was already very difficult for ordinary people to fight against those who were 1 level higher than them. Basically, Long Chen had never been able to fight against those who were 3 levels higher than him. Even a sword martialist at the peak could only unleash an attack power that was 15 times stronger than normal. Finally, there was a good result. In the fight for the treasures of the 5 emperors, Long Chen became the final winner. Not only did his strength increase greatly, he also obtained many treasures. From Feng Yangzi, he obtained the 2nd level of the Tian Qi realm and the Yin and Yang natural sword embryo. From the 5 emperors, he obtained the imperial arts, Hell destroys the armies, the 5 emperors' dharma images, and the mysterious soul of Emperor Zhenwu. All of these were what he was relying on in the future. As long as I can pass the next trial, I will be able to find the way to the 3 great emperor domains with peace of mind. Long Chen calmed himself down and thought to himself. The next test was the test of the 6 demons. Long Chen had to disguise himself and let Long Shuka take his place. At that moment, footsteps were heard from the long tunnel. It was Bai Lan and Ancestor Jin. Seeing that Long Chen had not moved for a long time, Bai Lan thought for a while and decided to go in to have a look. Ancestor Jin would not stay there alone. Of course, because Ancestor Jin's arm had been destroyed by Long Chen, his fighting power was basically not strong for the time being. Bai Lan could completely suppress him. Long Chen, why are you here? Bai Lan looked a bit embarrassed. Long Chen smiled bitterly and said, Long Shuka is too cunning. Now that he has the treasures of the 5 emperors, I can't break the 5-colored light film at all. What? Bai Lan couldn't believe it. Long Chen's strength was far greater than Long Shuka's, but he still got the treasures of the 5 emperors. Thinking about it, he was really unwilling. This place was not far from Long Shuka's room. The 3 of them walked towards that direction. Through the 5-colored light film, they saw Long Shuka studying the restriction on the treasure chest. Seeing the arrival of Long Chen's group, Long Shuka smiled and said, Do the 3 of you want to study this restriction together? Long Shuka, don't be happy too early. You have the treasures of the 5 emperors, but you can't open it. Moreover, can you escape from our palms? Bai Lan said with a cold voice. He didn't have any opinion on giving the treasures to Long Chen, but he was unwilling to let the cunning Long Shuka take it. Ancestor Jin was also unwilling to accept that Long Shuka could get the treasure. Long Chen was not only young but also had extraordinary strength. He was already the strongest person in the myriad kingdoms. Even Ancestor Jin had to maintain a good relationship with Long Chen. Long Shuka, I advise you to hand over the treasure chest. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Ancestor Jin coldly snorted and said. Long Shuka raised his head and looked at Ancestor Jin. Because of the five-colored light film, he was fearless and mocked. What? Even the dignified old ancestor of the Five Elements Union has become someone else's dog? This is really an eye-opener for this old man. You. Ancestor Jin glared at him. Wait until I study the treasures of the five emperors and inherit the power of the five emperors. At that time, who will be the strongest person in the myriad kingdoms domain is still uncertain. Let's wait and see. As soon as Long Shuka finished speaking, there was a sudden movement. Long Chen guessed that the five emperors had completely disappeared. The power they left behind was probably going to transport everyone out. Sure enough, a green light enveloped Long Chen's body. This was the power of the Azure Thearka's key. When the key was activated, Long Chen followed the path he came from and was directly led into the five emperors' secret realm. But he had achieved his goal. Now, in the eyes of Ancestor Jin and Bai Lan, the one who obtained the treasures of the five emperors was Long Shuka. That was enough. Beside him, a five-colored light was flashing. Long Chen was leaving the five emperors' secret grounds quickly. With a whoosh, Long Chen felt as though he had arrived at the outside world. He had arrived at the center of the eternal battlefield's maze city. A total of 9 figures appeared. The only missing person was Feng Qing, who had been killed by Long Chen. The others were still alive and well. It could be seen how lenient the five emperors were towards them. Long Shuka. After coming out, Bai Lan and Ancestor Jin's first thought was to capture Long Shuka. And right after Long Shuka came out, he hurriedly put the treasure chest into his ring, then immediately used his greatest speed to escape. They were both in the second level of the heaven realm, so if he truly wanted to escape, there would truly be no one who could capture him. Long Shuka was a man with a plan. He had also thought about how to escape if he obtained the treasures of the five emperors. Catch Long Shuka! Shouted Ancestor Jin. Some chased after him, some ran away. But at that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Even Long Chen couldn't withstand that kind of pressure. He knew that the 6 monsters were coming, so he quickly pulled Bai Lan, who was about to chase after Long Shuka, and shouted in a low voice, "Don't move." At that moment, everybody looked up. In the sky, there were 6 people wearing black robes. They were standing in the sky, their robes were fluttering in the strong wind. That was nothing special. What was special was that the oppressive might on their bodies was simply on the same level as the purple blood flood dragon that the crowd had seen in Tianyi Water City. When the 6 people's oppressive might descended together, even experts in the Tian martial arts realm would feel that they couldn't move at all. As for the Long Shuka who had used a trick to escape, his body was immediately frozen and he couldn't move at all. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Even Long Chen didn't leave. He had already guessed that this shocked expression was just an act so that he wouldn't appear to be an exception. The 6 monsters really showed up. The others didn't know anything about it. Who are they? Lei Ji came to them with a shocked face. The people of the Five Elements Alliance also gathered together. Only Wu Lian and Long Shuka were left, standing alone. Long Chen glanced at Wu Lian. She had her head lowered and her veil had been put back on. Her entire body was neat and tidy, as if nothing had happened. However, Long Chen could still sense a trace of resentment in the depths of her eyes. At that moment, she didn't look at anybody, as if she had nothing to do with them. Long Chen didn't want to care about what would happen to this woman in the future. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. A mere forced golden breeze dew was nothing compared to the hatred of killing his son. But after Long Chen came out of the Five Emperors' mysterious realm, his achievements had far surpassed hers. He was no longer a target for her revenge. As for Wu Guangyu's death, it was entirely his own fault. Apart from the 6 monsters in the sky, Long Chen also realized that the people of the entire primordial cemetery seemed to have gathered here. Among the trash, there were many people standing. Among them, the people of the 9 great clans stood in front. Long Chen glanced around and saw a group of people from the Thunder Demon clan. Among them were Su Shui, the 7 great elders of the Demon clan, and the 7 sons of the Thunder clan. They all looked worried. It must be because the 6 monsters had given them too much fear during this period of time. Where's Xiao Lang and Yen Er? They haven't arrived yet. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. In the continuous fighting, the number of people in the primordial cemetery had decreased a lot. Originally, 10,000 people had entered, but now there were only 3,000 people left. This was the result of not fighting at the end. In the end, more people would fight for the ancient tomb token. Only when the ancient tomb token turned golden would they be able to go out completely. Long Chen could clearly see the situation. Everything was under the control of the 6 monsters. Even he had to lower his head now. Keeping a low profile was the way of the king. Friends from the human clan, perhaps you don't know us. Let us introduce ourselves. We are from the demon clan of the Desolate Imperial region. The Desolate Imperial region is the strongest of the 3 imperial regions. I'm sure you're very familiar with the demon clan. Back then, it was our demon clan that fought against the so-called 5 emperors. Of course, there were also a few fellows from the demon clan who had nothing better to do. Chapter 860. As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered in the wind, revealing his purple scale armor. His voice sounded familiar to everyone. They seemed to have heard it before, but they didn't know where exactly. I am Zixue. You should know me. As he spoke, he laughed heartily. As he laughed, a gigantic purple flood dragon appeared behind him. However, its head was incomparably huge. How could they not have heard of this huge purple blood flood dragon? Obviously, it was the one who claimed to be the demonic beast under the mystic the Arch. Everyone took a deep breath and knew that they had been cheated. You bunch of fools. You actually believe that I am the demonic beast under the mystic the Arch. The enemy of your 5 ancestors is the demon race. How could there be a demonic beast under the mystic the Arch? So, you are not just any ordinary fool. As he spoke, a cold aura swept around. The people below were abnormally frightened. No one dared to make a sound. The Long Shuka, who had obtained the treasures of the 5 thearchs but couldn't move, was now sweating all over. He was already regretting 1,000 times. Thinking about the purpose of these demon race, it was obvious that they were here for the treasures of the 5 thearchs. Zixue, you talk too much nonsense. Let me say it. At this moment, the man from the wolf race, Tian Kun, took a step forward and looked at everyone coldly. He said directly, who obtained the treasures of the 5 thearchs? Long Chen and the others looked at the Long Shuka. The answer was very obvious. Even the Long Shuka didn't dare to deny it. He was anxious and said quickly, expert of the demon race, I am willing to offer the treasures of the 5 thearchs to you. Ah! As the Long Shuka spoke, a scream shocked everyone. They all took a step back and looked at the Long Shuka in fear. At this moment, the man from the wolf race was standing beside the Long Shuka. His claws pierced through the chest of the Long Shuka and crushed his heart. He took a storage ring from the Long Shuka's finger and then pushed the Long Shuka's body to the ground. Before he died, the Long Shuka's eyes widened. The cruelty of the demon race caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. They retreated one after another as they looked at Tian Kun from the wolf race in fear. The demon race was clearly killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If they were not obedient, they would be killed immediately. The members of the demon race would not give them any face. Tian Kun took out the ancient treasure chest from his storage ring. His body instantly appeared in the middle of the other 5 demons. That's right, it's this treasure chest. Those 5 old geezers hid it really well and restricted us. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to get it. How many years has it been? I've finally obtained it. Let's see if that thing is inside. Everyone's eyes flickered with excitement. They did not take the 3,000 humans below seriously at all. They nervously tried to open the treasure chest, but a restriction stopped them. It's the 9-layer restriction. Those 5 damned old geezers. The 6 demons were infuriated. Damn it, there's a 9-layer restriction. Who among the 6 of us can break it? I don't know. None of us can. Looks like we can only bring it back to the Desolation Emperor domain and find someone to break it. Let's not spread the news. Once we've broken it, we'll just kill that person. Looks like that's the only way. The 6 demons discussed for a while and decided to return. Fortunately, they had to deal with these troublesome fellows first. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at them in the sky. The way things had progressed, it was no longer something that he could control. In the 5 Emperors' secret realm, his strength had increased tremendously. However, he was still far from the strength of these 6 monsters. Long Chen, are you going to let them take the treasures of the 5 Emperors? Bai Lan whispered in his ear. There's no way we can resist. We can only accept our fate. Long Chen said with a bitter smile. At this moment, 2 men stepped out from the sky. One of them was Tian Kun from the Wolf Clan while the other was a tall and skinny man who looked like a snake. He was none other than Xiaofan, an expert from the Northern Nether Serpent Clan. Who's Long Chen, Bai Lan? At this moment, Xiaofan and Tian Kun spoke at the same time. Long Chen and Bai Lan were stunned. These 6 demons knew him. What was going on? Under their gazes, Long Chen and Bai Lan had no choice but to step forward. At this moment, it was important for them to remain calm. Therefore, both of them looked calm. You're Bai Lan and Long Chen, right? The man called Tian Kun sized them up carefully. At this moment, the man called Xiaofan waved his hand and 2 figures flew into the sky. Long Chen was shocked when he saw them. They were Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang's emotions were still stable, but Sui Yan seemed to have recalled something. She was crying again and looked very pitiful. Long Chen and Bai Lan's hearts clenched when they saw them. Mo Xiaolang was the most important person to Long Chen. If anything happened to him, Long Chen would risk his life to protect him. In Long Chen's heart, Mo Xiaolang's position was no different from Lingxi's, and Sui Yan was a younger sister he doted on. Fortunately, the demons didn't seem to have harmed them. Bai Lan's eyes reddened. If it weren't for Long Chen holding him back, he would have already rushed forward. In his mind, nothing good would happen to Sui Yan if she fell into their hands. Don't panic, I'm just giving your daughter a blessing. She has a rare, eternal, constitution, which is a waste of such a constitution in your myriad kingdoms domain. Therefore, I've decided to bring this little girl back to the Dark North Serpent tribe and have her transform into the Holy Maiden of the Dark North Serpent tribe in the Dark North Sea. As her father, you should be proud of her. In the Dark North Serpent tribe, the position of the Holy Maiden is incomparably high. Even I have to kneel in respect when I see her. These words shocked Bai Lan and Long Chen greatly. Kitten, what's with the eternal constitution? Long Chen quickly asked. At this time, Kitten didn't dare to be careless and quickly said, it's a constitution that doesn't age and can last for tens of thousands of years. Logically speaking, this little girl shouldn't have such a constitution. I think it's very likely because your dragon blood contains the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. This little girl has eaten a lot of it, and the bloodline of the ancestral dragon has transformed her body, raising her constitution to the level of eternal. Don't be surprised. This is the blood of the ancestral dragon, so it's normal for it to have such an effect. Then doesn't that mean I've harmed Yen, Long Chen's eyes turned cold as he spoke with self-blame. Is there something wrong with your head? In the demon race, being the saintess of a race is a very high status. It's her fortune to have such a situation. Although it's a cruel thing for this little girl to leave her home and live with a bunch of ugly snakes in a foreign place, it's still good for her future. When she's strong enough, it won't be a problem for her to return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After hearing Kitten's words, Long Chen finally understood. Long Chen knew that he wasn't wrong at all. If he didn't use the dragon blood to save Sui Yan, she would have died a long time ago. Sometimes, the world was just so unpredictable. As if seeing the unwillingness in Bai Lan's eyes, Xian Feng snorted coldly. Bai Lan, you're not a fool. We're giving your daughter a bright future, giving her a chance to become strong. You should be proud that you have such a daughter. Bai Lan could also tell that this was a good thing for Su Yan. However, how could he trust the demons here? How could he leave his daughter in the hands of the demons? How could he let his timid daughter go to such a faraway place all by herself? Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Uncle Bai. Long Chen patted his shoulder. We can't resist, so this is the only way. I hope this is a good thing for Yen. He knew that this man loved his daughter more than his own life, but in the face of absolute power, there was nothing he could do. Daddy. Up in the sky, Sui Yan burst into tears. Mo Xiaolang stood beside her and comforted her softly. At the same time, he communicated with Long Chen with his eyes. At this moment, Xian Feng said, I'll give you a quarter of an hour to bid farewell to your daughter. After that, we will send all of you back to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. However, one person must stay behind. After saying that, he gestured for Tian Kun to speak. Tian Kun of the wolf race looked at Long Chen and said, I heard from your brother that you want to go to the three great imperial domains. Xiao Lang. Long Chen knew that Xiao Lang must have said this, so he nodded. Tian Kun didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Long Chen. He smiled and said, I've heard little brother Mo talk about you guys. You helped him a lot when he was growing up. You can be considered a great hero of our wolf tribe. Although I can't be sure if he's the sun-devouring dire wolf, just based on his talent, he will definitely have a great status when he returns to the wolf tribe. He will also receive great resources to nurture. In the future, he will definitely be a famous person in our wolf tribe. From Mo Xiaolang's words, Long Chen had figured out many things. He smiled helplessly. Mo Xiaolang's face was also filled with helplessness. Chapter 861. He had just rescued Mo Xiaolang from Wu Guangyu's hands, but he didn't expect that he would still be plagued by misfortune. He couldn't escape the curse of separation. Long Chen, which of the three emperor domains do you want to go to? Our desolate emperor domain doesn't welcome humans, said Xian Feng. Because of his relationship with Mo Xiaolang, they were still kind to Long Chen. I want to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor domain, said Long Chen. Because of his relationship with Mo Xiaolang, they would definitely bring Long Chen to the Emperor domain, so Long Chen wouldn't have to find a way to go to the Emperor domain. However, if they came, Long Chen would have to part with Mo Xiaolang again, which made him very unwilling. It's still because of my strength. If I were stronger, they wouldn't be able to make such arrangements, thought Long Chen. Sword Spirit Emperor Domain, I'm sorry, but we have to rush back to the Desolate Emperor Domain. We will only pass by the True Martial Emperor Domain. The Sword Spirit Emperor Domain is too far, so we can't send you there. You can find a way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain after you reach the True Martial Emperor Domain, said Tian Kun. You two brothers should have a good chat. After we send them off, we will head to the Emperor Domain together. Xian Feng pointed, and Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan came to the side of Long Chen and Bai Lan. On the other side, Sushue, whose face was full of tears, also rushed over. The few of them stood together with a helpless look on their faces. Father, sister, I don't want to go. Sui Yan was crying like a little girl, hugging Bai Lan and Sushue and crying non-stop. Sushue felt very sad when she heard her crying, and her tears flowed out uncontrollably. Even Bai Lan was crying. He regretted bringing Sui Yan here, but he couldn't be at ease if he didn't bring her here. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Father, don't blame yourself. Seeing her father's heartache, Sui Yan wiped her tears and looked at everyone, especially Long Chen. She suddenly became strong and said, I won't let everyone worry. Father, sister, I will definitely work hard. In the future, I will become very strong and come back to see you. No one can take me away. Setbacks are the fastest way for people to grow up. Long Chen sighed inwardly when he saw the resolute look in the young lady's eyes. Bai Lan also had a gratified smile on her face. My precious Yen, you've finally grown up. Bai Lan held his daughter in his arms once more as tears streamed down his face. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang smiled bitterly as he stood by Long Chen's side, and he said, I didn't expect this either. These people are truly too strong. 9th rank Emperor Realm experts. We're far from being a match for them. I'm definitely going to be abducted in the desolate Imperial region. Let's see if there's a way to escape when we reach the Imperial region, Long Chen said after pondering for a while in the spiritual beast language. He wasn't someone who was willing to resist. If it was possible, it wouldn't be a bad idea to escape after reaching the Imperial region. If he couldn't escape, then he could only accept his fate. All right. Mo Xiaolang nodded. I'm sorry, big brother. I really want to roam around with you and see Sister Lingxi. However, if it really doesn't work out, then I, Xiaolang, have let you down. When I'm strong enough to escape, I'll still go to the Sword Spirit Imperial region to look for you, or the True Martial Imperial region. For now, they were only willing to send Long Chen to the True Martial Imperial region. Long Chen patted his shoulder and smiled. All right, we're brothers. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's already a great fortune to be able to go to the Imperial region. Mo Xiaolang nodded. Indeed, if they were on their own, they might not even be able to find the entrance to the Imperial region. It was time to bid farewell. At this moment, Sushue and Sui Yan were hugging each other, while Bai Lan walked towards Long Chen. He looked at the two brothers and said solemnly, Long Chen, and this brother, I know that Yen, is going to a different place than you two, but I still want to leave Yen, in your hands. Long Chen already had a plan in his heart. He nodded and said, Uncle Bai, don't worry. As long as I, Long Chen, can do it, I will definitely put my life on the line for Yen, You're aware of my strength. I can't say that I'll definitely be able to accomplish anything in the Imperial region. However, I, Long Chen, will definitely work hard. Mo Xiaolang added, if I get close, I will definitely pay more attention to Yen, She's a friend of my big brother, so she's also a friend of mine. With their promise, Bai Lan felt more at ease. Although they might not be able to meet again, Bai Lan believed that Long Chen wouldn't disappoint him. It's time to part ways. Uncle Bai, take care, said Long Chen respectfully. Bai Lan was a respectable martialist. More importantly, he was a respectable father. Take care. Remember that your life is the most important. Don't overexert yourself, said Bai Lan. Long Chen thought about it and suddenly recalled the matter of God Wushu sage. He said, Uncle Bai, I still want to entrust you with something. What is it? Asked Bai Lan. One of the 10 great holy dynasties is the God Wushu sage dynasty. Although the Wushu sage dynasty has declined, the rulers there are all good friends of mine. I hope that after you return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, you can pay more attention to the God Wushu sage dynasty and support my friends. Also, I'm prepared to leave the martial god steel diagram with you. After you return, give it to a person called Long Yu from the God Wushu sage dynasty. Is that possible? Bai Lan nodded. I have some understanding of the God Wushu sage dynasty. I'll definitely do what you say. Don't worry, with me and the martial god steel diagram, the God Wushu sage dynasty will immediately rise. Then I can rest assured. In the 5 Emperors' secret realm, Bai Lan had obtained many other things besides the high-grade Emperor Black Ruler. After returning to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, it was normal for the demon race to grow stronger. Long Chen. Su Xue, who was hugging Soyian, bit her lip and hesitantly called out to Long Chen. The two looked at each other awkwardly. I wish you success. Also, please take good care of my sister. I'll leave her to you. The success she spoke of was naturally related to Lingxi. I will. Long Chen nodded. Su Xue cried. She immediately wiped away her tears and said, remember what I said. I'll stay in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, in the God-Devil dynasty. I'll never leave. She had once said that if Long Chen discovered that everything was not as he thought, he could return. I'm not going to marry in this life, because I want to inherit what my father left behind. Su Xue's meaning was already very clear. To Long Chen, Wu Yan could be fucked, but Su Xue absolutely could not. They were both good girls. Long Chen could not let them down. At this moment, he could only nod and solemnly say 2 words, take care. Take care. There was no need to say anything else. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. This time, the 6 demon races were very merciful and sent everyone back to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. From today onwards, the immemorial cemetery would probably not open again. Bai Lan, Su Xue, and the others kept bidding farewell to Long Chen, but in the end, they still left. These people might disappear from his world forever. He really did not know if he would have the chance to return and get to know them one by one. The immemorial cemetery had created the Long Chen of today. Big brother, I'm scared. After Bai Lan left, Soyian burst into tears and held onto Long Chen's arm. Yen, be good. I'll be fine. Long Chen said with a smile, but it was a forced smile. Yes, Yen, there's still my big brother Xiaolang. During this period, Mo Xiaolang had become very familiar with Soyian. Thank you, big brother Xiaolang. Soyian nodded obediently. Under the sky, the 6 demons examined the 3 of them. I don't know why, but I feel that this youth is a little strange. There's an aura on him that makes me covet it. It's as if I've met my natural enemy, Tian Kun of the Dark North Snake Clan said. Idiot, do you think that kid is an Itachi? Hong Ying laughed. The harvest this time is huge. Not only are there the treasures of the 5 emperors, but there's also a saintess with an eternal body and a super demon similar to the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. Yes, it's huge. I'll never come back to this godforsaken place again. Let's go. Breaking the 9-layer seal is more important. Once it's broken, us brothers will soar. Let's go. Let's bring those 3 fellows along. The more I look at them, the more adorable they seem. Hong Ying, you pervert. You're a tree demon. Don't even think about us wolves, Tian Kun scolded jokingly. They seem to be in a very good mood. Under their control, Long Chen and the other two followed the 6 demons. They flew through the immemorial cemetery at an extremely fast speed. There was no one here. Very soon, Long Chen followed them to a dark corner of the celestial water domain. They rushed into a very deep lake and dived down. The lake was surprisingly deep. When they reached the bottom, it was already dark. At the bottom of this lake, there's a tunnel leading to the true martial imperial domain. Only through this tunnel, we can reach the imperial domain. Children, that's a mysterious and vast world. You're used to being frogs at the bottom of the well. Next, when you see the world, don't let your jaws drop to the ground. Hong Ying said with a smile. After traversing through layers of mud, the leader of the demon clan broke through a light membrane. Everyone soon came to a dark underground space. In this narrow space, there was a simple wooden door in front of them. With a creaking sound, Hong Ying opened the wooden door. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a deep black tunnel. It was just like the tunnel in the 5 Emperors' mystic realm. However, this tunnel was much longer, and there was no end to it. Long Chen took a deep breath and set foot on this path. Imperial domain, I, Long Chen, am coming. Once he set foot on this endless path, there was no turning back. The 3 regions and 9 realms. What was waiting for Long Chen in such a huge world? Finally, they were about to enter the imperial domain. The climax of this book had officially begun. The plot of the 3 great imperial domains was estimated to be about 600 chapters. It was the core of the book. Chapter 862. Long Chen felt as though he was walking through a spatial tunnel. It was pitch black in front of him and he couldn't see the end. The 6 members of the demon race walked in front while Long Chen's group of 3 followed behind. At this moment, Su Yan was tightly holding onto Long Chen's arm. Her petite body was hiding behind Long Chen's back. There was a trace of fear and confusion on her face. Only when she was by Long Chen's side would she feel a little safer. Big brother, I'm scared, so scared, be good, Yen, We'll leave this place soon. I'll think of something when the time comes, Long Chen whispered in her ear. Then, he and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Long Chen was definitely not willing to let Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan be taken away just like that. Therefore, he planned to wait until they reached the 3 emperor regions and immediately place Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan in the Taishu realm. Then, he would use the blood escape technique to see if he could take Mo Xiaolang away. This was just a risky attempt. Whether he would succeed or not depended on the situation. If we walk, we'll never reach the end. Let's split up 3 people to carry the 3 little fellows. Let's move forward at full speed. If we're too tired, we'll swap people. After walking in the deep tunnel for a while, Hong Ying suddenly said. Her decision was quickly approved by everyone. 3 members of the demon race came over and held onto the arms of Long Chen and the others. Instantly, the 3 of them were brought in the direction of the emperor regions. The wind whistled and the surroundings fell into complete darkness and dead silence. The speed of the demon race seemed to have exceeded Long Chen's understanding. Long Chen couldn't unleash this speed at all. Long Chen discovered that he was like a blind man as he hurried on his way. There was dead silence all around and only the whistling of the wind could be heard. This feeling was a little torturous. Long Chen decided to ponder about martial arts. Time flew by quickly. About half a month had passed. Long Chen guessed that they were almost at the emperor regions. The 6 demons who had been hurrying along were now panting a little. We're almost there. There's no need to bring them along. Let's take our time. We have to recover all our strength before we arrive. After all, it'll be troublesome if we're discovered by the humans while we're walking in the Serene Hell Prefecture, especially the official army of the Serene Hell Prefecture, Tian Kun from the Wolf Clan said solemnly. Official army? Is that the Serene Hell Army? I'll kill as many as they come, Tian Kun from the Northern Snake Clan said with a smile. Those are normal soldiers. Those generals, especially God-rank generals, aren't people we can deal with. Tian Kun corrected him. Among the 6 demons, Tian Kun was the calmest. From their conversation, Longchen remembered a few things. After they left this place, they should go to a place called the Serene Hell Prefecture. The official army of the Serene Hell Prefecture was called the Serene Hell Army, and they were very difficult to deal with. Big brother. When the girl named Hongying let go of Soyian hurriedly moved to Long Chen's side and looked at the other demons in awe. Her eyes were trembling. The journey had scared her quite a bit. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Long Chen stroked the girl's long hair affectionately. She would probably feel more at ease if he did that. Big brother, let's go out quickly, Mo Xiaolang reminded. I know. Going out meant that they would have to take another risk. For Mo Xiaolang and Soyian, going to the desolate emperor's domain meant that they would have a brighter future. For example, Mo Xiaolang could be groomed and his strength would quickly surpass Long Chen's. However, after spending so much time together, who would be willing to let these demons control their lives? Therefore, Long Chen decided that if he could, he would definitely take Mo Xiaolang and Soyian away. If he couldn't, then it was fate. He only hoped that the next time they met, Mo Xiaolang would really become very, very strong. All of a sudden, Long Chen realized that there was really a bit of light at the end of the tunnel. We're really here. Hongying from the Scarlet Flame Tree race stretched her waist, revealing the perfect curves of a woman. She looked enviously at the demons behind her. Hongying was the only female among the 6 demons. The time to test them had arrived. However, Long Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He held Mo Xiaolang's and Soyan's arms with his left and right hands, waiting for the moment they walked out of the tunnel to execute the blood escape technique. They slowly approached. The white light in front of them was getting closer and bigger. Damn it, this damned Serene Hell Prefecture is like hell. Even the sky is dark green. What the hell? It's not even as beautiful as my desolate emperor's domain, Hongying complained as she walked in front. The closer they got to the light, the more Long Chen could see the outside world. This was the place where he had dreamed of reaching, the place where he would fulfill his promise. He had finally arrived today. At this moment, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to observe these things. We're finally out. Even the few demons from the demon race felt a little uncomfortable after staying in the deep tunnel for such a long time. Now that they were out of the tunnel, they felt a little refreshed. At that moment, Long Chen was the last to step out of the tunnel. Let's go. Immediately, Long Chen kept Mo Xiaolang and Soyian in the Great Void Realm. Then, he chose a direction and executed the blood escape technique. He flew towards one of the directions in front of all the powerful demons. The blood escape technique was a very useful escape technique. This ray of blood light was Long Chen's final struggle. This kid is indeed up to something. The 6 demons smirked. When Long Chen moved, they all unleashed their speed and chased after Long Chen frantically. Although Long Chen's speed was only slightly faster than their 9th grade royal level speed when he used the blood escape technique, their speed was only slightly faster than theirs. However, Long Chen's blood escape technique could only maintain a distance of 5 kilometers. What Long Chen didn't know was that the demons had been watching him for a long time. Otherwise, if Long Chen had suddenly escaped, they might not have been able to catch up with Long Chen. But now, the 6 demons were extremely fast, especially Tian Kun from the wolf race, who turned into a bolt of lightning and caught up with Long Chen's blood escape technique. Just as Long Chen was about to traverse the distance of 5 kilometers, he instantly caught up with Long Chen and stood in front of Long Chen. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Crackle. Under Tian Kuen's control, a deep purple electric net completely trapped Long Chen. Only a moment had passed from the moment he escaped using the blood escape technique to the moment he was finally stopped. Long Chen's plan had failed. Long Chen was a very decisive person. He had already thought things through and had a plan for this outcome. If he really couldn't escape, then he would follow the arrangements of fate. He wasn't strong enough, so he didn't have the right to decide his own future. In order to prevent the Great Void Realm from being discovered, he let Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan come out of the Great Void Realm in advance. When Tian Kun used the electric net to trap him, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were already standing beside him. The others also rushed over in a short time. Competing with the Lightning Soul chasing Wolf Tribe in terms of speed? What a joke. Hongying let Tian Kun remove the electric net and giggled as she looked at Long Chen. Xiaolang, Yen, I'm sorry. This is the result, and I can't change it. We will definitely meet again in the future, Long Chen said after taking a deep breath. At the same time, anger was accumulating in his heart. Don't make it sound like we're going to be separated forever. We're not trying to harm these two little fellows. We're just sending them to a place that's more suitable for them to develop, Tian Kun said coldly, as if he had seen through Long Chen's thoughts. Long Chen thought about it and understood. They're right. Xiaolang, Yen, there's no future if you follow me. I have my own things to do in the Imperial region. The dangers are far beyond your imagination. You should go to the Demon Clan. At least it's much safer than following me. When I'm strong enough, I'll look for you. Remember, this is my promise. Long Chen patted the shoulders of the two of them and said. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath and said, Big brother, I know how you feel. I, Mo Xiaolang, swear here that no matter what happens in the future, you'll always be my, Mo Xiaolang's, closest brother. One day, we'll go through life and death together. You're a genius, and I'll work hard. The next time we meet, I, Mo Xiaolang, won't be weaker than you. Deal. Long Chen punched him and laughed loudly. Big brother. Sui Yan called out timidly. Yen, you should become stronger by yourself. I'll definitely visit you. Although Long Chen was worried about this little girl, he had no choice. Xiaolang, I'll leave Yen, to you. The three of them looked at each other again. Under the fiery gazes of the 6 demon race experts, Long Chen glanced at them and said coldly, I know that you actually want to kill me, but because of the two of them, you don't want to kill me and ruin your relationship with Xiaolang and Yen, But no matter what, I have to warn you, don't underestimate me, Long Chen. If I find out that my brother and my sister have discovered something, I'll exterminate your race as the price. Goodbye. Long Chen's decisiveness made him not want to stay here for even a moment. After saying this, he resolutely turned around and left, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Looking at the desolate back of the departing figure, Sui Yan sobbed in Mo Xiaolang's arms. Even the usually cold Mo Xiaolang had tears on his face. This time, their separation was completely different from the young lord of the god race. This time, they didn't even know if they would have the chance to meet again. Chapter 863. The 6 members of the Demon Clan looked at each other. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? This kid said he's going to exterminate our clan. Hongying laughed exaggeratedly. Her giggles were particularly eye-catching in this quiet place. He's the first to say such big words in front of us and leave safely. Zi Shui also laughed loudly. Why don't I go and kill him, lest he really exterminates our clan? Xian Feng of the Northern Deep Snake Clan sneered. Come on, everyone. That little fellow is very strange. Perhaps he'll really be able to accomplish something after coming to the Imperial region. Let's wait and see. Let's hurry back to the desolate Imperial region first. This isn't our territory. Alright. Looking at the 6 members of the demon clan and Long Chen's back as he left, Soyan's eyes glazed over. She asked, Big Brother Xiaolang, will Big Brother really come to see us? Mo Xiaolang nodded firmly. Why is the demon clan so powerful? Because he's never broken his oath. He's the kind of person who will crawl to the desolate Emperor domain. Mo Xiaolang smiled. Perhaps Long Chen's journey would be even more exciting if he was alone. Phew, Long Chen took a deep breath. Although he looked calm, the pain in his heart was no less than when Lingxi left him. Lingxi is gone, and even Xiaolang is gone. It seems that I, Long Chen, am still a weakling. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. Surging power gathered on his fists. I must be 10 times more ruthless in my cultivation and killing from now on. If I, Long Chen, don't become a demon, how can I make people tremble in fear? With a roar, Long Chen threw out a punch. In front of him was a giant tree. This tree was perfectly straight and had a diameter of roughly half a meter. Its rough bark was black, and even its leaves were dark green. It looked incomparably gloomy. Long Chen's punch landed on the tree in front of him. With a bang, the ink-black tree trembled, and its branches and leaves fell off. Long Chen's head fell off. What happened? Just now, he was just venting. Long Chen had already made up his mind, so he would no longer be immersed in unnecessary self-blame and sadness. One punch to vent, and everything would be over. In the Myriad Kingdom's domain, his punch was enough to shatter a tree so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. But just now, he had only managed to leave a fist mark on the dark green trunk of the tree. This ordinary tree is actually so tough. Long Chen was a little dazed. Only now did he remember that he was currently in one of the 3 great emperor domains that he had been dreaming of. This should be the true martial emperor domain that the demon race had mentioned. Thinking of this, Long Chen temporarily tossed the matter of Mo Xiaolang and the others to the back of his mind. Long Chen lifted his head and looked at his surroundings. He found himself in a gloomy forest. Everywhere was gloomy. The ink-black tree in front of him was actually everywhere. On the ground, the roots of the tree were intertwined, and countless withered leaves covered the ground. There were also many short shrubs. Occasionally, the soil that was exposed on the ground was also pitch black. The sky above his head was also gloomy. A layer of dark green clouds shrouded the sky. It was very low, as though the rocks in the sky would collapse at any moment. This is the true martial emperor domain, also known as the Indigo Prefecture. In other words, this is the Indigo Prefecture of the true martial emperor domain. How big is the true martial emperor domain? Long Chen was a little emotional. After thinking for a while, he had already freed himself from the helplessness of Mo Xiaolang's departure. He was even more focused on thinking about the path he had to take next. He was going to find Lingxi. After punching again, Long Chen was sure that with his strength of the 2nd level of the Sky Martial Realm, he would need to exert all his strength to break a tree with a diameter of half a meter. This was simply unimaginable. Not only the tree, but the soil on the ground was also incomparably hard. Long Chen could escape into the ground of the primordial cemetery's glazed gold domain, but he couldn't drill into this kind of ground. This showed how hard the ground here was. Is this the 3 great emperor domains? Even the ordinary things here are better than the Myriad Kingdom's domain. I am a peak expert in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but I can only break a tree here. No wonder those humans and demons look down on the people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. In this world where the materials of everything were abnormally strong, Long Chen involuntarily felt a sense of helplessness. Kid, don't be sad. Although the black puppy has left, I am still by your side and will never leave you. At this moment, Kitten came out of the great virtual realm. With an extremely intoxicated expression, he took a deep breath of air and said comfortably, "The spiritual energy of the world in the three great emperor domains is still very rich. The spiritual energy here is called Emperor Spiritual Energy. One portion of Emperor Spiritual Energy is more than 1,000 portions of Emperor Spiritual Energy in the primordial cemetery. The three great Emperor domains are indeed a high-level world. Just the border of the true martial Emperor domain already has such rich Emperor Spiritual Energy. Emperor Spiritual Energy. Long Chen could feel that the air here was filled with extremely rich spiritual energy. He felt refreshed when he took a breath. The blood escaped from before had almost used up all his true yuan, but the current Emperor Spiritual Energy could probably be replenished if he meditated here for a day. If he was in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, it would take more than 10 days, and he would need a large amount of spiritual herbs, royal crystals, and so on. It is precisely because of the nurturing of the Emperor Spiritual Energy that the strength of the three great Emperor domains, whether it is the mountains, rivers, or even a grain of sand or a leaf, far surpasses the Myriad Kingdoms domain. If the three great Emperor domains are the Myriad Kingdoms domain, then your current level is almost equivalent to the time when you were in Baiyang Town. Kid, are you discouraged? Discouraged my ass. Long Chen smiled and scolded. For him, this magical world was full of challenges. He looked up at the world and said proudly, "This is the world that belongs to me, Long Chen. The Myriad Kingdoms domain is just a place to lay the foundation. Coming here is the time when I, Long Chen, will truly rise." Seeing the strong confidence in Long Chen's eyes, Kitten was a little stunned. After a while, he smiled and said, "Not bad, worthy of being the person who obtained the ancestral dragon essence blood. Don't flatter me. Get lost, this god is too lazy to flatter you, but there is one thing I have to tell you." Kitten climbed onto Long Chen's shoulder and said proudly. "What?" "In this sovereign domain, the sky is filled with dense sovereign spiritual qi. There is too much sovereign spiritual qi and it also has a strong suppressive force. Therefore, it's very difficult for anyone below the divine martial realm to fly freely in this sovereign domain. With your current strength, you can only fly 10 meters above the ground. You can jump normally, but it's very difficult to fly in the air. Is that so?" The three great emperor regions were indeed a world of high intensity. Even flying was restricted in this place. This was the place where the true experts gathered. For Long Chen, there was no difference between fighting on the ground and in the air. He didn't care about this. How is this possible? So many things have happened, but you're not affected at all. Kitten said in astonishment. He thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to recover from this setback. "You've underestimated me." Long Chen adjusted his mood and started walking in the endless dark forest. The forest was so quiet that not even the sound of insects could be heard. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. "Wait for me, kid, where do you want to go?" Kitten followed Long Chen with the body of a dream demon. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know where this place is. I have to ask someone about the way to the Sword Spirit Emperor domain." Since he didn't know, Long Chen randomly chose a direction to go. As he walked, Long Chen looked around. It was just as Kitten had said. Under the tempering of the sovereign spiritual qi, both the plants and the soil were insanely hard. The ground here was 10 times harder than the metal ground in the glazed gold domain. He wondered if the people here would bleed if they fell on this ground. Walking in such a world, Long Chen's chest was filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. A real man should be born in a world like this, fighting for supremacy. No matter how many dangers there were in front of him, no matter how many life and death struggles he had to face, Long Chen had this heart, and he would still press forward courageously. One day, he would reach the peak and look down on all living things. First of all, my first goal is to find Lingxi and let her know that I've kept my promise and come. Thinking that Lingxi was getting closer and closer to him, Long Chen was incomparably excited. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights in the dark forest, Long Chen was also pondering over the things he had obtained in the 5 Emperors' secret realm. It was easy to use the 5 Emperors' Dharma forms, so he mainly focused on 2 things. One was to practice the human emperor technique, and the other was to use the yin-yang innate sword embryo to communicate with Hades destroys armies. The power of Hades destroys armies was much stronger than that of the 3,000-star territory. It was a vast, black world with a void inside. Long Chen's yin-yang innate sword embryo had almost died there. Both of these things required a certain amount of time to be honed before one could completely master them. From the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm to the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, it took me a few months. The lifespan of a Sky Martial Realm warrior is already very long. With my speed, it will probably take me a few months or a year to break through to the 3rd level of the Sky Martial Realm. It took the most effort to break through to the next level of the Earth Martial Realm. Long Chen could only make such great progress in the Earth Martial Realm because of the martial god steel painting. In the true martial imperial domain, he was alone, and he was only in the Sky Martial Realm. Of course, even in the imperial domain, breaking through to the 1st level of the Sky Martial Realm in a year was already an incredible genius. Chapter 864. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Fist Art is like a heavenly book. If I want to break through, I'll have to spend a lot of time and effort. The path of cultivation is incomparably difficult. In the past, I had the blood refinement technique and the martial god steel diagram, but now I don't have them. In terms of cultivation, Long Chen was still at the peak. However, breaking through to the next level was his weakness. Others could cultivate for hundreds or even thousands of years, but for Lingxi, he couldn't wait any longer. Haste makes waste. My speed is already faster than others, let's take it slow. Long Chen adjusted his state of mind and continued moving forward. He could already feel that he was getting closer to a place where people lived. At that time, he would be able to ask them about this place. About an hour later, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes saw about a dozen people heading in his direction. He halted his steps and waited for them to arrive. "We're here." With a few swishing sounds, a few people appeared nearby and instantly discovered him. "There's someone here, quickly surround him." A young voice sounded. Long Chen realized that something was wrong. These youths had just appeared, yet they had surrounded him without saying anything. Every one of them had a bloodthirsty and excited look in their eyes. Their gazes were like that of a wild wolf. While they were sizing up Long Chen was also sizing them up. These were a few tall and muscular youths with tanned skin. Judging from their faces, they shouldn't be too old. Their voices were also rather young, but their bodies were abnormally sturdy. Their muscles were like those of wild beasts, filled with explosive power. Judging from their eyes, although they weren't old, they had already killed many people. These were the people of the imperial domain. From their bodies, Long Chen could see the cruel rules of competition. These youths were led by a slightly handsome man. At this moment, the people beside him asked, "Xiong Jun, should we kill this guy?" "Let's kill him. He isn't strong, but he should have many good things." The other youths said anxiously. They looked up and down at Long Chen with greedy eyes. They'd just met each other, and these youths were obviously not bandits, yet they could kill them as soon as they met. This obviously showed that this was probably the prevailing practice in the imperial region. There were countless experts in the imperial region, and the competition there was extremely intense. Only by making even more people die would the survivors be able to live well. At that moment, the young man named Xiong Jun clicked his tongue, looked at Long Chen for a while, then said, "A little guy who just entered the heaven realm actually dares to walk around outside. He deserves to die. Brothers, let's chop him up together, then take away his emperor crystals and treasures." As soon as his words fell, the others impatiently began to move. All of their muscles bulged and a gray rune flashed on their skin. Clearly, they cultivated the same type of body-tempering battle skill. A few immature young men. Every single person's strength is actually above the heaven realm, and the young man in the lead has the strength of the 4th level of the heaven realm. This was far from Long Chen's true shock. The Imperial region couldn't be this terrifying, right? When Long Chen first arrived here, the few youths he'd randomly encountered were actually strong enough to instantly kill all the experts in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This could be said to be a terrifying fact. Under the nourishment of the dense sovereign spiritual qi, they've almost completed the tempering and nourishment of their bodies as soon as they were born, automatically forming 18 martial meridians and 9 apertures. It's relatively common for them to surpass the Earth martial realm and reach the Heaven martial realm at this age. In the Imperial region, the lifespan of humans is very long, at least 200 to 300 years old. They're actually around 40 years old. In their clan, they're still considered adults at this age. This was Kitten's explanation. 40 years old and still underage? What a freak. Long Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, the dozen or so underage experts swarmed towards Long Chen. They seemed to be young men, but Long Chen's age wasn't even half of theirs. Of course, Long Chen didn't mind them for being old. In the eyes of the people of the Imperial region, they were indeed still in the stage of teenagers. They called themselves the upper human race, and the people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain called them the lower human race. This wasn't without reason. Stop. At this moment, a sweet voice rang out. The youths seemed to have recognized who it was. After exchanging glances, they struggled for a moment, but eventually retreated. However, they still surrounded Long Chen. A gentle young woman walked out from the forest. She seemed to be in the same group as Long Chen. She was tall and slender, about the same height as Long Chen. Her figure was smooth and exquisite, and her wheat-colored skin was astonishingly elastic. This woman had exquisite facial features. She was also a rare beauty. Just like these youths, she emitted a wild aura from head to toe. She was like a leopard, filled with explosive power. However, this woman's eyes were incomparably gentle. It could be seen that her personality wasn't as wild as her appearance. On the contrary, she was very gentle. "June, why did you kill people again?" The woman who seemed to be about the same age as Long Chen walked over. Her movements were swift, but her tone was very light. "Sister, you're meddling in other people's business again. There's something wrong with this brat's head. He's only in the sky realm, yet he dares to move around here alone. Isn't he simply seeking death? Rather than dying in the hands of others, he'd rather die in our hands. The things in his hands won't go to waste," the youth called Xiong Jun said arrogantly and disdainfully as he looked at Long Chen. "Nonsense. You're not allowed to do this in the future. Killing the innocent, bullying the weak and fearing the strong are not the actions of a hero. You can't become the hero of our barbarian bear tribe like this," the woman said with a somewhat reproachful tone. She lightly dissuaded the others, then gently looked at Long Chen and said with a bit of apology, "Big brother, I'm really sorry. My brother was too impetuous and scared you. I'm called Xiongwan, Long Chen blushed with shame. This young woman was definitely older than him, but she called him big brother, no worries. There were many questions in Long Chen's heart. This tall beauty called Xiongwan, might be someone he could talk to. So, he quickly said, "I'm called Long Chen. Who wants to know your name? You dare to have any ideas on my sister? Believe it or not, I'll beat you into a meat patty." Xiong Jun waved his huge fist and coldly looked at Long Chen. Shut up. Xiong Wan glared at him, then apologetically looked at Long Chen and said, my brother has been very wild since he was young. I'm really sorry. But big brother Long Chen, you're too daring. You're only in the first level of the Heaven Martial Realm, yet you dare to walk around here. Looking at your clothes, you should be from Redwater City, right? It's dangerous to be alone. Why don't you come with us to Redwater City? Although Long Chen didn't know where Scarlet Water City was, if there was a city, he would definitely know a lot of things, including the way to the Sword Spirit Imperial District. Long Chen was just about to pretend to be someone from Scarlet Water City and have Xiong Wan, take him there when the young man called Xiong Jun's face darkened. Sister, you're too impetuous. How can you let a random guy join our team? Even if he doesn't harm us, he'll definitely become our burden if we encounter enemies. I, Xiong Jun, will be the first to refuse if you let him join us. Yeah, I won't either. Me too. Xiong Wan's face was a bit unsightly, but there was nothing she could do. It's fine. I'll go back to Redwater City myself. Goodbye, everyone. Long Chen didn't want to embarrass Xiong Wan. After saying that, he found a direction and decisively left. That guy is strange, murmured Xiong Wan. Humph, he's simply courting death. Sister, let's ignore him. It's more important to go to Redwater City. If that netherworld soldier who came to Redwater City leaves, I won't have many chances in my lifetime, said Xiong Jun. All right. They reorganized themselves and continued in the direction of Redwater City. After they left, Long Chen came out from the darkness and said with a faint smile, if I follow these people, I'll be able to reach Redwater City. He had the spirit-devouring monstrous eyes, so he was able to follow them without being discovered. Among them, the weakest was in the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm, so they maintained the speed of the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm. With Long Chen's speed, he could barely keep up with them. Just a few youngsters are in the Heaven Martial Realm. The true martial imperial domain is really abnormal. The impact of these youths on Long Chen was indeed quite great. Moreover, he knew that the competition in the imperial domain was even crueler than the competition in the archaic cemetery. Following the youngsters, Long Chen headed for Redwater City. He had a feeling that they were leaving the forest. About 2 to 4 hours later, Long Chen stopped and smiled helplessly, because he discovered that there was another group of people blocking the way of the barbarian bear tribe. Soon, the two sides started fighting. Their strength was clearly stronger than the barbarian bear tribe. If this continued, all the youngsters would die, and the Redwater City that Long Chen wanted to go to would be ruined. Moreover, Xiong Wan was a pretty good person. Long Chen wasn't willing to watch her die in front of his eyes. As he thought of this, he moved his body and headed towards the place where the fight was taking place. This fight was undoubtedly very fierce. In just a short while, two youths had their internal organs shattered. They spat out blood and fell to the ground, staining the ground with their blood. Sister, leave quickly. The youngster called Xiong Jun. The unwilling roar of the youngster was heard. I'll save you. It was the girl's voice. What a tender girl. If you serve us well today, we'll let your brother go. How about it? Behave. The more obedient you are, the less people will kill. Chapter 865. The newcomers were 7 black-clothed men. Their ages were much older than those of the barbarian bear tribe. In Long Chen's eyes, they were several men in their 30s, but their real ages were estimated to be close to 100 years old. In the 3 great emperor domains, such an age could only be regarded as the prime of their lives. The youngsters of the barbarian bear tribe couldn't imagine these black-clothed men. Each of their strength was between the 3rd level of the Heaven Martial Realm and the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. More importantly, each of them had a strong aura of slaughter and blood on them. Their battle experience and the number of people they had killed were far beyond what these youngsters could imagine. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their cultivation bases were relatively average, and their methods of killing were also quite ruthless. They didn't hold back at all, and when they killed their opponents, they would also take their opponents' storage rings and put them away in their own pockets. When Long Chen appeared next to them, 3 youngsters of the barbarian bear tribe had already died. They were all in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Such people were superior in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, but in the Emperor domain, they were targets that could be killed at will. Although the strength of some youngsters was similar to that of the black-clothed men, there was a gap in their battle experience and ruthlessness. This was the reason why they died. That young man called Xiong Jun was very brave. He was fighting against the leader of the 4th Heaven Realm by himself, and he was actually making him retreat again and again. That young man's heavy punches contained destructive aura. They seemed simple, but in fact, they contained profoundness. Every time he punched, a muffled sound would ring out. Probably one punch from him could pierce through an expert like Long Shuka with one punch. Except for Xiong Jun, the others were suppressed by the opponents, including the girl named Xiongwan. Her strength should be in the 3rd level of the Heaven Martial Realm, but she was surrounded by 2 men in the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. In a short moment, she was completely bound, and her arms were clasped from behind. Without saying a word, the 2 men started to tear off Xiongwan's clothes without any mercy. "Little girl, you'd better not move. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." A black-clothed man directly pressed down Xiongwan's flying leg and said with a ferocious smile, "Sister." Xiong Jun's eyes were bloodshot. He quickly broke free from his opponent and rushed towards Xiongwan. This crazy action gave his opponent an opportunity. The man behind him suddenly sped up. Earth-splitting seal. He leapt up suddenly, and a huge seal appeared in his hand. He sent it straight at Xiong Jun's back. A yellow light condensed on his palm, and it was filled with a shocking force. For a moment, the wind whistled. "Xiong Jun, be careful behind." Xiongwan was tearing up. Seeing that Xiong Jun was about to be ambushed, Long Chen did not say a word. He directly broke off a hard branch and threw it towards the man's palm. The branch turned into a black ray of light and instantly arrived. In reality, the tree branch wasn't enough to block the man's attack. It was just that Long Chen's attack had been far too sudden, so the man didn't dare to ignore Long Chen's tree branch. As expected, just as the tree branch was about to hit Xiong Jun, the man was startled by a black shadow and hurriedly retreated. Puff! The black tree branch stabbed into a group of black men, and its tail kept shaking. It was obvious that the force was quite strong. Who? Originally, they were about to subdue these inexperienced youths, but they didn't expect that someone would intervene. The men in black who were used to drinking blood on the edge of their blades were not afraid at all. They stopped killing and quickly looked towards Long Chen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, other than Xiongwan, the rest of the barbarian bear tribe quickly gathered together. These youths were either dead or injured. They were not as powerful as before. Just like the 7 men in black, they were also very curious about who had intervened. Taking a closer look, they saw a tall and strong man with evil eyes and a calm expression walking out from the shadows. It was Long Chen who had just intervened. "So it's you." Whether it was Xiong Jun or Xiongwan, all of them were taken aback. Their expressions quickly changed from pleasant surprise to disappointment. They thought that the elders of the tribe had come to save them. They didn't expect it to be Long Chen, who looked a little stupid. It seemed that they couldn't escape the fate of death today. "What are you doing here?" Xiong Jun's eyes turned cold as he asked. The other youths were also speechless. They had just bullied Long Chen, so they didn't want Long Chen to see them in such a sorry state. Looking at the conversation between them and sensing the aura on Long Chen's body, the black-clothed man roared with laughter and said, "So it turns out that you're also a fledgling boy. It seems that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. You dared to disturb us when we attacked and even scared us brothers. It seems that you'll have to die a miserable death. Only then will we be able to live up to your tricks. Let's do it. You are getting worse and worse. You actually scared a little fledgling. We will go and kill the other fledglings. You two take it easy. Don't hurt her. When you come back, the other brothers also need to have fun. This little black beauty is very strong. She needs to have fun for a few more days. Don't let her commit suicide." The two warriors who were holding Xiaofan said, "We are watching. Don't waste time. I can't stand looking at this little girl. Don't look at how strong you are. In bed, you are probably not this girl's opponent." Ha! The group of people roared with laughter. They didn't put Long Chen and the others in their eyes at all. Seeing the tears and anger in his sister's eyes, Xiong was furious. "Boss, what should we do? What else can we do? Fight to the death." Xiong roared. A group of people were just about to attack when suddenly, a figure that was thinner than them appeared in front of them, blocking their path. "All of you, go back." Long Chen slowly took out the 3,000-star field with his back facing them. What? Xiong and the others thought that they had heard wrong. They looked at Long Chen in a daze. Then, they became even angrier and shouted, "Brat, get the hell out of here. If anything happens to my sister, I will skin you alive. Don't doubt it. I, Xiong have really skinned others." "Is that so?" The tip of the 3,000-star field was right in front of Xiong nose. If it moved another centimeter, it would have pierced Xiong nose. What a fast speed! Xiong and the others were confused. How did Long Chen do that? Wasn't he only in the second layer of the heaven martial realm? How did he do that? Why didn't I see it? The person who felt it the most was actually Xiong himself. He was roaring at Long Chen at the top of his lungs, but in an instant, he felt his vision blur. That ice-cold spear tip was already at the tip of his nose. It was as if Long Chen could stab it directly if he wanted to. Long Chen didn't have a good temper. Xiong was too talkative. If he didn't give him a warning, he wouldn't learn his lesson. "Listen, if you make any more noise, I'll pierce your eyes. Don't doubt me, I'll pierce other people's eyes." At that moment, a gloomy murderous aura burst out from Long Chen's body. It was a kind of murderous aura that could only be formed after killing a lot of people. Xiong had an illusion that the person standing in front of him wasn't a human, but a huge ferocious beast. Xiong subconsciously didn't say anything. He just took a step back. "Leader, what's wrong?" asked the people next to him. "Brat, how dare you point your spear at us? Don't move. Don't talk. Let him try. It's not a problem if he dies," said Xiong. He also didn't know why he wanted to see Long Chen fight. He was clearly only in the second level of the heaven realm. Could it be that he could really defeat so many strong people that even Xiong was powerless against? That farce made the black-clothed big men unceasingly laugh. The two men who grabbed Xiong already couldn't help but attack her from top to bottom. Xiong was not weak either. At that moment, she was madly resisting. The surging true origin made the two men unable to easily move their hands. Xiong was also paying attention to the situation on Long Chen's side. "It's him? Is he a soldier? Look at his spear, it seems to be the very strong kind." Seeing that Long Chen was going to fight, she was extremely anxious in her heart. With Long Chen's seemingly thin and weak body, he only had the power of the second level of the heaven realm. How could he be enemies with these people who ate raw meat and drank blood? Long Chen, quickly run away. This is our business, it has nothing to do with you. At the same time that she was struggling, Xiaofan anxiously said, and tears flickered in her eyes. Don't talk anymore. Hurry up and kill him. A long night is fraught with dreams. As soon as one of the black-robed men spoke, the others nodded in agreement and rushed towards Long Chen. They only sent one person to deal with Long Chen, while the others scattered towards the other cultivators. As soon as I came here, I saw so many strong cultivators. If I didn't have so many things to rely on, I wouldn't be able to fight in the imperial domain," said Long Chen calmly. When those people were approaching him, Long Chen used the dragon soul transformation. The blood-red scales quickly covered his body. Is this the boring beast soul transformation? Beast warriors and sword warriors, how interesting. But you're only in the second level of the heaven realm, I can kill you with my domain. The one who was fighting against Long Chen was also a cultivator in the fourth level of the heaven realm. In an instant, he released his domain. It shrunk and completely covered Long Chen's body. Long Chen also had a domain, but it was only in the second level of the heaven realm. Compared to the fourth level of the heaven realm, it was basically the same as having no domain at all. Chapter 866. To be honest, a cultivator in the fourth layer of the heaven martial realm and the power of the domain were already very difficult to deal with. However, Long Chen wanted to have a taste of the power of the yin-yang sword soul. At this moment, the innate sword embryo was divided into two parts. The yin and yang energy poured into the 3,000-star domain. At this moment, Long Chen, who looked unremarkable, burst out with a sharp light and became the focus of the crowd. Those who had gone to deal with the other youths surrounded Long Chen. Why does this sword cultivator seem so powerful? They started discussing with great interest. Just as so. Let me see what he's capable of. The cultivator who had unleashed the domain laughed and a black mist revolved around his body. Suddenly, that martialist stabbed out with his finger. Immediately, an ice-cold black light pierced towards Long Chen. Devouring world of blood. At this moment, the blood-red space enveloped everyone. Long Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light. Basically, he had surrounded the 5 men in black. Long Chen knew that the people of the imperial domain couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, he had already used the dragon soul transformation and the yin-yang sword soul's power. The double amplification suddenly erupted from his body. Long Chen roared. His devouring world of blood and his domain erupted. Instantly, he firmly locked onto everyone and even neutralized their domains. What is this? The 5 black-robed men screamed in horror. Everything happened in an instant. This kid is strange. He can actually trigger our blood chi. Let's kill him together and finish this quickly. These cultivators weren't ordinary people. When they discovered Long Chen's strangeness, they hurriedly attacked together. Everything was fake. They wanted to kill their opponent so that they wouldn't be able to attack anymore. Saber River Technique. Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist. Sky Quake Seal. Earth-shattering seal. One attack after another flew towards Long Chen. There were many things left behind by the 7 lords in the immemorial cemetery. That was why they had advanced royal-level battle skills. In fact, advanced royal-level battle skills weren't that common. If it weren't for the fact that the monsters weren't interested in them, they would have taken them away long ago. That was why the Heaven Realm experts of the Myriad Kingdoms domain, who were merely at the first or second level of the Heaven Realm, had high royal-level battle skills. On the side of the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the competition was incomparably fierce. For example, these experts of the third or fourth level of the heaven realm usually only had low royal level battle skills. Their trump cards were probably only mid-royal level. On the other hand, Long Chen possessed two outstanding high king tier battle skills. One of them was the fusion of the 5 emperor seals. It was a relatively powerful high king tier battle skill, while the 3000 domain spear technique was the same. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. The 3000 star field in his hand shot out. Not only did the devouring blood world restrict their strength, but it also blurred their vision. 3000 domain spear art, 9 revolutions of the star domain. The 3000 domain spear art could only be perfectly used when used together with Long Chen's domain. Long Chen already had a domain of the second level of the heaven realm. At that moment, when he used the 3000 domain spear art, instantly, fierce starlight transformed into an ice-cold sharp light. It abruptly twisted, and under Long Chen's domain, it transformed into a vortex like an electric drill. It rumbled as it rushed towards the 5 black-clothed men. The 3000 domain spear art was one of the top advanced royal level battle skills. As soon as this killing move was displayed, countless spear tips immediately pierced through the attacks of the black-clothed cultivators. Long Chen's quintessential qi was originally about the same as theirs. Coupled with the suppression of the devouring world of blood, the heaven-defying lethality of the yin-yang sword soul, the combination of a high-level royal tier battle skill, and the suppression of a high-level royal tier god armament, this attack had actually directly suppressed the attacks of the 5 of them. Arg! At that moment, miserable shrieks burst out from the mouths of the black-clothed cultivators. Long Chen abruptly pierced with all his might. Immediately, rays of starlight pierced through the bodies of the 3 people in front of him. They died instantly. These 3 people were all in the 3rd level of the heaven realm. They were all killed by Long Chen. The other 2 warriors in the 4th level of the sky martial realm were also injured, which made them lose the ability to fight. Long Chen's 3000 star field suddenly hit them. With a bang, the 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and flew in the direction of the Xiong army. "Restrain them for me." A cold voice came out of Long Chen's mouth. Xiong Jun and the others stared blankly at this scene. Only when the 2 heavily injured black-clothed cultivators flew in front of them did he and another cultivator each restrain one of them. Their broad and coarse palms directly pinched the neck of the heavily injured cultivator. With just a little bit of force, a bloody scar appeared. The black-clothed cultivator vomited blood repeatedly. His face was incomparably pale. He looked at Long Chen in horror, as if he had seen a demon. A warrior in the 2nd sky martial realm had unexpectedly defeated the other warriors in such a short period of time. If it wasn't for Long Chen's mercy, they would have been dead by now. How can he be so strong? Xiong Jun and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at Long Chen's ice-cold spear tip, they felt their scalps go numb. This mysterious man usually looked weak, but when he went berserk, he was actually so terrifying. Xiong Jun estimated that the people he had killed couldn't even compare to a tenth of Long Chen's. That kind of bloodthirsty killing aura was definitely something that could only be cultivated by killing many people. "Come here." As Long Chen spoke, Xiong Jun brought his clansmen and 2 hostages over to Long Chen's side. He knew that Long Chen wanted to use the hostages to exchange for his sister. This made his impression of Long Chen change greatly. At the beginning, he looked down on him, but now he was filled with endless gratitude. "Big brother, I'm sorry. Just now, I, Xiong Jun, offended you. If you can save my sister, Xiong Jun, will kneel down to you." Xiong Jun said resolutely. It could be seen that this guy was also a good man. After all, he spoke very straightforwardly and did not beat around the bush. However, Long Chen was too lazy to care about him. He directly said to the other side, "The 2 of you don't need to say anything more. Throw her over unharmed and I can spare your lives. If you let me do it, I still have the strength to save her. But at that time, I can't guarantee your lives. His cold voice, the murderous intent in his eyes, had a strong oppressive force. It made the people holding Xiaofan tremble in fear. They were all people who had licked blood on the edge of a knife, but at this time, they felt frightened. The hands holding Xiaofan couldn't help but loosen a little. Xiaofan was in the third level of the heaven martial realm. She was not weak. Taking advantage of the time when the two people were stunned by Long Chen, she suddenly burst out with spiritual essence and punched behind her. Under the recoil, she attacked in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He was very satisfied with Xiaofan's reaction. He instantly rushed in front of Xiaofan and repelled the two people who were chasing him. The hostages were gone. The two cultivators looked at each other in dismay. One of them directly said, "I have returned this woman to you. Please keep your promise and return my two brothers." Long Chen smiled coldly. He asked Xiaofan, who was looking at him with admiration, to step back. Then, he used the 3,000-star field and said, "What do you mean by returning them?" She obviously returned them herself. As soon as he said that, Long Chen rushed towards the two black-clothed cultivators. A total of 5 cultivators had been killed by him, let alone the remaining 2. Under the admiring gazes of Xiong and the others, Long Chen's 3,000-star field directly pierced the limbs of the two people, rendering them unable to move. The two cultivators looked at Long Chen with extremely vicious eyes and cursed, "Brat, you didn't keep your promise. You said you wouldn't kill us, but you didn't keep your promise. What kind of hero are you?" Long Chen put away the 3,000-star field and cancelled his dragon soul transformation. He looked at the two and smiled faintly, saying, "First, I'm not a hero. Second, I said I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Xiong, do it." Long Chen's ruthless style, as well as his intelligence and cunning, caused the worship in Xiong's eyes to grow even more intense. He laughed heartily and directly broke the neck of the hostage in his hands. Then, he excitedly rushed towards the two martialists that Long Chen had restrained. "Brat, you won't have a good death." The two cultivators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "You'll have to pay for what you've done sooner or later. You already knew that this day would come. If it weren't for me, they would have died today. Even if I, Long Chen, died a horrible death, you wouldn't have been able to see it." As soon as Long Chen's voice fell, Xiong obeyed his order and also broke the necks of the two cultivators. All 7 cultivators died in Long Chen's hands. The people of the barbarian bear tribe looked at the clean and indifferent Long Chen and looked at each other. Following Xiong and Xiongwan, everyone knelt down in front of Long Chen and said in a clear voice, "Thank you for saving our lives." Xiong said, "I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. You're a great person who doesn't care about my mistakes and came to save us. I, Xiong, admire you very much. If possible, I'm willing to do anything for you." Long Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to do anything. I just want to ask you, do I have the qualifications to join your team and go to Redwater City?" Xiongwan smiled and said, "Of course you can. It's our honor that Brother Long Chen is willing to protect us. Then let's go. The smell of blood here is too strong. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." "Okay." With Long Chen guarding them, the youths' faces were full of smiles. Long Chen's performance just now had completely conquered them. A group of people called Long Chen Big Brother, which made Long Chen smile bitterly. He was definitely younger than the others, but he also accepted it. Who told him to be more mature? Chapter 867. Long Chen was finally able to mingle with this group of people, so he could legitimately ask what he wanted to ask. Among them, Xiongwaner was a little older and had a steady personality. She was a trustworthy person and knew more, so Long Chen called her to the side and the two of them walked at the back. When the youths saw Long Chen treating Xiongwan differently, they laughed. Their eyes were full of ambiguous smiles, which made Xiongwan blush. She was shy and embarrassed. They were just strangers who met by chance. Long Chen was used to this kind of situation. After the youths walked in front, he pretended to say to Xiongwan, casually, "Actually, I'm not from Redwater City. I just want to go there, but I don't know the way. As for my hometown, I can't tell you yet. Wan, can you tell me what this place is? Be more specific." Xiongwaner was startled. As expected, Long Chen was a mysterious person. She was filled with curiosity towards Long Chen. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen was asking her and seemed to be very specific, she hurriedly explained in detail, "It seems like Big Brother is an absolute expert who can conceal his aura. Are you from the Eastern Emperor region? Eastern Royal Domain. Another new place." Long Chen could only smile bitterly and shake his head, "No. Not even from the Eastern Royal Domain." Xiongwan widened her eyes and looked at Long Chen for a while. Then, she said in surprise, "You're not from the Eastern Royal Domain, but you can actually come here. It seems that Big Brother has been to many places." Long Chen laughed dryly and took it as a tacit agreement. Next, Xiongwaner explained in detail, "We are in the Eastern Emperor Domain, one of the 4 Emperor Domains outside the core of the true Martial Emperor Domain. The Eastern Emperor Domain is an incomparably huge territory, occupying 1/5 of the true Martial Emperor Domain. In the Eastern Emperor Domain, there are 108 prefectures, 10,000 main cities, 1 million medium cities, and 100 million small cities. We belong to the Serene Nether Prefecture, one of the 100 million small cities. Our barbarian bear tribe is a human tribe within the boundaries of Redwater City, one of the 100 million small cities. We are currently in the forest between Redwater City and the barbarian bear tribe. Do you understand now?" Not only did Long Chen understand, but he was also frightened. He finally understood that the true Martial Imperial Domain was divided into 5 regions. The core region should be where the true Martial Imperial Palace was located. Outside the core region, there were 4 royal domains. The Eastern Royal Domain was divided into 108 prefectures. Long Chen was in the Netherworld Prefecture. He roughly calculated that there should be around 100 main cities in the Netherworld Prefecture. Below each main city, there should be around 100 medium cities, and below each medium city, there should be around 100 small cities. The true Martial Imperial Domain was actually so big. So we are in the true Martial Imperial Domain, the Eastern Royal Domain, the Netherworld Prefecture, the Netherworld Prefecture, the Netherworld Prefecture, the Netherworld Prefecture, and the Scarlet Sun City. Big Brother Long Chen, have I explained in detail enough? Xiongwan looked at Long Chen as if she was asking for credit. However, what surprised her was that Long Chen seemed to be deep in thought. Big Brother Long Chen, what's wrong? Xiongwan asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Long Chen smiled. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart. When the 6 demons left him here, they didn't mention how far Long Chen was from the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Wan, do you know which direction the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain is in the true Martial Imperial Domain?" Logically speaking, the 4 royal domains should be divided into the Eastern Royal Domain, the Northern Royal Domain, etc. Therefore, the Eastern Royal Domain should be at the easternmost part of the true Martial Imperial Domain. I know, it should be in the west. Xiongwan smiled. West, Long Chen gasped. He was currently in the Eastern Royal Domain, but the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain was at the westernmost part. If Long Chen wanted to reach there, it would probably take him more than a decade. Based on the size of the Scarlet Water City, he roughly estimated that the Netherworld Manor had 100 million of such a small city. How long would it take to cross the true martial imperial domain? Big brother, what's wrong? Xiaofan felt that something was wrong with Long Chen. Long Chen calmed himself down and said, Wan, is there any way for me to reach the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain quickly? For someone who was born and raised in the true martial Imperial Domain, it was simply unimaginable to travel from the true martial Imperial Domain to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. Therefore, she was stunned. After a while, he said, the space in the Imperial Domain is very stable. It's very difficult to build a universal teleportation formation. I heard that only the Indigo Prefecture has a universal teleportation formation that can connect to other prefectures or the core of the Eastern Royal Domain. However, even the true martial Imperial Palace doesn't have a universal teleportation formation that can cross the Sovereign Domain. If you want to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, you have to pass through the Shattered Star Sea between the two great Imperial Domains. There are countless natural disasters in the Shattered Star Sea. If you haven't reached the Divine Martial Realm, you definitely won't be able to pass through the Shattered Star Sea. Xiaofan's words made Long Chen despair again and again. The last sentence was a huge blow to Long Chen. The Universal Teleportation Formation is in the prefecture city of the Serene Hades Prefecture. If you want to use the Universal Teleportation Formation, you have to get the permission of the Lord of the Serene Hades Prefecture. Moreover, you have to prepare divine crystals to support the huge energy consumption of the Universal Teleportation Formation. Big brother Long Chen, forgive me for saying this, but it's really difficult for you to use the Universal Teleportation Formation in the true martial Imperial Domain. If you haven't reached the Divine Martial Realm, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to the Lord of the Serene Hades Prefecture. After a long time, Long Chen let out a sigh and sorted out his thoughts. If you're afraid, you can go back to your Myriad Kingdoms domain. There are still many beautiful girls waiting for you to pamper them. For example, that girl called Wu Lian. Her body is incomparably sexy. That day, I was able to watch a live broadcast of her for a few hours. That feeling was so fucking awesome. Little cat teased. That's right. Get lost. Long Chen cursed. Looks like it won't be easy to meet Ling Shi. But at least I have a goal. This is a good thing. In terms of cultivation, my goal is the Divine Martial Realm. In terms of travel, my goal is the capital of Indigo Prefecture. That should be the core of Indigo Prefecture. Goals had to be achieved step by step. Long Chen was only in the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm. It would be a long journey for him to reach the Divine Martial Realm. With his current potential and speed, it would take him at least 5 or 6 years, or even more than 10 years. In the eyes of others, it was already extremely fast. But for Long Chen, it was still slow. What he urgently needed was a faster speed. Long Chen had more or less understood what he needed to understand. To be honest, he wasn't scared. Only when there was a challenge would there be passion. That was the life he wanted. However, wouldn't this greatly shorten the time he would be able to see Lingxi? Not necessarily. For some reason, Long Chen had a feeling that he would be able to see Lingxi soon. Maybe it was a kind of unseen feeling. Little Shi, are you by my side? Long Chen looked around but didn't see anything. Big brother, are you really going to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain? Asked Xiaofan, curiously. I'm just asking. You know I'm a sword martialist. I heard that the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain is a place for sword martialists, so I want to go and have a look. Long Chen found an excuse to cover it up. So that's how it is. Xiaofan nodded. Oh right, why are you going to Redwater City? Long Chen seemed to have heard about the Netherworld Legion. Xiaofan looked at her brother, who was sneakily turning his head back, and said, "My brother's dream since he was a child was to become a member of the Netherworld Army of the Netherworld Department. The Netherworld Army is a symbol of status and strength. If my brother could become a member of the Netherworld Army, the status of the barbarian bear tribe would definitely rise. Even the mayor of Redwater City would have to be respectful to my brother. Of course, that's only his dream. The Netherworld Army not only has a strict test, but also a family background investigation. My brother couldn't pass the most basic test, which is the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. At least the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. This is an army, the army of the Netherworld Legion." Long Chen asked. "If that was the case, it would be too terrifying." "Yes, the Netherworld Legion is the goal and dream of countless warriors of the Netherworld Legion. My brother is just one of them. Today, we heard that a soldier of the Netherworld Legion came to Redwater City. My brother wants to go and see if that Lord Netherworld Legion can accept him as a disciple. If he becomes a disciple of the Netherworld Legion, he will have a great chance of being recommended into the Netherworld Legion. My brother doesn't have any confidence, he just wants to try his luck." Looking at her brother, Xiaofan's eyes were filled with tenderness. It could be seen that this elder sister loved her brother very much. How many people are there in the Netherworld Legion? Long Chen had also heard about the Netherworld Legion from the Monster Clan. It seemed that they were also a little afraid of the Netherworld Legion. They were from the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, and every soldier of the Netherworld Legion was at least in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. No wonder they were so afraid. From the number of the Netherworld Legion, Long Chen could roughly guess the number of experts in the Netherworld Legion. The Netherworld Legion, the entire Netherworld Legion of the Netherworld Legion, there are about 90 million of them, close to 100 million. Xiaofan's eyes were filled with admiration. 90 million. Long Chen was shocked and stopped in his tracks. If there wasn't someone beside him, he would have directly cursed. How abnormal was the true martial imperial domain? Just the Netherworld Legion of the Eastern Royal Domain alone was already close to 100 million. There must be a lot of experts who didn't join the Netherworld Legion. Didn't that mean that there were at least 500 million experts above the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm? The Netherworld Legion had 100 million small cities, and each city had tens of thousands of people. In other words, the Netherworld Legion had at least 1 trillion people. Fuck, this world is really big. Chapter 868. Not only does joining the Underworld Army grant you an extremely high status, but you'll also receive the respect and awe of others. More importantly, it's very difficult for other people to obtain God-tier battle skills other than the Underworld Army. As long as you join the Underworld Army, you'll be directly bestowed a God-tier battle skill after a year if you perform well. That's a God-tier battle skill. Xiaofan was also filled with envy when she mentioned God-tier battle skills. There was only a single God-tier battle skill in the entire Myriad Kingdom territory, the Mortal King's method. However, basically everyone in the 90 million Underworld Army could obtain a God-tier battle skill. Long Chen had become numb to these shocking things after hearing so many times. On the way to Redwater City, Long Chen and Xiaofan talked about many things. After a period of time, they came out of the forest. In front of them was an open field. This open field was grayish-brown in color and was extremely rough. A desolate aura came from it. At the end of the field was a gloomy little city. It was reddish-brown from afar. This city should be Xiongju's target, Scarlet Water City. Sister, we're almost there. I really do look forward to seeing the sire of the Underworld Army and getting him to accept me as a disciple, Xiongju said excitedly. Silly brother, don't be too rash. The sire is a great figure, so don't act recklessly. If you make him unhappy, not only will you harm yourself, you'll harm the tribe as well. You'll become a sinner of the tribe, Xiaofan said in a rather reproachful manner. All right, I know. You really are long-winded. Oh right, what did you talk about with Brother Longchen? Xiong looked at the two of them ambiguously. It's nothing. Don't talk nonsense. Xiongwan blushed slightly and hurriedly scolded her naughty brother. After leaving the wilderness, there was no longer any danger, so they were more relaxed. They played and joked along the way, and before long, they arrived at the foot of Redwater City. Redwater City was built next to a crimson river. This crimson river was called Redwater River, which was why it was called Redwater City. The city was not large. There were quite a few small cities like this in Wuxia Sage's empire, but they could only hold several tens of thousands of people at most. However, Longchen felt a great deal of pressure when he thought of the fact that there were 100 million people in a city like this in the Underworld Empire. Redwater City is under the control of the City Lord of Redwater City. There are also city guards of Redwater City. Many brave men of our savage bear tribe have become the city guards of Redwater City. However, don't act recklessly when you enter the city. Before entering the city, Xiongwan reminded Longchen. Compared to the other teenagers, Longchen looked a bit thinner. However, his qi was not strong, so he was not particularly eye-catching. After arriving at the Scarlet Water City, Longchen observed the others. The strength of the Scarlet Water City's army was at least in the Heaven Realm. A large group of densely packed Heaven Realm experts, and every single one of them was about the same as Lei Ji and the others. At that moment, they were doing the lowest level city army's work. Within the Scarlet Water City, of course, there were residents below the Heaven Realm. There were also some children who had not reached the three great martial realms. This was only the most ordinary small city, yet everyone practiced martial arts. The flourishing of martial arts could be seen from this. The people of the barbarian bear tribe should be familiar with the soldiers of the Scarlet Water City. Xiong had a high position in the barbarian bear tribe. At such a young age, he had already reached the 4th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. He might have been to the Scarlet Water City for many times and knew some people. After saying a few words to the soldiers of the Scarlet Water City, they directly let them pass. Following the crowd, Longchen looked around and followed them into the Scarlet Water City. The martial arts are flourishing in the 3 emperor domains. There are countless experts. In such a small city, 1/10 of the people are in the Sky Martial Arts realm. However, the form of society and the standard of living are similar to the Myriad Kingdoms domain. There were also neighbors here. The clothes of the pedestrians were not luxurious, but they were stronger. Even the city walls are so tough. If I use my full strength, I will be equivalent to a warrior in the 5th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. I wonder if I can break the city walls. This was a serious question. Looking at the surroundings, Longchen had a feeling that he had returned to the Baiyang town. The Scarlet Water City in the 3 Emperor domains was almost the same as the Baiyang town in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Sister, let's go to an inn first. Then, I will go to the governor's mansion to inquire about the Lord of the Netherworld Army. How about it? Yes, that's good, said Xiongwan. Longchen was not very familiar with the Scarlet Water City. Therefore, he decided to stay with these people for the time being and take a look at the Netherworld Army. The 7th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm was indeed very strong for the current Longchen. The Xiong army probably had a lot of money. After arriving in the Scarlet Water City, they found the most luxurious inn. They also prepared a room for Longchen so that Longchen could sort out his thoughts. It's so stable. Longchen was a little embarrassed. In the past, he could easily collapse an inn with a punch. However, the materials of the inn in the Emperor domain were also so stable after being tempered by the Emperor's spiritual qi. His punch only made the room tremble slightly. After telling them not to disturb him, Longchen started to think about his own matters. I'm too weak now. If I go to the Netherworld mansion directly, I won't be strong enough. I have to increase my strength before that. I need to at least have the strength of the 7th level of the Sky Martial Arts realm before I can go to the Netherworld mansion. I'll use this time to increase my strength. No matter what, I have to find a map of the Netherworld mansion before I can go there. As for his plan, he planned to stay in the Scarlet Water City for a while and observe the situation. After all, he was not familiar with the Emperor domain at all. If he acted rashly, a tragedy might happen. He had the soul-devouring demonic eyes. If someone approached him, he would be able to see it immediately. He took out the scroll from the great virtual realm. It was the Heavenly Martial Fist Art. Long Chen memorized the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Fist Art. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Must I use the Heavenly Martial Fist Art to cultivate in the Sky Martial Arts realm? There's no other way. To him, the Heavenly Martial Fist Art was too profound. It would take too much time to comprehend it step by step. However, it seemed that even the people of the Sovereign Domain were practicing the Heavenly Martial Fist Art, Earthly Martial Fist Art, and Heavenly Martial Fist Art. These were things that had been passed down from ancient times and had spread far and wide. It could be said that without these 2 great fist art manuals, the dragon sacrificial continent might not be as prosperous as it was now. After studying the Heavenly Martial Fist Art for a while, Long Chen started to study the Human Emperor Technique and Emperor Hell Destroys Armies. However, he suddenly thought of the True Martial Emperor's Soul. From what the 5 emperors said, Long Chen roughly knew that the True Martial Emperor's soul was the most important treasure. It was what the monster race wanted. He held the small gray ball in his hand and spun it a few times. There was an illusory gray shadow in the small ball, but he couldn't see clearly what it was. Yes. At this moment, Long Chen found that the True Martial Emperor's soul in his hand was trembling slightly. What's going on? It seems to be afraid. Long Chen didn't think that he could feel it, but the thing was indeed afraid and trembling. What exactly was it that made it afraid? After pondering for a while, Long Chen finally found that the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness was actually moving a little. The dragon jade was a jade pendant carved in the shape of a divine dragon. At this moment, the eyes of the divine dragon seemed to be shining, as if a pair of eyes had appeared and were looking at the True Martial Emperor's soul in Long Chen's hand. That was why the True Martial Emperor's soul was trembling. Long Chen suddenly understood. Only the dragon jade that can suppress the essence of the ancestral dragon can make the True Martial Emperor's soul tremble. The changes in the dragon jade shocked Long Chen. That pair of eyes was just a feeling to Long Chen, but Long Chen felt a pressure that surpassed the essence of the ancestral dragon's essence. He quickly retreated from his sea of consciousness. Big Brother Long Chen. Right at this moment, a panicked shout startled Long Chen out of his stupor. Long Chen quickly put the True Martial Emperor's soul away and stood up. When the True Martial Emperor's soul disappeared, the eyes on the mysterious dragon jade also disappeared. When the eyes disappeared, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With a bang, Xiaofan pushed the door open. She looked a little panicked. When she saw Long Chen, it was as if she had seen her pillar of support. She said anxiously, "Big brother, Jun. Jun is down there. He has a conflict with someone. The other party is very strong." Jun had a conflict with someone. Long Chen didn't want to have a conflict with others, but it was fate that he could walk with Jun. He believed in fate, so when Xiaofan looked at him expectantly, Long Chen rushed downstairs without saying a word. From the railing, Long Chen looked at the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, all the guests had retreated to the side and were watching the battle in the middle with different expressions. In the middle of the lobby, Jun and the youths of the barbarian bear tribe were fighting with a girl. Although it was said to be a fight, it was actually the girl who was ravaging them. The girl was very ruthless. In a short period of time, she had injured 2 youths. You guys go away. I'll take care of her. Xiong-jun roared. He couldn't bear to see any more casualties. At this moment, he was at the very front and was fighting against the young girl with fist after fist. His body was tall and sturdy, and his muscles were tensed up as he punched out with explosive strength. With every punch, a dull sound could be heard in the air. To be able to stir up the Emperor's spiritual qi, his combat strength was very strong. Chapter 869. That young lady seemed to be quite old. She wore a red silk dress and a fox fur cape on her back. Her hair was tied up and her figure was curvaceous. In the battle, it showed astonishing elasticity. She was also a good-looking lady. The only blemish was that her eyes were too sinister and her attacks were too ruthless, which destroyed her beauty. You dare to look at me so brazenly? If I don't dig out your eyes, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. At that moment, the young lady made a lovely shout and the palms in her hands turned into fists. Within every punch, there was a fist intent of the heaven realm. Xiong-jun, who was fighting alone, was beaten back again and again. Domain. The young lady's domain expanded and instantly, Xiong-jun was completely suppressed. Her domain was even bigger than Xiong-jun's domain of the 4th level of the heaven realm. Obviously, the young lady's strength was actually in the 5th level of the heaven realm. No wonder she could fight so many warriors of the barbarian bear tribe by herself. So she was already in the 5th level of the heaven realm. Looking at the young lady's clothes, she should be a noble in the Scarlet Water City. Celestial Fire Scripture, 9-winged fire bird. When her domain was unleashed, the young lady showed no mercy. Her body ignited with raging flames, and the crisp cry of a bird rang out. The young lady punched out, and under the control of her domain, her domineering fist force suddenly transformed into the shadow of a firebird, engulfing Xiong-jun. Xiong-jun, just as she came out of Long Chen's room, Xiong-wan saw that scene and she was instantly stupefied. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. With that, under the full power attack of the expert in the 5th level of the heaven realm, the young man named Xiong-jun would die without a doubt. Not only Xiong-jun, even the young men of the barbarian bear tribe behind him would probably be heavily injured. It was only a small conflict, but the young lady used such ruthlessness in public. She was now fearless. These brats deserve it. They even dare to look at the little princess of the Lu family. Who doesn't know that the little princess is the little overlord of the Scarlet Water City? Although the Lu family is not a big family, it has countless ties with the city lord's mansion for generations. These young men are dead for sure. They must die for provoking Lu Qing'er. The ferocious flames broke through Xiong-jun's resistance and instantly arrived in front of him. It's over. Lord Netherworld Soldier didn't even look, but he was killed by this woman. It's not worth it. However, this woman is too vicious. She only took a few glances, yet she was so ruthless. Xiong-jun's eyes turned blood red. Phew. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, carrying Xiong-jun and the others away from their original position. They just happened to dodge Lu Qing'er's attack. The Firebird fist mark directly bombarded the building of the inn, immediately creating several large holes in the walls. A large amount of smoke and dust rose up and filled the air. Who is it? Who is it that dares to disturb me, Lu Qing'er, from killing people? Come out. The young girl's eyebrows furrowed as she emitted an ice-cold killing intent towards the surroundings. Her murderous gaze swept through the surroundings. In this small place, no one dared to stop her, Lu Qing'er, from displaying her might. The others were also speechless. No one dared to make a move to save him. Who was the one who did it? Their eyes instantly landed on Long Chen, who was standing in front of Xiong and the others. Big brother Long Chen. Xiong eyes shone with incomparable gratitude after being saved by Long Chen once again. Take them to treat their injuries, Long Chen said as he became the backbone of the group. At this moment, Lu Qing'er's murderous gaze swept over Long Chen. Looking at his figure, one look was enough to tell that he wasn't on the same side as Xiong and the others. Who are you? Lu Qing'er asked suspiciously to avoid killing the wrong person. This Long Chen seemed a little strange. It doesn't matter who I am. Miss, you guys had a small conflict. You've injured them, and your anger has subsided. That should be enough. This is Redwater City, and it's an inn. Everyone is having a meal and resting here, but someone died. It's not good. I think we should just forget about it. What do you think? Long Chen spoke very politely. He had seen many women like that. They were all arrogant and domineering because their families were powerful, and they didn't care about other people's lives. As a newcomer, Long Chen didn't want to have a conflict with others. Otherwise, if it was his previous behavior, he would directly slap them in the face. The girl named Lu Qing'er looked him up and down for a while. With her genuine qi, which surpassed Long Chen's, she could easily perceive that Long Chen's genuine qi should be between the first level of the Sky Martial Arts realm and the third level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. This person should have no background, and his strength is also weak. He's purely a hothead. With a slight definition of Long Chen, Lu Qing'er knew what to do. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "What you said makes sense. But they offended me, Lu Qing'er, and it's not enough for them to pay a little price. Or, you take the blame for them and give me your life. Then, I won't argue with them. What do you think? I'm quite merciful to exchange one person's life for so many people's." After speaking, Lu Qing'er started to chuckle, and her laughter was like flowers blooming. The girl was young, but her heart was like a demon. Behind Long Chen, Xiong tightly bit her lips and her tears were almost forced out. No. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Big brother Long Chen, I'll die. Xiong was enraged. Just as he was about to walk up in large strides, he was pushed back by Long Chen. Let's make a bet. Let's fight. If you lose, you leave. If I lose, you can take my life. Long Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a flat tone. Lu Qing'er seemed to have heard a joke. You're quite an interesting person. Since it's like this, I'll do as you wish. On Lu Qing'er's body, flames surged up again. The fifth level of the Sky Martial Arts realm. It had to be said that this was the strongest opponent that Long Chen had met so far. His real level was indeed only in the second level of the Heaven realm. If he was a normal person, he would certainly not be able to defeat Lu Qing'er. Lu Qing'er was very curious. Why did this guy have such big guts to actually dare to fight with her? This young man is crazy. I think he has at most the strength of the second level of the Heaven realm. Isn't he just looking for death? I think he wants to save others. It's really rare to see such a selfless person. So, this Lu Qing'er is really a bit too much. She's so beautiful. Walking in here, other people look at her a few more times. That's a normal thing. Shoo, don't say any more. Be careful, the next person to die will be you. The spectators at the side started discussing. Are you ready to die? Lu Qing'er said with a smile. Long Chen did not feel like talking nonsense with her. In front of so many people, Lu Qing'er already agreed. Long Chen would not be lenient. Also, he would give it his all in this battle. Domain. With her domain of the fifth level of the Heaven realm, it was just right for her to suppress Long Chen, a martial artist whose realm was only 3 levels lower than hers. When such a high-intensity domain was released, immediately, an overwhelming pressure rushed towards Long Chen. With a gotcha sound, Long Chen's knees were directly shaken and bent. "First, kneel down for me." Lu Qing'er let out a clear smile. After using her domain to test, she roughly estimated Long Chen's fighting strength. He was completely in the second level of the heaven realm and was a lot weaker than those young men. With such strength, he still came out to be a shield. He's really looking for death. Towards Long Chen, Lu Qing'er already had no interest. Martial artists in the second level of the heaven realm, she could directly use her domain to crush them to death. Reverse, countercurrent, riot. Lu Qing'er's domain suddenly became incomparably terrifying. The chaotic energy was like a fist that directly bombarded Long Chen's body. If Long Chen didn't have any other reaction, he would definitely be dead. "Your domain is only this strong?" At this moment, Long Chen sneered. His slightly bent knees were slowly recovering. At the same time, Long Chen had already transformed into his dragon soul. Blood-red scales appeared all over his body. The ice-cold sharpness of his body made him look like a battle machine. A bloody aura of slaughter erupted from him. 3,000 star domain, Yin and Yang sword spirit. 5 Emperor Dharma images. Long Chen's strength soared rapidly. In a very short time, it had soared to a terrifying level. He held the 3,000 star domain in his hand and infused his Yin and Yang sword spirit into the 3,000 star domain. His destructive power was 10 times stronger than before. At the same time, he used the 5 Emperor Dharma images for the first time. That familiar power directly entered his body from the 5 Emperor seals in his hand. This was a huge amount of 5-colored quintessential essence that mixed with Long Chen's original Dragon Soul quintessential essence to form a complementary power. Each portion of Dragon Soul quintessential essence could control 9 portions of 5-colored quintessential essence. Overall, Long Chen's destructive power had already surpassed the 5th level of the heaven realm, at least in terms of the destructive power of his pure origin. From a puny weakling, in just an instant, Long Chen had erupted with a strength that could completely contend against Lu Qing'er. Long Chen's sudden performance had shocked everyone. However, what was even more shocking was that Long Chen had turned into a whirlwind and suddenly pounced towards his opponent. 3,000 domain spear art, 9 revolutions of the star domain. The power of the domain spread out. Countless starlight whirlwinds crazily revolved and turned into streaks of starlight. To Lu Qing'er, she seemed to see the entire starry sky pressing down on her. How could this be? The shock in his heart was written all over his face. A weakling that she didn't care about before had suddenly burst out with strength that could kill her. How could he have such a change? At that moment, Lu Qing'er realized that Long Chen must have a way to hide his strength. No wonder Long Chen was able to rescue the others with light teleportation. Damn it! At that critical moment, Lu Qing'er punched again. A huge fist strength burst out and formed a 9-winged firebird, rushing towards Long Chen. Chapter 870. This attack was really too weak for Long Chen. With the support of the 5 Emperor Dharma powers, Long Chen directly pierced through the other party's attack. The 3,000 star domain flashed and instantly pierced Lu Qing'er's throat. The sharp starlight of the 3,000 star domain opened up a small wound on Lu Qing'er's throat and a drop of blood gradually seeped out. Of course, this drop of blood wasn't a problem. However, everyone was still stunned. If Long Chen's 3,000 star domain had advanced any further, it would have pierced through the other party's throat. It could be said that if Long Chen hadn't stopped, Lu Qing'er would have definitely died. Such a shocking scene took place in the lobby of the inn. This had all happened in an instant. "Miss, the outcome has been decided. Please keep your promise." Long Chen smiled faintly and put away the 3,000 star domain. This was Redwater City. If they had been in the outside world, Long Chen's 3,000-star domain would have definitely pierced through her neck. Lu Qing'er was in a daze. She simply couldn't believe what had happened. However, the piercing pain on her neck told her that she had really lost. If the other party hadn't shown mercy, she would have been a corpse by now. Since when did Lu Qing'er need someone to spare her life? His eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen's calm expression. A deep murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Why? Can't you afford to lose? Long Chen wasn't afraid of her. He raised his chin and looked at Lu Qing'er with a faint smile. His words forced back the murderous intent in her eyes. She was someone who cared about her reputation, so she couldn't embarrass herself here. What's your name? Lu Qing'er asked. Long Chen. After putting away the 3,000-star domain, Long Chen exited his dragon soul transformation state and said nonchalantly. Long Chen. Haha. Lu Qing'er sneered and walked out without saying a word. She had destroyed the inn, but the boss didn't dare to touch her. It was obvious that Lu Qing'er had some power in Redwater City. Halfway there, she turned her head back and coldly asked, "You should be staying in Redwater City for a while." "I don't think you're from Redwater City." "Who said I'm not from Redwater City?" Long Chen said. "All right." Lu Qing'er laughed. Just as she was about to leave, there was a huge commotion outside. At this moment, Long Chen was checking on the condition of Xiong Jun and the others. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. The few injured youths were only lightly injured. They should be fine after recuperating for a period of time. "Big brother Long Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Xiong Jun lowered his head and said. Long Chen smiled. It was indeed troublesome. Lu Qing'er was a ruthless character. She definitely wouldn't let it go. At this moment, he smiled helplessly and said, "I think your plan is going to fail. You guys go back to your barbarian bear tribe as soon as possible. Her target is me. It's fine as long as I don't leave. I'll leave after you guys leave." "No, we can't leave you behind." Xiong looked anxious and looked at Long Chen with concern. She knew that Long Chen wanted to cover their retreat. This trouble was caused by Xiong Jun and the others. They couldn't let Long Chen fight here alone. "You guys are a burden. It'll be more troublesome for me if you don't leave," Long Chen said bluntly. These guys were really having a headache. If Long Chen was alone, no matter who he offended, he could just use blood escape and leave without caring about their lives. After being scolded by Long Chen, Xiong Jun and the others nodded. However, at this moment, there was a huge commotion outside the inn. Long Chen raised his head and saw a group of people crowding outside. There were a few people with distinguished statuses. Lu Qing'er hurriedly went out to welcome them with a smile. Her originally gloomy expression immediately changed. She walked out with a sweet smile and hurriedly held onto the arm of one of the youths. The young man was tall and sturdy, almost the same as Xiong Jun. However, compared to Xiong Jun's barbarian appearance, this young man was indeed an elegant young master. He wore a blue robe, had short hair and sharp eyes. He was like a violent bear that knew etiquette and hid his fierceness in his robe. However, this young man wasn't the most outstanding person in the crowd. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man with a similarly tall and sturdy figure. He had long black hair and a deep gaze. He always had a smile on his face. He looked like a spring breeze, and Long Chen knew that the more someone like that, the more powerful they were. The middle-aged man's strength was very high. Long Chen couldn't figure it out at the moment, but at the very least, he was in the 7th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. He might even be close to those monsters. After those monsters returned to the sovereign domain, they couldn't be counted as experts. Even in this small Scarlet Water city, there were almost existences on the same level as them. However, even this middle-aged man wasn't the focus of the crowd's attention. Under the middle-aged man's enthusiastic reception, a man came up from a pitch-black warhorse. Long Chen first paid attention to the pitch-black warhorse. He felt that it was very strange. With the devouring eyes, there was no aura of a soul on the black warhorse. However, there was a strong and vigorous energy on the black warhorse. It was only slightly weaker than the man on the warhorse. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the warhorse's skin was made of some unknown steel. Its blood-red eyes were lifeless, but they flickered with a blood-red light, as if there were two red lanterns hidden in them. What is that? A puppet? Is there such a powerful puppet? In Yuanling City, Long Chen had seen some steel puppets. Those were simple puppets without much power. However, the puppet in front of him was terrifying. There were many blood-red runes on the body of the black warhorse. As the warhorse moved, those runes rotated and absorbed the sovereign spiritual qi of heaven and earth, turning it into power that flowed through the warhorse's body. The blood-red runes were very complicated. Long Chen looked at them for a long time, but he couldn't remember anything. Sister, that's the Lord of the Netherworld Legion. Xiong Jun had a look of admiration on his face as he looked at the man who came down from the warhorse. Following Xiong Jun's gaze, Long Chen looked at the so-called Netherworld Legion. It was a tall man in battle armor. His whole body was covered in a black one-piece battle armor. From time to time, dark green runes would appear on the battle armor. A magical power was flowing in the battle armor. In the primordial cemetery, Long Chen had seen Jin Ling use the golden arch battle armor, which was similar to this armor. However, it was clear that the runes on the Netherworld Legion's armor were countless times more complicated, and the power it possessed was also much greater. Clearly, the strength of the Netherworld Legion would increase a lot after wearing this armor. Wow, that's the Netherworld battle armor that can increase one's chi by 3 times. How cool! It would be great if I could touch this Netherworld battle armor in my lifetime. Behind Long Chen, the youths of the barbarian bear tribe said with envy. The one wearing the Netherworld battle armor was a stern-looking man with an austere aura around his body. However, from his ice-cold eyes, one could tell that this guy had experienced a lot of slaughter. From his body, there was an aura that was slightly more tyrannical than the middle-aged man from before. A youth, a middle-aged man, and a Netherworld Legion member ignored the crowd and walked towards the inn while talking and laughing. City Lord, I'll stay in this inn. There's no need to make it public. You should know the military discipline of the Netherworld Legion. After I auction the Heaven's Secret Pill, I'll return to Scarlet Sun Central City immediately. The Netherworld Legion member's voice was very magnetic. Just a short sentence was enough to stir people's hearts. That middle-aged man was the City Lord of Scarlet Water City. Since Lord Zhao insists on coming here, I can only obey. I understand that the orders of the Netherworld Army must be obeyed. However, since Lord Zhao wants the Heavenly Secrets Pill, I'll have the people from the Scarlet Water Chamber of Commerce give it to you. Isn't that enough? Said the Scarlet Water City Lord. After saying that, he looked at Lu Qing'er, who was holding his son's arm, and said, Qing'er, go back and let your father take out the Heaven's Secret Pill and give it to Lord Zhao. Lu Qing'er smiled sweetly and said, all right. Don't. The Netherworld Legion member said solemnly, since it's an auction item, I'll abide by the rules and auction it with some Emperor crystals. It won't cost a lot of Emperor crystals anyway. I don't want to be gossiped about when I return to Scarlet Sun Central City. I'm passing by Scarlet Water City to carry out a mission and happened to hear about the Heaven's Secret Pill, so I came to take a look. I'm really grateful for Brother Qian's hospitality these days. If you don't mind, we can just call each other brothers. Brother Qian is the City Lord and I'm just a soldier of the Netherworld Legion. The Scarlet Water City Lord laughed and said, don't blame me, don't blame me. I was careless. Since Brother Zhao wants to do things according to the rules, I'll do as you wish. However, if they hear that Brother Zhao wants to auction the Heaven's secret pill, they won't dare to make a move. The Netherworld Legion member also laughed when he heard that. Under Scarlet Water City's arrangements, a good room was quickly arranged for the eccentric Netherworld Legion member. When they were almost done, the girl called Lu Qinger whispered a few words in the ears of the city lord's son. The stocky young man looked in Long Chen's direction and frowned. A murderous aura emanated from his body. Trouble's coming. Long Chen knew something was wrong when he saw the young man's expression. As expected, the Scarlet Water City Lord was about to send the Netherworld Legion member upstairs when the young man strode towards Long Chen's direction. Chapter 871. Canglong, what are you doing? When the tall and sturdy young man approached Long Chen, the Lord of Redwater City, who was about to go upstairs, suddenly lowered his head and looked in Long Chen's direction. With his keen intuition, he naturally knew that his son was going to cause trouble here. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, the people he was truly afraid of were the Lord of Redwater City and the Nether Army. If he was alone, there would be no problem. However, he had Xiongwan and the other burdens behind him. If he really offended them, the monk could run away, but the temple could not. There were so many people in the barbarian bear tribe. Father, this person is extremely daring. He dares to bully Qing, I. Qian Canglong hurriedly explained. Bastard, are you going to disturb Lord Nether Army's peaceful cultivation just because of this? If so, what qualifications do you have to be his disciple? Kick him out and get the hell out of here. The Lord of Redwater City spoke straightforwardly with a dignity that could not be resisted. Also, this person is only in the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Are you lying through your teeth to bully Qing, said the Lord of Redwater City after glancing at Long Chen. I understand. Qian Canglong was like a deflated balloon being scolded. However, when he turned around, he vented all his anger on Long Chen. Brat, come with me, said Qian Canglong secretly. Long Chen crossed his arms and completely ignored him. He was not an idiot. It was not the time to go out yet. He already had a plan in mind. Xiong Jun and the others stood closely behind Long Chen, with Long Chen as their leader. Xiong Jun had already thrown the idea of being a disciple of the Nether Army to the back of his mind. He was about to die, but the Nether Army did not even look at him. Moreover, Qian Canglong clearly had the same idea as him, which was to become the Nether Army's disciple. Then, when he was strong enough, he would be recommended into the Nether Army. Do you think you'll be safe here? I'll wait for you outside. I don't believe you won't come out for the rest of your life. Qian Canglong let Lu Qing hold his arm. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. The Underworld Army soldier, who was about to go upstairs, glanced past Long Chen and suddenly looked at the Xiong army behind him. His originally calm eyes suddenly fluctuated. After telling Xiong Jun to wait, he immediately went downstairs. Without saying another word, he was already standing in front of Xiong Jun in his ice-cold armor. In a small place like Redwater City, there's actually a young man with an innate wild body. Child, what's your name? His words were directed at Xiong Jun's savage body. Xiong Jun was at a loss, but the person in front of him was the person he wanted to see even in his dreams. In his excitement, he quickly and nervously said, I'm Xiong Jun. The underworld soldier looked at him for a while, then revealed a smile and gently asked, Xiong Jun, are you interested in becoming my disciple? What? Everyone present, except for the city lord of Redwater City, was stunned, especially Qian Canglong. He had dreamed of becoming Zhao Kongming's disciple, but until now, Zhao Kongming hadn't agreed to it openly. He didn't expect that he would so readily accept this barbarian as his disciple today. What exactly is the savage body? This was the question in many people's hearts. The savage body is a body that has a high possibility of entering the God martial realm. Because of this, I, Zhao Kongming, will accept you as my disciple. In the future, I will also recommend you to join the underworld army. Are you willing? Zhao Kongming asked with some expectation. Of course I'm willing. Greetings, Master. Xiong Jun was overjoyed. He felt like he was dreaming. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. His face was full of excitement. After so many years, his dream had finally come true. Moreover, he actually had the strength to enter the God martial realm. If he could become an expert of the God martial realm, he would simply be a super legend within a radius of 500 miles. Good, good. From today onwards, you are my, Zhao Kongming's, disciple. Zhao Kongming excitedly helped Xiong Jun up. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned around and said to Qian Songlong, you may have had some conflicts before. Can you look at Uncle Zhao's face and not argue with them? Although Qian Songlong was very unwilling, under his father's gaze, he could only pretend to be indifferent and said, of course. No discord, no concord. Now that brother Xiong Jun has also become Uncle Zhao's disciple, we are on the same side. How can I attack my own people? But when will Uncle Zhao accept me as a disciple? Using this favor to ask Zhao Kongming was the best way. Zhao Kongming smiled and said, Long is an extraordinary talent. With Brother Qian's guidance, how can I criticize and mislead him? But in the future, if Long has the strength and wants to join the underworld army, you can find me at any time. To be honest, Qian Songlong wanted to become Zhao Kongming's disciple because he wanted to join the underworld army. Now that he heard Zhao Kongming's words, he was overjoyed and had already forgotten about Long Chen's matter. Today's matter seemed to be a happy ending, but in fact, it was not. When Lu Qinger left, she still looked at Long Chen with resentment. Her eyes seemed to be full of tricks. Xiong Jun had his wish fulfilled and became Zhao Kongming's disciple. After the Lord of Redwater City left, Zhao Kongming took Xiong Jun upstairs. Today, not only could they escape from a disaster, but they also had such a happy event. The youngsters of the barbarian bear tribe were in high spirits. Even Xiong Wan had drunk a lot of wine and her face was red. After playing with them for a while, Longchen returned to his room. That Zhao Kongming is really a good person. Longchen always felt that the coldness he showed at the beginning and the enthusiasm he showed after discovering that Xiong Jun had the barbarian body was a bit too big of a contrast. However, he could not find any fault with it. He hoped that it was just him thinking too much. That puppet horse and that celestial secret pill, what are they? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Longchen was very curious about these things. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. With a creak, the one who came in was Xiong Wan, whose face was red after drinking. It was already night time. Under the night sky, her wheat-colored skin, tall figure, slender legs, and charming eyes were all very attractive. Big brother Longchen, did I disturb your cultivation? Although she was drunk, she was still very sober and asked cautiously. No, what's the matter? Longchen asked in a gentle tone. It's nothing. I just received a letter from the puppet bird. The people in the tribe want me to bring the others back tomorrow, so I came to say goodbye to you. Xiong Wan looked at Longchen, a look of reluctance in her eyes. Is Xiong Jun following that Zhao Kongming? Longchen asked. Xiong Wan nodded and said with a smile, this is Jun's blessing. I hope he can achieve good results and bring glory to our tribe in the future. You just mentioned the puppet bird. Because of this, Longchen thought of the black warhorse that Zhao Kongming rode. Puppet bird. Big brother Longchen, don't you know that this is a bird made by a puppet master among the talisman masters? It's extremely fast. Through a special talisman array, it can directly absorb the Emperor Spirit Qi in the air and turn it into energy. There are countless types of puppet birds in the Imperial domain, and there are also different speeds. It's very convenient. Xiongwan looked at Longchen strangely. This Longchen seemed to have never seen the market before. Talisman masters, puppet masters, Wan, can you tell me about these things? Longchen trusted Xiongwan more. If it was someone else, they would definitely be suspicious if Longchen asked about these things. However, Xiongwan was not smart, and she blindly trusted Longchen. Women with big breasts and no brains were the true portrayal of Xiongwan. Seeing that Longchen had a use for her, Xiongwan was very happy. She hurriedly explained, in the Imperial domain, besides soldiers, ordinary warriors, and the completely declining beast warriors, there are countless professions. Most of these are non-combat professions. Among them, there are two very special professions, talisman masters and alchemist masters. Talisman masters learn talisman techniques from a young age. By drawing runes on magic treasures, weapons, and special materials, they can make various kinds of talisman papers. Many of these talisman papers can store powerful attack power. Longchen was clear about this. Even in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, there were very few talisman papers that could be used to make some simple talisman papers, such as the Flaming Scarlet Talisman. Longchen had suffered from these things before. Among the talisman masters, there is a type of puppet masters. They use some special talismans and carve them on some special materials to make puppets for our use. For example, the various kinds of puppet birds are one of them. You should have seen the Netherworld warhorse that Jun's master rode today. It was made by a relatively high-level puppet master. It's extremely fast, tireless, and has super strong attack power. The soldiers of the Netherworld army all ride this kind of Netherworld warhorse. Longchen could understand this point. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, they often use demonic beasts as a means of transportation. After all, a human's true essence was limited. Traveling for a long time would consume true essence, and when they encountered a battle, they would be finished. In the three imperial domains, demonic beasts at this level would have already transformed. Moreover, this was the desolate imperial domain. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain demonic beast mounts, which was why the puppet master industry was so developed. Chapter 872. In the Myriad Kingdoms territory, both talisman masters and puppeteers were considered amateurs. However, in the three imperial domains, there was a strict system. As for the alchemist, Longchen roughly knew that Situ Yu was an alchemist in the devil clan of the primordial cemetery. Alchemists could combine various spiritual herbs, burn them with alchemy fire, and cultivate them with strict alchemy techniques. With this, they could refine pills with various effects. Some pills even had heaven-defying effects with only simple raw materials. The number of alchemists is no less than that of puppeteers. In Redwater City, there are dozens of alchemists and talisman masters. The strongest alchemists and talisman masters are all guests of the city. Every year, they are rewarded with a large number of imperial crystals. Of course, the divine oracle pill can't be made by the alchemists of Redwater City. The divine oracle pill of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce was bought from someone else at a low price. That's just what I heard, I don't know if it's true. When the divine oracle pill was mentioned, Longchen blinked. Even Zhao Kongming was interested in the divine oracle pill. What could it do? Wan, do you know what it can do? Asked Longchen in a low voice. The heaven oracle pill is a type of medicine that is extremely difficult to successfully concoct. Only alchemists who have reached the advanced level of the heaven realm can concoct it, and those who have reached the advanced level of the heaven realm, which is around the 9th level of the heaven realm, can only concoct heaven oracle pills of relatively low quality. Low-quality divine oracles contain the secrets of the sky martial realm. It can help people in the 9th level of the earth martial realm to break through to the sky martial realm. It can also help people in the 1st or 2nd level of the sky martial realm to break through to the 3rd level of the sky martial realm. I guess Jun-Er's teacher wants to give the divine oracle pill to someone else. Although it's precious, it's useless to us. Long Chen nodded and said, I see. How many imperial crystals can a divine oracle pill be auctioned for? Asked Long Chen. This. I'm not too sure. It should be around 1,000 emperor crystals. But who would compete with the Netherworld army in this auction? So he should only need a few hundred emperor crystals to win this heaven fate pellet. Long Chen nodded in realization. After talking for a while, it was already late at night. Although Xiaofan was a little reluctant, she knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. After all, she was a girl, so she got up and said goodbye. Let's go back. I'll give you a ride tomorrow, Long Chen said with a smile. Thank you, big brother Long Chen. Xiaofan-er's eyes were filled with gratitude. After she left, Long Chen slowly digested the knowledge he had just obtained. Tianji pill. This Tianji pill can save me at least a year of cultivation time. However, I only have emperor crystals with me. Where can I find 1,000 emperor crystals? A penny stumped a hero. Long Chen finally understood the pain of not having money. He learned from Xiaofan that the auction would be held in 10 days. Where could he find 1,000 emperor crystals? To be honest, what Long Chen wanted the most was to quickly become stronger. When he heard about the effects of the heaven fate pellet, he had already made up his mind to get it. Zhao Kongming had already said that the auction would be conducted according to the normal rules. Zhao Kongming was only giving the heaven fate pellet away. If the price was higher than he expected, he might not buy it. Long Chen wanted to try his luck. Others might not dare to raise the price against Zhao Kongming, but he did. Moreover, he was the kind of person who didn't treat money as money. If I want to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, I have to reach the God Martial Realm. I don't have much time left. I can slowly waste my time in the Heaven Martial Realm. Long Chen stood up, opened the window and looked at the boundless night. Something's not right. Little cat, why were those 6 beasts able to pass through the fragmented star sea and reach the desolate Emperor realm when they were only grade 9 martial monarchs? Long Chen suddenly thought of this question. Perhaps there was another way to go to the Imperial Domain without reaching the God Martial Realm. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to be so anxious. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed since he made the vow of 10 years. He didn't have much time to waste. The Monster Clan, rank 9 Emperor Realm, already possess an extremely powerful physical body. They can pass through the shattered star sea with some difficulty. The God Martial Realm is only the standard for you humans. Kitten's ruthless words made Long Chen's mood fall to the bottom. If you really want to do it, don't think you can get lucky. There are no shortcuts in this world. Besides, if you go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain without the strength of the God Martial Realm, you'll just be looking for humiliation. So, before reaching the God Martial Realm, it's best not to go there. Fat cat, I didn't expect you to be able to say something sensible at a critical moment like this. Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Kitten was right. Long Chen had indeed been a little impatient. Get lost. I'm handsome and elegant. How could I be an idiot? Little cat argued. His furry little body came out of the great virtual realm. If it wasn't for the fact that his voice was a little unpleasant to the ears, just by looking at his appearance, he would definitely be an absolutely adorable creature. Suddenly, Long Chen realized that Kitten's body had changed a little. He couldn't tell what had changed. It looked the same on the outside, but the inside seemed to have changed a lot. This dream demon was no longer the original dream demon. You noticed it? Kitten said proudly with a smug expression on her face. You've changed. Hee hee, after working hard day and night, I've finally succeeded in transforming this little fellow into a monstrous beast with potential. Just watch. After saying that, the furry kitten disappeared in front of Long Chen. Even the aura that belonged to a monster disappeared without a trace. Only by using the spirit-devouring demon eye could Long Chen realize that Kitten's dream demon body had been swaying in front of his eyes. With a swoosh, its body recovered in front of Long Chen. See? It's amazing, isn't it? Don't you worship Grandpa Cat? The kitten looked up to the sky and laughed proudly. What's going on? Long Chen asked. Just now, that was the invisibility turtle breathing technique. It made you completely unable to sense my presence. Even if you saw me, I could use the dream demon's illusion technique to make others think that they didn't see me. This is my transformation of the dream demon. From today onwards, I can peek at all kinds of beauties bathing and touch all kinds of beauties secretly. You. Long Chen smiled helplessly. However, he was still very happy in his heart. With this skill, he could leave Long Chen and go find out a lot of things. With the Void Dragon Talisman, even if he encountered danger, Long Chen could summon him back at any time. The invisibility turtle breathing technique combined with the Dream Demon's illusion technique could really bring out a lot of effects. At least if Kitten went outside, with his ability, very few people could see him and hurt him. With this skill, he could be considered as a peeping Tom or a thief. However, there's a bad news for you. What? Long Chen asked carefully. After my transformation, this Dream Demon's illusion technique can be used to deal with stronger enemies. However, becoming stronger requires support. From today onwards, you must let me eat a lot of elixirs. As long as there's spiritual energy, medicinal pills will do. Of course, if that's not possible, I can reluctantly accept Emperor crystals. As long as it's edible, I won't reject it. Go to hell, you're adding to my burden. Long Chen rewarded him with a punch. At a time when he had no money, this little guy still came to join in the fun. He was simply asking for a beating. It's so late at night. I was just talking about elixirs, medicinal pills, and emperor crystals, and now someone is delivering them. Kitten laughed and said. After saying that, he very consciously went into the void realm. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Earlier, outside the window, there was a palm-sized bird flying towards him. With a grab, Long Chen grabbed the bird in his hand. This wasn't a real bird, but a puppet bird. There was a simple rune on its body. At this moment, in the night, it was flickering with a hazy light. There was a warm energy in the chest of the puppet bird. Long Chen guessed that this was the source of the puppet bird's energy. With a cracking sound, the puppet bird was crushed by Long Chen. The fragments floated in the air, and after a while, they completely disappeared. A small note appeared in Long Chen's hand. On it was written, "If you have the guts, come to the outskirts of Redwater City alone, 500 meters in front of the city gate." The person who signed it was Lu Qing'er, who Long Chen had provoked during the day. After being asked by Zhao Kongming, she said that she didn't want to argue with Long Chen. However, she still remembered in her heart that in Redwater City, Long Chen was the first person to be so rude as to point the spear in his hand at her neck. This Lu Qing'er is from the Redwater Chamber of Commerce. The Redwater Chamber of Commerce is the organizer of this auction, so this woman must have a lot of money on her. No wonder Kitten said that someone was coming to deliver money. Is Lu Qing'er so sure that I will keep the appointment? If it wasn't for the Tianji elixir, Long Chen naturally wouldn't have bothered to provoke her. Presumably, she was just trying. She probably didn't expect that Long Chen would really go. In reality, this was the situation. Lu Qing'er threw a tantrum when she couldn't kill Long Chen. Qian Canglong chased her out of Redwater City. After some coaxing and promises, he finally settled Lu Qing'er. After some entanglement in the wild, Lu Qing'er thought of Long Chen. She was still angry, so she came up with this idea to see if she could lure Long Chen out. He's not a fool. Why would he come here? Qian Canglong asked seriously. Chapter 873. Of course, if he knew that I, Qian Canglong, was here, he wouldn't dare to come even if he had 10 guts. Qing'er, don't you think so? As he spoke, Qian Canglong's hands restlessly rubbed Lu Qing'er's chest. Lu Qing'er slapped his arm away and scolded, "Didn't I make you feel good just now? Watch your hand, or I'll chop it off." Qian Canglong forced a smile and took his arm back. She was hotter than anyone just now, but now she's pretending to be chaste in front of me. Qian Canglong slandered in his heart. He was the son of the Lord of Redwater City. There were many gentle and beautiful women in Redwater City. If his father hadn't wanted to build a good relationship with the Redwater Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have come here to suffer and endure this woman's bad temper. It's late. He's still not here. I don't think it's worth it. The two of them stood up from the blue grass and patted their butts. I overestimated him. No, he dared to hurt me. I must find a way to kill him. Qian Canglong, before he dies, I won't allow you to touch me again. Lu Qing'er glared at him. All right. I'll find a way to kill him tomorrow, said Qian Canglong helplessly. Although Lu Qing'er had a bad temper, she had a great figure. If Qian Canglong didn't touch her, he would rather die. Just as the two of them were about to return to Redwater City, a series of rhythmic footsteps suddenly rang out in the darkness. The two of them glanced at each other and looked forward in surprise. Sure enough, they saw a ferocious-looking young man covered in blood-red scales. He held a sharp golden and black spear in his hand as he walked out of the darkness. Who's that? Qian Canglong had never seen Long Chen's dragon soul transformation eyes. That's him. Go kill him. You're in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. If you can't kill him in 10 breaths, don't come to see me. Seeing Long Chen, Lu Qing'er's eyes were bloodshot. What she couldn't stand the most was Long Chen's indifferent gaze towards her. Damn, the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. He's going all out. Long Chen had expected Qian Canglong to be next to her. But the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm seemed a bit strong. Lu Qing'er and Qian Canglong's eyes glinted coldly when they saw Long Chen. Do it. Lu Qing'er didn't have time for nonsense and directly urged. Yes. When he clenched his fist, Qian Canglong's blue robe was torn apart by his bulging muscles. Surging power swept through his body and a destructive aura surged towards Long Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Qian Canglong's feet stomped on the ground, causing the incomparably hard ground to tremble. From this, it could be seen how strong he was. Qian Canglong should be a martial artist who specialized in strength. In the darkness, Long Chen didn't say a word. He held the 3,000-star domain in his hand as he dashed forward like a blood-red streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qian Canglong. So fast. Qian Canglong was astonished. Indeed, Long Chen had already used the 5 sovereign transcendence images. His fighting strength had instantly reached the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. In the past, he could only reach that level after using the blood sacrifice technique twice or more. Violent Dragon Fist. Speed wasn't as important as strength, it wasn't the deciding factor. At that moment, Qian Canglong roared furiously. Dragon marks appeared on his body and in the end, they condensed in his fist. He punched out with a golden fist. Immediately, the image of a violent dragon appeared. Its huge and ferocious head moved towards Long Chen. That was actually the image of Qian Canglong's fist. The violent dragon wasn't a divine dragon. It was similar to the flood dragon. It was said that it was a descendant of the divine dragon from the primordial era. The punch that shook the sky and the earth had exploded with the true origin of the sixth heaven realm. It had indeed reached a level where it could crush Long Chen. That violent dragon punch was definitely a high-level royal battle skill. 7-star steps of the Big Dipper. At that crucial moment, Long Chen took a risk and used the 7-star steps of the Big Dipper. An illusionary astrolabe appeared under his feet. His silhouette quickly changed. What was extremely thrilling was that he dodged the violent dragon fist by a few centimeters and rushed towards Qian Canglong. You dare to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. Because of Long Chen, Qian Canglong had been tortured by Lu Qing'er for a long time. He was already incomparably furious. In a dark and windy place with no one around, it was a good opportunity to kill him. He punched again, about to attack Long Chen. With a swoosh, Long Chen's footsteps turned into a blur. He actually circled around Qian Canglong in an arc, directly circling behind Qian Canglong. Qian Canglong's speed was actually not as fast as Long Chen. After all, his body was bigger and his movements were not as agile as Long Chen's. You want to go behind me with your speed, sneered Qian Canglong. He suddenly turned his head and chased after Long Chen. When he turned his head, he saw a scene that made his heart tremble. At that moment, Long Chen had completely left him behind. His body was like a bloody whirlwind, rushing towards Lu Qing'er who was watching the fight. The distance between the two of them was not far. Long Chen reached her in a flash. You want to deal with me? Do you think I'm a pushover? Lu Qing'er clenched her teeth. She was about to attack. But at that moment, Long Chen's world of devouring blood suddenly appeared and enveloped her in a flash. What is this? Lu Qing'er cried out in surprise. Under the power of the world of devouring blood, her pure energy was suppressed. She couldn't see anything clearly in the red space. Long Chen's shining spear turned into a star and quickly approached her. Not only the power of the world of devouring blood, but also the power of the domain enveloped Lu Qing'er's body. No, Qian Canglong, save me. Lu Qing'er let out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, in her eyes, Long Chen's face had become incomparably cold. A cold murderous aura erupted from his body. What is this? Behind Long Chen, Lu Qing'er saw the shadow of a blood-red divine dragon. It was an incomparably huge monster, as if it was an existence above all living beings. Just a glance at it made Lu Qing'er tremble. At that moment, Lu Qing'er was filled with regret. She regretted provoking Long Chen. However, it was too late. 3,000 domain spear art. Countless starlights instantly condensed into a point. That was the tip of the 3,000 domain spear. It directly penetrated Lu Qing'er's neck. Fresh blood flowed from the tip of the 3,000 domain spear and dripped onto the ground. Lu Qing'er hadn't died yet, but her consciousness was rapidly fading away. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the young man who had pierced through her body with a long spear. This young man was covered in blood-red scales. He was like a devil from hell. His eyes were actually so terrifying. Pfft! Long Chen pulled out the 3,000-star domain and casually flung it. The blood on the 3,000-star domain was flung away. At the same time, Long Chen turned around. He didn't even look at Lu Qing'er. Instead, he faced the furious Qian Canglong. Long Chen. Lu Qing'er clutched her neck. Fresh blood kept gushing out, dyeing her neck and hands completely red. Her last glance was of the young man's terrifying back. Then, she collapsed softly. From the moment Long Chen appeared to Lu Qing'er's death, only a split second had passed. However, everything had happened so quickly. Long Chen's decisiveness in killing had caused Qian Canglong's rage to soar. He could only watch helplessly as his woman died at Long Chen's hands. Although he didn't have many feelings for women, she was still his woman. Who was Qian Canglong? He was the son of the Scarlet Water City's city lord. Qian Canglong stopped his heavy footsteps and panted heavily. He looked like a huge beast as he exhaled white air. He looked at the woman who had collapsed at Long Chen's feet and clenched his fists tightly. Thick veins popped out from the surface of his skin. Sorry, you're too slow. You can't even protect a woman. I think you should just commit suicide. My Long Chen's spear doesn't kill cowardly men. Long Chen's 3,000 star domains were held diagonally. When he had first appeared, he had attacked without saying anything. After killing the woman, he looked at Qian Canglong leisurely and spoke indifferently. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Boom! Qian Canglong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared and rushed towards Long Chen. His eyes had already turned completely red. Domain. The domain of the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm suddenly appeared. Within a radius of 20 meters around Qian Canglong, an almost visible domain appeared. As he rushed forward, Long Chen was instantly enveloped in his domain. Suddenly, an earth-shattering power crashed down on Long Chen's body like a mountain. Crack! Long Chen couldn't keep his knees steady. His knees buckled. If he hadn't been tenacious, he would have knelt on the ground. Bastard, go to hell! Qian Canglong roared. He controlled his domain and rushed towards Long Chen. With the domain of the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he was absolutely sure that he could suppress Long Chen. At that moment, he had already suppressed Long Chen. Under his violent dragon fist, Long Chen would definitely turn into a meat patty. While he was rushing forward, Long Chen stood up with his huge domain. At that moment, his muscles had already tightened. A red light flashed in his eyes. In a short period of time, Long Chen's 3,000 star domains disappeared from his hands. At the same time, a pair of black gloves appeared in his hands. At that moment, Long Chen's yin and yang sword spirits separated into two parts, one gold and one black. The pair of black gloves immediately separated. One was shining with a cold black light, the other was shining with a blazing golden light. One was hot and the other was hot and the other was cold and feminine. I'll use you to test my Hades destroys the armies. Chapter 874. The Emperor destroys the army was a god-level weapon. Long Chen could only communicate with it to a very low degree using the yin and yang sword souls to draw out a part of the power of the Emperor destroys the army. The power of the Emperor destroys the army did not have any attributes. Only when Long Chen used the yin and yang sword souls to transform it would it show a situation where one hand was hot and the other cold. This is a glove, and it's not a low-level one at that. Qian Canglong's eyes shone with greed when he saw the glove. Although he was not a sword warrior, he could at least use a part of the power of the glove. Just by looking at the appearance of the glove, he knew that the quality of the glove was definitely not simple. However, he would never have thought that the glove was actually a god-level item. After all, even in Redwater City, god-level items were very rare. Even his father, the Lord of Redwater City, did not have a god-level item. However, he did not know whether Zhao Kongming had one or not. It was relatively easy for a soldier who joined the Netherworld army to obtain a god-level item. Qian Canglong's attention shifted from Lu Qing'er's death to Long Chen's glove. His domain had already suppressed Long Chen. Violent Dragon Fist. The advanced royal level battle skill was his trump card. At this moment, he used it again under the suppression of the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Immediately, the earth-shattering violent dragon fist rushed towards Long Chen. "Kitten, it's your turn." Long Chen gently clenched his fists. Although the suppression of his opponent's domain made it difficult for him to move, he still had a faint smile on his face. "It's a deal. Half of his royal crystals, no, 3/4. Kitten said hurriedly. A furry head emerged from Long Chen's chest. At this moment, the eyes of the dream demon emitted a strange light. After Kitten's transformation, the dream demon's illusion techniques had grown to a very mature level. For Kitten, it was relatively easy to affect Qian Songlong's martial soul and make him think that Long Chen had quickly moved to another place. How is this possible? How could he escape under the suppression of my domain? Qian Songlong was taken aback. At this critical juncture, he hurriedly changed the direction of his tyrant dragon fist and rushed towards the Long Chen shadow created by Dream Demon. Rumble. The tyrant dragon fist brushed past Long Chen. Something's not right. At this moment, Qian Songlong suddenly felt that Long Chen hadn't changed his position in his domain. He was still in his original position. Everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Why is it so strange? Qian Songlong cursed. At this moment, the tyrant dragon fist had already struck somewhere else and did not hurt Long Chen at all. Hence, he hurriedly retreated. However, it wasn't easy for Long Chen to seize this opportunity. How could he let him go? Just as the tyrant dragon fist staggered, within Qian Songlong's domain, Long Chen suddenly transformed into a bloody light and instantly rushed in front of Qian Songlong. "You want to get close to me?" Qian Songlong had just finished speaking when Long Chen's lightning-fast fist blasted towards him. That golden fist contained a scorching power, as if a volcano was about to erupt towards Qian Songlong. Qian Songlong hurriedly raised both his arms to block. Pa! The surging flames left a scorched black mark on his arm. The huge force caused Qian Songlong to cry out in pain as he staggered backwards. At this moment, Long Chen once again wrapped around his body like a shadow and punched his arm again. Previously, it was his right fist, but this time, it was his left fist. A cold corrosive aura directly collided with the wound on Qian Songlong's arm. "Be good, come into my bowl quickly. I'm a great beauty." Kitten continued to hypnotize Long Chen's chest. Under its hypnosis, Qian Songlong could see Long Chen transforming into a naked beauty with a voluptuous figure. Every time he moved, his voluptuous figure would surge like a tidal wave. It was truly a spectacular sight. How could this be? Qian Songlong was completely stunned. He shook his head, only to realize that the person in front of him was still the ice-cold Long Chen. However, it was already too late. Long Chen's fist directly penetrated his defenses and slammed into his head. Instantly, a cracking sound rang out as Qian Songlong's skull was smashed. Under the huge impact of Hades breaks the army, fresh blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Die! His left hand shot out like a dragon, directly grabbing Qian Songlong's neck. With a cracking sound, Qian Songlong's neck was twisted into an extreme angle by Long Chen. In the end, Qian Songlong stared at Long Chen with his eyes wide open and completely stopped breathing. Damn it, I'm exhausted. I hypnotized this guy twice and I'm already exhausted. Don't take such risks in the future. You're not strong enough to reach the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Lying in the great virtual world, although Kitten was exhausted, he was still very proud of himself. Indeed, this time, without Kitten's help, Long Chen would have been in more danger. After killing people, it was better to quickly escape. Long Chen first found the 2 storage rings and plundered all their belongings. Then, he used flames to burn their bodies clean and quietly left. He tidied up the scene, making it seem as if nothing had happened. Previously, he had snuck out of the city, so no one had seen him. Now, he had also snuck into the city, so no one had noticed his tracks. On the surface, my strength is only at the second level of the heaven realm. When these two disappeared for a few days, other people would at most think that they went out to play. Who would think that it was me who did it? This time, it was flawless. After returning to the tavern, Long Chen couldn't wait to check his spoils. This guy actually brought the violent dragon fist that was passed down in his family. He probably hasn't studied it thoroughly and is still in the process of studying it. Among the spoils, the high-level royal battle skill, the violent dragon fist, was the most eye-catching. It was the unique skill of the Scarlet Water City Lord, but now, it was in the hands of Long Chen. For Long Chen, he already had 2 high-level royal battle skills. However, compared to the 5 Emperor Seals combined into one, the violent dragon fist was more suitable to be used with Hades destroys the armies. If he had time, he would take some time to practice the violent dragon fist. It would also be a good choice. After putting away the violent dragon fist, Long Chen counted the royal crystals he had obtained. After coming to the 3 great imperial districts, he realized that currency like royal crystals was actually very important. Not only did he need the power in royal crystals to break through his strength, he also needed to use them to buy other things. At the same time, Dream Demon also needed the illusion technique to improve his level. Now, Dream Demon had been transformed by Kitten into something unknown. After counting, he found that there were more than 6,000 royal crystals. It's normal for Qian Canglong to have more than 2,000 royal crystals. Although Lu Qinger's cultivation is not as high as Qian Canglong's, she has more than 4,000 royal crystals. As expected of a member of the Scarlet Water Chamber of Commerce, she has more money. After putting all the royal crystals into the great virtual realm, Kitten pounced on them as if he had seen a treasure. Long Chen still needed to use the money to buy the Heaven Secrets pill, so he only gave some to Kitten to try to absorb. Kitten was still young, so the amount of royal crystals he could absorb was still within the range that Long Chen could bear. As for the other things on the 2, they were not important to Long Chen, who had obtained the treasures of the 5 emperors. Therefore, he did not care much about them. There are still 10 days left. These 6,000 royal crystals should be enough for me to buy the Heaven Secrets pill. When the time comes, I will see what kind of person Zhao Kongming is. Will he use royal crystals to suppress me, or will he swallow his anger and wait for me to get the Heaven Secrets pill before killing me secretly? Or will he give up on the Heaven Secrets pill? Regarding this person, Long Chen was not familiar with him, so he could not make a rash judgment. If Qian Canglong and Lu Qinger are found dead, there will definitely be a lot of trouble here. I originally came with Wanner and the others, so when Wanner leaves tomorrow, I will directly leave with them. When the auction starts, I will return to Redwater City, but at that time, I will have to conceal my identity. The stronger Long Chen was, the more powerful his means of concealing his strength was. When he first went to the god Wushu Sage Court, he used the Divine Dragon's magical ability a few times, which made the god martial spirit of the Scarlet Emperor, who was hiding in the dark, discover that he was actually a legendary dragon warrior. Here, as long as Long Chen used it carefully, even if he met a god martial realm expert, he could still not reveal his identity as a dragon warrior. After all, the implications of being a dragon warrior were too great. Long Chen, who had no strength, might even be dissected. After making the decision, Long Chen flipped through the violent dragon fist a few times and memorized the mystery of this fist skill. With the experience of learning other advanced emperor-level combat skills, this violent dragon fist was not difficult for him. It was soon dawn. There were too many killings in the wilderness at night, so Xiong Wanner did not dare to hurry. Although it was daytime, because of what happened last time, Long Chen and Xiong Jun were not here this time, Xiong Wanner and the others were still quite scared. They had just gathered downstairs when Long Chen came here with his hands behind his back. Everyone thought that he was here to say goodbye, but unexpectedly, Long Chen said, "It is not safe on the way, let me send you back." "Really?" Xiong Wan'er showed a look of surprise. She had thought of this before, but she did not want to trouble Long Chen, so she was too embarrassed to tell Long Chen. "Okay, let's go." Long Chen smiled and nodded. The youngsters of the barbarian bear tribe were in high spirits. At this time, Xiong Jun came down from upstairs. Seeing Long Chen, he asked, "Brother Long Chen, do you want to send my sister back?" "Yes, what's your plan?" Long Chen asked. Chapter 875. Very good. Long Chen smiled. Looking at the passionate look on the young man's face, it was as if he was looking at another passionate version of himself. "Brother Long Chen, you'd better stay in my tribe and protect my sister for the rest of her life." Xiong Jun suddenly joked. Seeing that Long Chen was going to send Xiong Wan'er back, he thought that Long Chen was interested in her. "Yeah, there's no one in our tribe who's good enough for Sister Wan'er. Yeah, I think you guys are a good match." The others also started to jeer. "Scram! Don't spout nonsense. Big brother Long Chen is just doing this out of goodwill. He wants to send us back while he's at it. If you continue to act like this and end up making him unhappy, I won't be able to help you," Xiong Wan'er said furiously. Seeing Xiong Wan'er fly into a rage, the crowd shut their mouths. However, they were still whispering and laughing. After saying goodbye to Xiong Jun, Long Chen and his group left the city without any obstructions and headed towards the direction of the barbarian bear tribe. On the way, they chatted with Xiong Wan'er or cultivated. Time passed very quickly. After passing through the quiet and austere forest, they quickly arrived at the barbarian bear tribe. When they could see the barbarian bear tribe from afar, Long Chen stopped and said to them, "I'll send you off here. You can go back by yourselves. Even though you've escorted me for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. Goodbye." "Brother Long Chen, don't you want to come and play in our tribe?" Xiong Wan'er said with disappointment. "Forget it." Long Chen waved at her and smiled. With a light tap of his foot, he disappeared into the forest. "Wow, Sister Wan'er, why didn't he stay?" The young men crowded around Xiong Wan'er and asked curiously. In their eyes, Xiong Wan'er was a peerless beauty, a goddess in the hearts of many people in the tribe. "I don't know, I feel that he has a lot of secrets. Let's go back, he's not the same as us," Xiong Wan'er said with a smile. After safely escorting them to their destination, there were still 8 days before the auction would begin. Long Chen was prepared to leave for the last few days. Hence, in this quiet forest, he cultivated the heavenly martial fist art. During this period of time, there were simply too many things he needed to cultivate. The human emperor's technique is a low-level god-level technique. The first punch is called Sovereign's Descent. At most, I can use the fighting power of the 5th Tian Qi layer. In fact, in terms of true essence, after the dragon soul transformation and the 5 Emperor Dharma images, I've only reached the 4th Tian Qi layer. The other one is the Yin and Yang sword spirit. The true essence of the 4th Tian Qi layer isn't enough to support Sovereign's Descent. Even so, Long Chen still thoroughly understood the Sovereign Descent. He only had to wait for his cultivation to rise by 1 level, and when he reached the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm, he would be able to start using the Emperor destroys the armies and use the Mortal Emperor techniques. The Emperor of the destruction of the Heaven Martial Realm is worthy of being a divine weapon. With it, I can defeat Qian Canglong, who is in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, with a simple fist technique. Long Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at the gloves in his hands. In the midst of cultivation, a few days passed by in a flash. When there were only 2 days left before the auction, Long Chen had already begun to rush to Redwater City. However, this time, he covered his head with a cloak and concealed his entire body. Of course, he also avoided people. He jumped over the city wall and used the soul-devouring monstrous eyes. With the soul-devouring monstrous eyes, he could avoid a lot of people and arrive at the Redwater Merchant House. The entrance of the Chamber of Commerce was very lively because the auction was about to be held. Many people who participated in the auction didn't want to reveal their identity. After all, they didn't want to show their wealth. Therefore, there were many people who dressed like Long Chen. At this time, many people wearing cloaks walked directly into the Redwater Chamber of Commerce. Long Chen walked a few steps calmly and blended into the crowd. There was no need to verify his identity, but he needed to show a certain amount of money to prove that he had the ability to buy. The threshold of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce was 100 imperial crystals. Long Chen casually showed 100 imperial crystals and followed the others into the auction house under the warm hospitality of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce. The auction house was relatively vast. After all, under the tempering of Emperor spiritual qi, the stones, bricks, and tiles were extremely hard. It was not easy to build such a large place. In order to avoid conflicts between guests, each guest had their own private room. Long Chen got one of the treasured rooms. When he was about to enter, the people in the auction house raised their eyebrows. At this time, at the entrance of the auction house, 2 people with the highest status in Redwater City walked in. One of them was the Lord of Redwater City, and the other was a soldier of the Underworld Army, Zhao Kongming. At this time, Zhao Kongming was smiling from ear to ear, while the city lord of Redwater City looked somewhat gloomy. Under the warm reception of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce, the 2 were taken to the most luxurious box. A man in gorgeous clothes, with oily hair and a powdered face, came up. This man's strength was not strong, but there were several burly men standing next to him, presumably the guards he had invited. "President, is there any news of your daughter?" Seeing the middle-aged man with oily hair and a powdered face, the Lord of Redwater City said helplessly. The middle-aged man, who was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Lu Guang, shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know where Qing went. She didn't even tell me. Could it be that Qian Sanglong took her away? There is still no news of her until now." "Bullshit, she is my son's wife. My son doesn't need to be abducted. That bastard won, but he went out to play without saying a word. He didn't even bring back any news. When he comes back, I will beat him to death." The Lord of Redwater City said angrily. "Do you think they met with an accident?" President Lu Guang said worriedly. "It's not a good idea for the 2 of you to discuss here. When the auction is over, it's better to send more people to search nearby." Zhao Kongming yawned. This had nothing to do with him, so he was very indifferent. "I hope nothing happened. If anyone dares to touch my son within a 100-mile radius of Redwater City, hee. The Lord of Redwater City's eyes flashed with coldness. After hearing this, Long Chen laughed. No matter how hard they thought, they would not know that the murderer who killed their son and daughter was actually in the auction. Strange, Zhao Kongming doesn't like Xiong Jun very much. Such a grand occasion, but he didn't bring Xiong Jun out to see. This thought suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. "Kid, I feel that there is something wrong with this Zhao Kongming." Suddenly, Kitten's furry head popped out of the great virtual realm. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked in surprise. "I feel that he has the aura of Xiong Jun on him. It is the aura of the barbarian body that he mentioned. Could he have done something to Xiong Jun?" "Yes." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Before, he did not understand whether Zhao Kongming was a good or bad person. Now that he thought about it carefully, when Zhao Kongming accepted Xiong Jun as a disciple, he was indeed a little anxious. Could there really be something fishy about this? If there was, it would have happened in the 10 days that Long Chen was away. Long Chen's eyes became gloomy. Watching Zhao Kongming and the others disappear into the darkness, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "If anything happens to Xiong Jun, I will not let you off." Long Chen liked people who had dreams and were willing to work hard to pursue them. Xiong Jun was like this. Although he was 40 years old, in Long Chen's eyes, he was still a younger brother. Soon, with the support of the Scarlet Water Chamber of Commerce, the auction began. Long Chen calmed down. The news about Xiong Jun was just an ominous premonition. Since he had come here, the first thing he should do was to get his hands on the Heaven Secrets pill. Every auction item would be directly presented to the audience. If Long Chen could not get the divine elixir, he would directly rob it. Anyway, he could use the blood escape technique now, so Zhao Kongming and the Lord of the Redwater City should not be able to catch up with him. Based on the strength of Zhao Kongming and the Lord of the Redwater City, they should not be at the level of Tian Kun and the other monstrous beasts. The higher the level, the overall quality of the monster clan would surpass that of the human clan of the same level. If the human clan did not have all kinds of combat skills and magic weapons, the human clan of the same level would not be a match for the monster clan. After all, the monster clan was blessed with a strong body. Although the Heaven Fate pellet was a Heaven Fate pellet of relatively low quality and was only useful for people in the first or second level of the Tian realm, the price of the Heaven Fate pellet still far surpassed ordinary low-level royal-level items. So, in this auction, it was treated as the final item. Long Chen had a lot of treasures, so he was not interested in the items being auctioned by the Redwater Chamber of Commerce. There were hundreds of people in the auction house. More than 10 items were finally won by others. Soon, the final divine elixir was presented in a jade box made of pure white royal crystal. The host held the divine elixir and smelled its fragrance. Then, he smiled and said, "Everyone, the item in my hand is the last item of this auction. It is also what everyone has been looking forward to. This is the divine elixir. I believe that many people here have come for this divine elixir, including the respectable Sir Zhao from the Netherworld army." After saying that, he looked in the direction of Zhao Kongming with reverence. The people of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce were also in a difficult position. They had originally wanted to make a fortune with the divine elixir, but they had not expected that Zhao Kongming would take a fancy to it. With Zhao Kongming here, the price could not be raised by much. The starting price is 500 royal crystals. Each increment must be no less than 50 royal crystals. Everyone, please start. After saying that, there was no movement for a long time. Chapter 876. Ordinary Emperor-grade weapons and elixirs were priced within 100 Emperor crystals. However, this heavenly secret pill was priced at 500 Emperor crystals, which showed how precious it was. This kind of elixir that could directly promote one's cultivation was very precious. Even an excellent alchemist would need a lot of effort to refine this kind of elixir, and there was a high chance of failure. It seems like everyone is giving way to me. Then I won't be polite. 1,000 Emperor crystals. Zhao Kongming's magnetic voice came from the darkness. The people from the Scarlet Water Chamber of Commerce heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Kongming didn't take advantage of them. If they could get their hands on a low-grade Heaven Fate pill, it would cost them around 1,000 Emperor crystals. If they could get their hands on a lower-grade Heaven Fate pill, it would be a loss. If they could get their hands on a higher-grade Heaven Fate pill, it wouldn't be worth it for Zhao Kongming. The Netherworld army would receive Emperor crystals every month. During the process of carrying out missions, they would also receive a lot of Emperor crystals if they had any achievements. Therefore, Zhao Kongming had at least 10,000 Emperor crystals on him, maybe even 20 or 30,000 Emperor crystals. Although it was painful to spend 1,000 emperor crystals, it was worth it when he thought about how he could use it to please his beloved and gift it to his beloved's brother. Hearing that it was 1,000 emperor crystals, the others stopped bidding. The host of the Chamber of Commerce looked around and said in a clear voice, "If there is no higher bid, then this heavenly secret pill, I bid 1,500 emperor crystals." At this moment, Long Chen directly said in a clear voice. He slightly controlled his voice, making himself sound more mature. At a glance, one could tell that he was already a middle-aged person. Gah! Many people were dumbfounded when they heard that voice. Who is it? How dare he not give face to the Netherworld army? He really doesn't want to live anymore. How dare he interfere with what Lord Zhao wants? Who made that voice? Why haven't I heard of it before? The others looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, Zhao Kongming, Lu Guang of the Crimson Water Chamber of Commerce, and the City Lord of the Crimson Water City were sitting together. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. The City Lord of the Crimson Water City was already in a bad mood, so he slammed the table and said angrily, "Who is so insensible? Get the hell out here." His enraged voice reverberated throughout the auction house. When the crowd saw that the City Lord was enraged, their hearts trembled in fear. What? Isn't this an auction? Naturally, the highest bidder wins. Could it be that Your Excellency, the City Lord of Redwater City, has never participated in an auction before? Do you not even understand the most basic rules? Long Chen said unhurriedly. Because no one in the private room knew who he was. But judging from his tone, he should be a strong cultivator. He didn't put the Lord of the Redwater City in his eyes and dared to come alone. How could he not have some strength? Moreover, he could easily throw out more than 1,000 imperial crystals. He was at least in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm or above. The City Lord of Redwater City did not care about that. He was the boss here. When he was about to fly into a rage, Zhao Kongming, who was next to him, pulled him back and said, "Brother Qian, he's right. The highest bidder wins the auction. This brother has a lot of money. He bid 1,500 imperial crystals. He's determined to get this celestial secret pellet. 1,500 imperial crystals is more than the normal price of a celestial secret pellet. I don't want to bid any more. According to the rules, he should get the celestial secret pellet." Zhao Kongming was the person involved. The City Lord of Redwater City was his distinguished guest. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kongming didn't give him any face. He was furious. "Don't let me know who you are. You'd better be careful." The City Lord sneered and sat down. He said to Zhao Kongming, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry to have disturbed your mood. It's no big deal. It's just a celestial secret pellet. I just wanted to get it. I've gained a lot from coming to the Redwater City and making friends with you." Zhao Kongming said with a smile. Zhao Kongming didn't want to bid any more. Hence, the president of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce, Lu Guang, gave the auctioneer a look. The auctioneer nodded and sealed the deal. Soon, someone brought the celestial secret pellet to Long Chen. The person who had brought the celestial secret pellet was the president of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce, Lu Guang. Long Chen placed 1,500 imperial crystals on the table and pushed it towards the other party. Lu Guang couldn't see Long Chen's appearance through the veil. However, there was an unfamiliar aura on Long Chen's body. Furthermore, it was clear that Long Chen wasn't very strong. He might even be weaker than Lu Guang. "May I know your name? Are you from the Redwater City?" Lu Guang probed as he handed the celestial secret pellet to Long Chen. "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't ask what you shouldn't." Long Chen took the celestial secret pellet. After confirming that it was genuine, he walked past Lu Guang and headed out of the auction house. In the dark, Zhao Kongming said, "Brother Qian, I'll take my leave for a while. See you another day. The leader of the Redwater City revealed a look of understanding. He knew that Zhao Kongming was tracking Long Chen. Long Chen had successfully angered him, so Zhao Kongming had given up on increasing the price. His choice was to kill Long Chen and take his celestial secret pellet. Moreover, it seemed that Long Chen had quite a bit of wealth on him. With Zhao Kongming's strength, he easily followed Long Chen out of the Redwater Chamber of Commerce without being discovered by others. However, Long Chen knew that Zhao Kongming wasn't the kind of person who would leave things at that, even though he was a member of the Netherworld Army. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. It shouldn't be safe for Xiong Jun to follow such a person. After I absorb the power of the celestial secret pellet and break through to the third level of the Heaven Martial Realm, I'll come back to the Redwater City and see if I can take Xiong Jun away. From what had happened today, Zhao Kongming's character was indeed not as good as what he had shown before. Long Chen walked out of the Redwater City unhurriedly. Zhao Kongming also secretly followed him out of the Redwater City. When he was about 500 meters away, Long Chen turned into a call and instantly used the blood escape. He turned into a blurry blood-red light and disappeared from Zhao Kongming's sight. Because of the obstruction of the call, Zhao Kongming couldn't see Long Chen leave. This place was a good place to silence him. Hence, Zhao Kongming suddenly sped up and rushed towards the colonel. When he arrived, he was immediately dumbfounded because there was no one here. Where did he go? Was he swallowed by a ghost? Zhao Kongming circled around several times but still didn't find Long Chen. Damn it! Zhao Kongming punched the ground and the ground trembled. How could this guy be so strange? If I had known earlier, I would have taken action earlier. I wouldn't have wasted a celestial secret pellet. Zhao Kongming had an indescribable grievance in his heart. But suddenly, he thought of something and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Even if I don't have the Heaven Secrets pill, my luck this time is too good. When I completely absorb the brand on this barbarian body, I can be considered to have half a barbarian body. At that time, I, Zhao Kongming, will also have the chance to enter the divine martial realm. At that time, I will also be able to lead over 1,000 soldiers. After saying that, Zhao Kongming chuckled. He then turned around and flew towards the Redwater City. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Redwater City. Long Chen didn't know about Zhao Kongming's last words. After he took the celestial secret pellet, he entered the gloomy forest. This forest was vast and boundless. The barbarian bear tribe was only a small part of it. Long Chen found a deserted place in the forest and stayed there. In this rugged forest, Long Chen finally found a big tree. This big tree had many years of history. There were all kinds of mosses growing on it. This big tree was hollow. On the trunk of the tree, 5 meters above the ground, there was a hole, which allowed Long Chen to get into this hollow tree hole. This blue big tree was harder than the steel houses in the ancient cemetery. Therefore, Long Chen didn't need to worry about too much safety. The inside of the tree hole was very dark. However, when Long Chen took out the celestial secret pellet, the entire tree hole lit up. The celestial secret pellet was pure white and emitted a faint fragrance. This celestial secret pellet is concocted by an alchemist at the peak of the Heaven Realm. With the understanding of the Heaven Realm towards the path of martial arts, it can actually be combined with elixirs to comprehend the first level of the martial path and let people advance in this way. It is truly miraculous. Thus, Long Chen realized the miraculousness of alchemists. Not only were alchemists miraculous, even the talisman masters were so powerful. Long Chen observed the celestial secret pellet for a while, then swallowed it. Under the refinement of his true origin, the celestial secret pellet was quickly refined by Long Chen. Long Chen also didn't understand the miraculousness of the celestial secret pellet. After the celestial secret pellet was refined, a miraculous power directly nourished Long Chen's body. In his mind, there seemed to be some kind of stimulation. After 2 days, Long Chen discovered that his martial spirit had already reached the 3rd level of the heaven realm. Of course, the true origin in his body still needed a period of time to be absorbed before it could completely reach the 3rd level of the heaven realm. However, Long Chen still had nearly 5,000 royal crystals. Royal crystals were a kind of thing that could quickly increase true origin. Although the effect wasn't as good as Long Chen's blood-refining qi, it still had a lot of effect. After consuming hundreds of royal crystals, Long Chen's true origin had also risen to the 3rd level of the heaven realm. His strength had become stronger. After the yin-yang sword spirit, dragon soul transformation and the 5 emperor dharma images, Long Chen could now firmly suppress the 6th level of the heaven realm. He could even fight against the 7th level of the heaven realm. The 7th level of the heaven realm was the threshold of the netherworld army. That Zhao Kongming was probably also in the 7th level of the heaven realm. However, for Long Chen, the biggest benefit was that he could start cultivating the Mortal Emperor technique. He had already cultivated the Mortal Emperor technique. He only lacked enough true origin to display it. After pondering for a while in the tree hole, Long Chen finally stood up. Chapter 877. After making up his mind, Long Chen headed for the Redwater City. Originally, he was going to the Netherworld Mansion directly. However, thinking of Xiong Jun, he was a little worried, so he went to the Redwater City again. Normally, Zhao Kongming should have left since he didn't get the Celestial Secrets pill. Long Chen returned to the Redwater City just to confirm his thoughts. If he was right, Zhao Kongming should be the most common netherworld soldier, whose strength should be in the 7th level of the heaven martial realm. Now that he was in the 3rd level of the heaven martial realm, he could barely deal with someone in the 7th level of the heaven martial realm. Of course, he could barely deal with him. It would probably be rather difficult to defeat him. Once again, Long Chen sneaked into Redwater City. This time, he neatly headed towards the inn where he had stayed before. Redwater City was not big, so it didn't take long for Long Chen to see it. He remembered that it was the room where Zhao Kongming had stayed. At this time, he sneaked over. With his soul-devouring demon eyes, he could easily see the situation inside. Sure enough, Zhao Kongming hadn't left, and Xiong Jun was also here. Zhao Kongming had once said that he would immediately leave Redwater City after obtaining the Heaven Secrets pill. Why was he still here? There was definitely something fishy about this. Moreover, Long Chen could feel that Xiong Jun's spirit seemed to be a little dispirited, as if he was on the verge of death. Long Chen's heart immediately became vigilant. It's really bad for Xiong Jun motherfucker, fuck, if so, not only would Long Chen save Xiong Jun, but he would also kill Zhao Kongming. Otherwise, if Zhao Kongming knew that Xiong Jun was in the barbaric bear tribe, it would be a disaster for both Xiong Jun and the barbaric bear tribe if he didn't kill Zhao Kongming. Thinking of this, there was no way back. Long Chen had some fate with Xiong Jun. Therefore, without saying anything, Long Chen rushed into the room. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen directly rushed into the room and saw the scene inside. This scene was similar to what Feng Xian did to Huang Fuqi. In a wooden barrel with a diameter of about 2 meters, it was full of dark green liquid, in which various kinds of herbs were floating. A pungent smell came out, but only Zhao Kongming was confined in this small room. In this wooden barrel, there were 2 people with their eyes closed. They were Xiong Jun and Zhao Kongming. At this time, Xiong Jun looked dispirited as he sat with his eyes closed. His originally dark complexion had become extremely pale, as if he would lose consciousness at any time. So that's how it is. He's using a method to forcefully seize an innate body. This method doesn't work on a peak innate body. If he doesn't use this puny innate body, he'll still be able to obtain some of its essence. Of course, The price is the death of this brat called Xiong of course, the price is the death of this kid called Xiong Kitten cursed and his tone was extremely unhappy. At this time, Long Chen didn't care what the other party did. After he rushed in, he directly punched the huge wooden barrel. With a loud explosion, water splashed everywhere and the entire barrel exploded. Long Chen controlled his strength very well. When the barrel exploded, he instantly grabbed Xiong and put him in the Taishu realm. The potions fell one after another and bounced on Long Chen's body. Because he was focused on absorbing the things on Xiong body, Zhao Kongming didn't notice the existence of Long Chen. Xiong was already taken away. "It's you." At that moment, Zhao Kongming looked at Long Chen in surprise. He vaguely remembered that Long Chen and Xiong were in the same group. However, Long Chen, who was merely in the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm, dared to ruin his plan. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, then let Xiong out. Otherwise..." Zhao Kongming knew that this matter couldn't be made public, so he threatened Long Chen. He only got a little benefit from Xiong body. How could he be willing to be taken away by Long Chen just like that? "Zhao Kongming, I'll wait for you outside the Redwater City. Follow me if you dare." Long Chen indifferently glanced at him, then turned around and left. Yes. Zhao Kongming was a bit sluggish. What was Long Chen playing at? What qualification did he have to say such words to the dignified army of the Netherworld? "Right, I forgot to tell you that I bought the celestial secret pill." At the door, Long Chen turned his head and said. Then, he instantly turned into a blood-red light and disappeared in front of Zhao Kongming. In the Redwater City, if he made a big scene, it wouldn't do Zhao Kongming any good. Long Chen's last words successfully attracted Zhao Kongming's attention. "So it's you." Zhao Kongming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood that this kid, who had been ignored by him, seemed to be a person with a lot of ability. "You dare to ruin my plan. No matter how capable you are, I can tear you into pieces." With a gloomy smile, Zhao Kongming chased after the place where Long Chen disappeared. Since Long Chen had arranged a fight, he wouldn't go anywhere. On the way, Long Chen hurriedly asked Kitten about Xiong situation. What else can he do? His life is not in danger, but his potential has been taken away by the opponent by a third. His future achievements will be greatly reduced. Whether he can reach the divine martial realm is a problem. As for his current weak state, he can only completely recover after a period of recuperation. Long Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. Xiong was originally a young man full of dreams. He worshipped Zhao Kongming as his master with passion and sincerity. He didn't expect to be harmed by him and suffer such a big blow. Seeing his pale face, Long Chen's heart surged with anger. It seems that the plots and intrigues, killings and fierce battles in the three emperor domains are much more intense than in the myriad kingdoms domain. Long Chen finally understood. Only by killing could he ensure that he could live well. People could only rely on themselves. Interlude: if you like this book, please support the original. Madmen are waiting for you. If you are not a paying reader and are financially strapped, but you really like this book, please come to Baidu Dragon Blood War God Post. I am also here. The brothers of the Dragon Tribe are waiting for you in the post bar. No matter where you are, come to the post bar to read the book. Coming out of Redwater City, Long Chen continued to move in the original direction. He felt that Zhao Kongming had caught up. After all, he had only used the blood escape for a while. In front of him was the Redwater River that flowed through Redwater City. Along this Redwater River, Long Chen kept going upstream. Soon, the shadow of Redwater City disappeared behind him. There was no one around, and it was a dark and gloomy wilderness. When Long Chen realized that the other party had caught up with him, he turned around. This Zhao Kongming must die. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Long Chen to dispel the hatred in his heart. Moreover, if he didn't kill him, perhaps the savage bear tribe would suffer. However, as a member of the Netherworld Soldier, Long Chen didn't know how strong Zhao Kongming was. "What's your name?" Zhao Kongming walked over and looked at Long Chen with a smile. When he was more than 10 meters away from Long Chen, he stopped and looked at Long Chen with great interest. What's the point of asking this? Long Chen knew that the opponent was determined to kill him. After a cold snort, he quickly started his dragon soul transformation and rushed towards the opponent. He was like that, a person who would kill if he wanted to. At the third level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he could already start using Hell Destroys the Troops and the Human Emperor technique. In the process of rushing forward, blood-red armor completely covered his body, revealing the ferocious side of the King of Massacre. At the same time, a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. The boxing gloves on his right hand were golden and emitted a scorching light. A scorching chi was released. The boxing gloves on his left hand were pitch black and emitted a terrifyingly cold chi. On Long Chen's hands, there seemed to be two small domains. One of them was golden and the other was black. They were about half a meter in diameter. That was the power of Hell Destroys the Troops. The Five Emperor Transcendence. In the end, Long Chen used the power of the Five Emperors' inheritance. In the Five Emperors' mysterious realm, the Five Emperors had left him 4 things. Long Chen was going to use 3 of them. The battles in the 3 imperial regions were too intense. Long Chen thought he would need a long time before he could use these life-saving treasures. If he didn't have the treasures of the 5 emperors, Long Chen would at most have the battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. He wouldn't even be able to defeat Xiong Jun. From this, it could be seen how correct his idea of doing everything he could to obtain the treasures of the 5 emperors was. What kind of glove is this? It's God tier. When Long Chen took out the Hell Destroys the Troops, Zhao Kongming's eyes popped out. At that moment, the powerful qi that was bursting out of Long Chen's body was infinitely close to Zhao Kongming's. To Zhao Kongming, that was simply unimaginable. Of course, what attracted Zhao Kongming the most was Long Chen's god-tier weapon, Hell Destroys the Troops. Originally, he just wanted to take the bear army back and kill Long Chen, that troublesome guy. Who would have thought that Zhao Kongming would run into such a good thing? Thank you so much for giving me such good luck. First, the barbaric body, then this god-tier glove. I, Zhao Kongming, am going to soar into the sky. Kid, since you've been so good to me, I'll let you die a quick death. Zhao Kongming had always been a patient person. He had been in the Netherworld Army for a very long time. He had always been a low-ranking person. At that moment, the opportunity to turn things around was finally in front of him. That made him, who was originally calm, have no choice but to go crazy. How many people wouldn't go crazy when facing a god-tier weapon, especially when it was in the hands of a young man who could kill them easily? If the Lord of the Scarlet Water City came, he would probably have the same reaction. The other party's emotions were all within Long Chen's grasp. You're courting death. Long Chen sneered. At that moment, his strength had risen to a peak. In terms of true origin, it was comparable to the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. In addition to the Yin-Yang Sword Spirit and the Hell Destroys the Troops, he might really be able to fight against Zhao Kongming. Chapter 878. With his astonishing talent, he had already successfully displayed the Tyrant Dragon Fist in the past few days. A scorching golden Tyrant Dragon Fist suddenly burst out from the glove on his right hand, and in an instant, it rushed in front of Zhao Kongming. What a powerful force! Zhao Kongming was shocked and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the Netherworld armor appeared on his body, wrapping him tightly. This Netherworld armor could greatly increase his defense, and even increase his attack power. 9 Serenity's demonic finger. In the process of retreating, a black vortex suddenly appeared on Zhao Kongming's fingertips. Then, with a loud bang, 9 finger energies erupted from within the black vortex at the same time, blocking Long Chen's violent dragon fist in a continuous manner. Why does this fist technique feel so familiar? Is it actually the ultimate technique of the Scarlet Water City Lord? But why does it feel different? It seems to be even more powerful. It's all because of the glove. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongming coveted the Hell King Destroyer even more. Such a good thing in the hands of this kid is simply a waste. Break. The 9 Serenity's demonic finger was a high-level Emperor battle technique. It was the first finger technique he had obtained after joining the Netherworld army. It was known for its sharpness and penetrative power. Zhao Kongming had practiced it for a few years before he could train it to the peak level. At this moment, his finger burst out, forming a black force, colliding with Long Chen's Tyrant Dragon Fist. Every stream of energy could give the Tyrant Dragon Fist a huge impact. You want to break the Tyrant Dragon Fist with this? A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He continued to rush forward, waving his other arm and punching out. Another Tyrant Dragon Fist of the same size was sent out, but this time, the Tyrant Dragon Fist was pitch black, emitting a chilling aura. Yin and Yang countered each other. The 2 Tyrant Dragon Fists collided with each other, erupting a powerful destructive force, directly sweeping towards Zhao Kongming. Immediately, the gloomy sand danced in front of Long Chen's eyes. Boom! With a loud explosion, Zhao Kongming was directly blown away. The fusion and explosion of the 2 Tyrant Dragon Fists was no longer as simple as 1 + 1. Interesting. After staggering on the ground and retreating several dozen meters, what made Long Chen a bit shocked was that Zhao Kongming actually relied on some netherworld armor to dispel all of the power. But even so, Zhao Kongming was still in a very difficult situation. After all, he lost to Long Chen, a little guy who seemed to only be in the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm at the beginning. With his strength, what was it that he could explode with such nature-defying battle power? With his strength, how could he explode with such overwhelming battle power? In the first battle, Long Chen had actually taken the initiative. To Zhao Kongming, this was simply a joke. Something like King Hades destroys the armies naturally had to be dealt with quickly. Therefore, in a short moment, Zhao Kongming used his trump card. At the stage of the Heaven Realm, the most effective method to deal with a warrior of a lower level was naturally domain. With his 7th domain, he could create an absolute suppressive force on Long Chen. At that time, Zhao Kongming madly laughed and rushed over. The enormous power of the domain unfolded. Under his domain, Zhao Kongming was the king. He could use the sovereign spiritual qi in the domain and mix it into his attacks. He used True Origin to move the sovereign spiritual qi in the domain, making his attacks even more powerful. At the same time, the power of the domain could also create an absolute suppression on Long Chen. Boom, boom, boom. After Zhao Kongming unfolded his domain, suddenly, a destructive force, like a mountain, pressed on Long Chen's body. It was not a direct suppression, but it came from all directions. It seems that Zhao Kongming is about to break through the 8th Heaven Realm. Long Chen was deeply aware that Zhao Kongming was absolutely powerful. If he was in the 8th Heaven Realm, Long Chen would definitely not be a match for him, just like when he faced the 6 monsters before. However, Zhao Kongming was not in the 8th Heaven Realm yet. Long Chen was already a lot stronger than when he first came to the 3 great imperial domains. Devouring World of Blood. At this time, Long Chen did not care so much. The only thing he could do was to fight to the death. Fat cat, I can cast illusions. Can you help me? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Don't overestimate me. I haven't absorbed the Emperor Crystal yet. He is much stronger than Qian Canglong. With my strength, how can I fool him? Kitten said helplessly. Since Kitten could not do it, Long Chen could only rely on himself. Zhao Kongming saw hope in front of him after suppressing Long Chen with his domain. What is this? The devouring world made him feel that it was mystical, but the current devouring world was made by Long Chen using the true essence of the fifth level of the heaven realm. Giving it to a strong expert like his opponent, it was actually not very useful. The comprehension of the yin and yang sword spirits toward swordsmanship could make Long Chen have 10 times the attack power, but it could not make Long Chen's devouring world rise to a higher level. However, the divine powers of the ancestral dragon would not be so simple. Long Chen could keenly feel that the divine powers that Long Chen had mastered were definitely not the end. Long Chen gritted his teeth and stood up in the middle of his opponent's domain. The spiritual ether in his body surged as he roared and rushed toward his opponent. Under the endless pressure, he displayed the human emperor technique in a moment of hot-headedness. Zhao Kongming wanted to kill Long Chen quickly. You're actually able to resist in my domain. Not bad. After gaining the upper hand, he revealed a knowing smile. Zhao Kongming smiled while caressing the netherworld armor on his body. With you, I, Zhao Kongming, do not have to worry about being injured at all. With a wild laugh, the dark green runes on the netherworld armor lit up. An enormous power surged from the runes and then integrated into Zhao Kongming's body. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen frowned when he sensed the surging power from his body. A god-level battle skill. Based on the situation, it was not far from the truth. Even the weakest member of the Netherworld army could obtain a god-level battle skill. You're quite lucky to be able to witness the most famous battle skill of my Nether army, the Death God Heart Sutra. 80% of the Nether army knows how to use the Death God Heart Sutra. Over the countless years, the number of people who have died to the Death God Heart Sutra is innumerable. You're merely the smallest of them all. Die. Without mercy, an ice-cold murderous aura erupted from his body. The sweeping murderous aura seemed to be condensed from the souls of the dead. At this moment, a burst of cries came from beside Zhao Kongming. The soaring resentment gathered together and formed an intense fiendish aura that enveloped Long Chen. A hair-raising feeling assaulted him. Who? A gust of cold wind swept past. Zhao Kongming, who was in the darkness, rushed over like a god of death. At this moment, he suddenly clawed at Long Chen's neck. Long Chen's world instantly darkened. The only thing left was the claw filled with murderous aura and the domain that was suppressing his body. Although Zhao Kongming and Qian Canglong were only one realm apart, the gap between them was not small. Long Chen could deal with Qian Canglong easily with the help of Kitten. However, it was not possible in front of Zhao Kongming. This claw should be a move from the godly murderous Heart Sutra. Claw slaughter. A clear and cold voice seemed to ring in Long Chen's ears. The godly murderous Heart Sutra is nothing compared to the murderous aura of my ancient blood spiritual dragon. Under this huge pressure, not only was Long Chen not afraid, but he also laughed wildly. What's wrong with this kid? One had to know that the most important thing about the slaughtering God Heart Sutra was its imposing manner, using killing intent to scare people. Relying on the killing intent he had accumulated over the years, Zhao Kongming knew that the killing intent on his body could definitely scare an ordinary opponent to the point of pissing their pants, and then be casually killed by him. However, Long Chen seemed to not be affected by this killing intent at all. That was because in terms of murderous aura, Long Chen was the real king. With a wild laugh, all of Long Chen's strength gathered on the golden fist on his right. He operated the human emperor technique. Suddenly, the dragon soul spiritual chi in his body was transferred to the human emperor spiritual chi. The aura of a king that belonged to an emperor that looked down on the world and swept across the 4 seas suddenly erupted from Long Chen's body. The aura that suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body seemed to be the nemesis of Zhao Kongming. When the murderous aura encountered this aura that belonged to the human emperor, they were all defeated. The human emperor was the strongest expert in the history of the myriad kingdoms domain. He was the master of the 5 emperors. His cultivation method gathered his understanding of the emperor's way. It had an arrogant aura that looked down on all living beings and was difficult to find an opponent. Ordinary primary divine level cultivation methods could not compare to the human emperor technique that Long Chen currently possessed. Human emperor technique, Sovereign's Descent. With a roar, the aura that Long Chen was brewing reached the critical point in an instant. Then, it suddenly burst out. A golden fist suddenly shot out. In front of his opponent, Zhao Kongming only saw Long Chen standing above all living beings. Behind him, there seemed to be countless figures worshipping him. Long Chen moved forward with indomitable will. The aura of the world's number 1 absolutely suppressed his godly killer heart sutra. This is also a divine level cultivation method. After a short period of judgment, Zhao Kongming could absolutely confirm. Die. Even if the opponent used a divine level cultivation method, the opponent did not have anything to do with him. Moreover, Zhao Kongming had absolutely suppressed Long Chen's domain. The power of the domain and the power of the godly killer heart sutra merged together. That claw and Long Chen's fist collided. This was the most intense battle that Long Chen had ever experienced. The human emperor technique actually made him feel that the strength of his whole body had been exhausted. The opponent's use of the domain was really too strong. The domain was the power of the sky martial arts realm. Chapter 879. With a loud explosion, both Long Chen and Kitten were directly sent flying. After a dull sound, the two of them retreated more than a dozen steps, each of them creating a deep pit in the ground. If they were still in the myriad kingdoms domain, with their current tremendous strength, it wouldn't be as simple as creating a deep pit. The entire land would probably be directly destroyed. This battle turned out to be an even match. This is bad. For Long Chen, this was not a good thing. After all, in terms of quintessential essence, he was much weaker than his opponent. This Sovereign's Descent had directly consumed almost all of his quintessential essence. Moreover, his opponent still had a trump card. Long Chen stabilized his footsteps and frowned slightly. 10 breaths hadn't passed yet, but he couldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this time, he directly used time reversal, returning his strength to the time before he used the human emperor technique. Time reversal was a kind of rule. Under the power of the ancestral dragon's rule power, a large amount of spiritual essence appeared out of thin air in Long Chen's body. In fact, Long Chen had a strange idea, and that was whether he could use the blood sacrifice. The success of the blood sacrifice required about 3 to 4 breaths of time. In the remaining 6 breaths, Long Chen could at least use an attack, and it would be an attack that was strengthened after the blood sacrifice. At that time, regardless of whether he could hurt his opponent or not, he could use time reversal to return his body to 10 breaths of time. This way, he wouldn't have to suffer the punishment of his martial soul being injured and his strength regressing. Long Chen had asked Kitten this question, and Kitten said this: "In your dreams. Breaking the rules is impossible. The ancestral dragons control the rules, but of course, the ancestral dragons are also limited by a higher level of rules. In this endless universe, the power of the ancestral dragons also has a peak. For example, the blood sacrifice of the primordial spiritual dragon is a very heaven-defying move. The more powerful it is, the more heaven-defying it is. If there is no damage after using it, then the true strength of the primordial spiritual dragon will far exceed that of the other ancestral dragons. Therefore, the heavens and the earth will limit the primordial spiritual dragon, and that is, it can't perform the blood sacrifice at will. This is the rule of the heavens and earth. No living creature can break this rule, even if it is another ancestral dragon, the eternal dragon of time, the Void Dragon. If you use this method, under time reversal, you can recover everything, but the Void Dragon can't break the rules of the heavens and earth. You will still have your strength regressing. The heavens and the earth. Long Chen seemed to understand a little. The heavens and the earth, or the universe, were like an endless cage. Everyone, even the ancestral dragons, were in this cage. In that case, the ancestral dragons are only a group favored by the master of the cage. Of course, this was only a comprehension of Long Chen. He was still very, very far away from that level. When Long Chen could come into contact with that level, he might already be close to the peak. At this moment, with the power of time reversal, Long Chen's pure qi returned to a level that was close to perfection. Hua. Stabilizing his body, Long Chen felt the huge murderous intent of the opponent again. The Godly Killer Heart Sutra attacked Long Chen again. Raising his head, he saw Zhao Kongming's figure flying towards him. Actually, Zhao Kongming was even more shocked. He had never thought that such a young man could actually break his God-tier battle skill. It was really heaven-defying. What is his strength? Is he in the 3rd or 7th level of the heaven realm? Regarding this, Zhao Kongming found that he could not figure it out. I'll know if he's in the 3rd or 7th level of the heaven realm. If he's in the 3rd level, his pure qi will probably be exhausted. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongming clenched his teeth again and used the Godly Killer Heart Sutra again. Claw Slaughter. The claw that could tear the sky and split the earth once again attacked Long Chen. Emperor's Method, Sovereign's Descent. He threw a punch. This time, Long Chen used his left fist. With the monstrous power of the fist, there was a cold aura. The black fist mark, like the Emperor of the world, suddenly rushed towards Zhao Kongming. This time, it was Long Chen's pure qi that was used up again. However, with the first display, the display this time was a lot more mature. After a round of battle, even Zhao Kongming was forced to retreat. Zhao Kongming's body spun a few times in the air, then slowly landed on the ground. After using the God-level battle skill, the pure qi in Long Chen's body was almost exhausted. Zhao Kongming was the same. He never thought that the battle would be so difficult. That Long Chen was really an expert of the same level as him. Both of them were almost exhausted. At that moment, they stood where they were, breathing heavily as they looked at each other, breathing heavily. This guy's strength is the same as mine. Long Chen knew that if he had no other ability, he would continue to waste time with Zhao Kongming today. At that time, if other experts came, it would be like the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and the clam fight. After using 2 attacks in a row, Long Chen had a feeling of collapse. His whole body was weak, but the feeling of fighting at the critical moment of death made his blood boil. That weak body actually glowed with a strong fighting spirit again. In front of his eyes, the world gradually became a world of blood. Die. Looking at Zhao Kongming, a roar similar to a dragon's roar burst out from Long Chen's mouth. The previous battle had caused his scalp to go numb. It was rare for him to meet such an evenly matched opponent. This had squeezed out all of Long Chen's potential. At this moment, every muscle and bone in his body had the shadow of a blood-red dragon emerging. Fuck, today, either you die or I, Zhao Kongming, die. Zhao Kongming knew that if this continued, it would only be a stalemate. However, in front of such a huge temptation, he also chose to risk his life. Both of them had almost exhausted their pure qi. After fighting for a while, they separated even more exhausted. However, in Long Chen's eyes, the blood-red fighting spirit still didn't reduce. The battle with Zhao Kongming had made Long Chen's understanding of the sky martial arts realm increase a lot. Obviously, the Heaven Secrets pill can't be used for a long time. Moreover, a high-quality Heaven Secrets pill is estimated to cost hundreds of thousands of imperial crystals. It's impossible to get it. If I practice the Heaven Martial Arts Fist manual step by step, I'm afraid I'll need at least 30 years to reach the God Martial Arts realm. No, 30 years, I can't wait for such a long time, I want to become stronger. That soaring roar burst out from Long Chen's body. The world in front of him had completely turned blood-red. In the process of fighting with Zhao Kongming, Long Chen suddenly discovered that in his sea of consciousness, the mysterious dragon jade that was between his martial spirit and the ancestral dragon's blood essence unexpectedly moved again. In the place where the eyes of the dragon-shaped jade pendant should be, it actually seemed to have eyes. They lit up, but only for a short moment. Long Chen felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. Even the drop of ancestral dragon essence blood was trembling. After a while, it finally calmed down. However, that throbbing almost gave Long Chen an opportunity to be hit by Zhao Kongming. What's going on? After the mysterious dragon jade's eyes closed, the gray ball in his great virtual realm, the Zhenwu Imperial Soul, unexpectedly moved. This gray ball was unexpectedly not under Long Chen's control. It flew out of the great virtual realm and a huge force directly shook Zhao Kongming away. The gray ball floated in front of Long Chen and then flew towards Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen felt that his whole body couldn't move, even Zhao Kongming couldn't get close to him. What is this thing? Zhao Kongming was dumbfounded. With such a powerful force, it must be an extraordinary treasure. In fact, Long Chen actually didn't know what was going on. He couldn't move and could only stare blankly at the Zhenwu Imperial Soul. Just like the Void Dragon Talisman, this Zhenwu Imperial Soul actually merged with Long Chen's eyebrows while he couldn't resist. After it completely merged, Long Chen felt as if there was an extra eye between his eyebrows. This gray ball actually turned into a gray eyeball between Long Chen's eyebrows. This eyeball actually connected with Long Chen's tendons, bones, and blood vessels, becoming a part of Long Chen's body. Moreover, Long Chen even discovered that this gray eyeball seemed to be able to communicate with his martial spirit, as if there was an invisible line connecting this gray eyeball with his martial spirit. When Long Chen didn't activate this gray eyeball between his eyebrows, there was only a gray vertical line between his eyebrows, but when he opened this eye, the vertical line seemed to split open, and a subtle gray light flickered from it, as if there was a black figure living in it. It looked as if there was really an eye between Long Chen's eyebrows. After the complete integration, Long Chen felt his own changes. Through this eye, he seemed to see the whole world become clear, and he could directly see many subtle things that couldn't be seen. Most importantly, Zhao Kongming, who was rushing towards him, became slower and slower, so slow that Long Chen could see his every move, and even see through his opponent's body, and see every trace of genuine essence flow. How could this be? What is the use of this Zhenwu Imperial Soul? Long Chen was puzzled. At this time, the opponent had already caught up, and Long Chen was forced to fight with him through a short period of recovery. Soon, he understood the nature-defying effect of this Zhenwu Imperial Soul. When fighting with the opponent, he could analyze every movement of the opponent, every flow of genuine essence, and comprehend it, as if he was practicing the Tianwu fist art. It seemed that he had a master, and through fighting with him, he was teaching Long Chen the cultivation of the sky martial arts realm. In the process of fighting with the opponent, Long Chen actually had a feeling of quickly practicing the Tianwu fist art. He smiled. Chapter 880. The true martial emperor's soul was the most mysterious item among the treasures of the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors had accidentally obtained it when they were in the true martial imperial domain. The 6 demon clans had been guarding the primordial cemetery for so many years just to obtain the true martial emperor's soul. It was said that the Zhenwu Imperial Soul was the most powerful existence in the Zhenwu Imperial Palace. It was related to the Zhenwu Great Emperor, one of the three rulers of the three imperial domains. After arriving at the three sovereign domains, Long Chen finally understood how terrifying an sovereign domain was. Long Chen couldn't even leave the Eastern Royal Domain's netherworld mansion, let alone the core of the entire sovereign domain, the true martial emperor palace. That Zhenwu Great Emperor had definitely lived for tens of thousands of years. He was the kind of super expert who had traveled the world and was famous for hundreds of generations. He was a dominating figure who could destroy billions of lives with a wave of his hand. In the past, Long Chen didn't believe that the Zhenwu imperial soul was related to the Zhenwu Great Emperor. Now, he believed it. With the Zhenwu imperial soul, Long Chen's martial spirit could feel everything the Zhenwu imperial soul saw. It felt like Long Chen was copying his opponent's comprehension of martial principle. With that, Long Chen's speed of advancement could be described with one word: 1,000 miles in a day. If he cultivated normally, he would probably need nearly a year's time to reach the fourth level of the heaven realm. But now, perhaps very soon, he would be able to grasp a way to break through to the fourth level of the heaven realm from his battle with Zhao Kongming. With the Zhenwu imperial soul, my cultivation speed in the heaven martial realm or even the divine martial realm will definitely surpass the top geniuses in the imperial domain. Brothers, you've helped me a lot. Of course, ordinary people might not be able to use the genuine martial imperial soul after obtaining it. Long Chen was able to use it because of the mysterious dragon Jade. Otherwise, with his strength of the third heaven martial realm, he wouldn't have been able to use the genuine martial imperial soul. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the martial emperor's soul was heaven-defying. After absorbing 1% of the ancestral dragon essence blood, Long Chen's cultivation speed was probably comparable to the top geniuses in the Eastern Royal Domain. Now, Long Chen was destined to be like a rocket. His cultivation speed was going to catch up with many people in just a few years. Pursuing Lingxi was no longer a dream. After coming to the three great emperor domains and seeing all the experts, Long Chen was a little discouraged about meeting Lingxi. The three great emperor domains were too vast and there were too many experts. He was just a tiny existence. It would be extremely difficult for him to become a supreme expert and obtain Lingxi. Even if he was an ancestral dragon martial artist, he would need decades or even centuries. In the imperial region, without a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, how could one become a supreme expert? Long Chen wasn't satisfied with his speed, but he wasn't satisfied. Therefore, the appearance of the true martial monarch's soul was a great help to him. This determined that the path Long Chen would take in the future was no longer cultivation, but fighting. Cultivating the heavenly martial fist art could no longer help him improve his strength. He only needed to fight. Through endless battles, he could seize and copy other people's cultivation fruits to improve his strength rapidly. I didn't expect that from today onwards, I will become a fighting machine. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Since you want to fight, let's fight. I, Long Chen, am not afraid of anyone. Wherever there is a battle, there will be me. The arrival of the true martial monarch's soul had completely aroused his blood. At this moment, his blood seemed to be boiling. The true martial monarch's soul was like an eye. The world Long Chen saw was completely different. The true martial monarch's soul made Long Chen ignore everything else and see only one thing: the martial path. Long Chen didn't know what was above the three great martial realms, but the three great martial realms completely depended on the comprehension of the martial path. At least, Long Chen didn't have to worry about cultivating in the sky martial realm and the divine martial realm. As long as he persisted in the endless battles, he would become stronger and stronger. Zhao Kongming was a little shocked and he saw Long Chen's blood boiling. From the change just now, Long Chen seemed to have become a different person. What was that thing that just melted into your eyebrows? Zhao Kongming asked while attacking Long Chen crazily. Because their spiritual energy was almost exhausted, they could only use all kinds of punches and kicks to attack. Both of their bodies were very strong, so the battle was very exciting. You will know when you see it. Long Chen smiled faintly and said in a very indifferent tone. The coldness in his eyes and the indifferent smile on his face formed a strong contrast, which made Zhao Kongming a little confused. What the hell happened to this guy? Zhao Kongming wanted to retreat, but when he thought of the Emperor of Hell destroys the army in his opponent's hands, he didn't want to give up at all. Die. A 9 Serenity's demonic finger stabbed towards Long Chen. Zhao Kongming was a martial artist in the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. Regarding the comprehension of the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, he had already found a stage that he was extremely familiar with over a dozen years ago. To Long Chen, that was a huge tonic. He absorbed it as if he was hungry and thirsty, and in such extreme battles, his progress was extremely quick. After a while, Long Chen smiled. In the transformation of the true martial emperor spirit, this first use, Long Chen gained a lot of benefits. From Zhao Kongming, he successfully found the understanding of the 4th level of the Sky Martial Realm. The true martial emperor spirit was peeled off and directly transmitted to the martial soul. At that moment, in his sea of consciousness, Long Chen's martial spirit was undergoing a huge change. His originally pure white martial spirit became redder and redder. From the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm to the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, it became even redder. This meant that Long Chen's martial soul had advanced another level. Old devil, I won't accompany you anymore. Long Chen smiled and then suddenly retreated. In his hand, many imperial crystals appeared. While running away, Long Chen absorbed the power of the imperial crystals. When he filled the gap in his body, his strength would soar again and reach the 4th level of the Sky Martial Realm. Want to run? Zhao Kongming thought that Long Chen was afraid, so he quickly chased after Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was absorbing the power of the imperial crystals, he was worried that Long Chen's true origin would recover, so he also took out imperial crystals. As the two of them chased, they recovered their strength. Time gradually passed. Long Chen followed Zhao Kongming and kept running in circles in the forest. After half a day, Long Chen spent a large amount of imperial crystals to completely raise his true qi to the 4th level of the Tian qi layer. Because the nature of his true qi was too high, every time he raised it, he needed to spend a large amount of imperial crystals. When other people reached the 4th level of the Tian qi layer, 100 imperial crystals would be enough, but Long Chen used no less than 1,000 imperial crystals. That was equivalent to the price of a heaven fate pill. When Long Chen's strength was almost restored, Zhao Kongming, who was chasing him, also recovered his strength. When his true origin was completely restored, his confidence also swelled to the extreme. Stop! At that moment, Zhao Kongming's speed was raised to the extreme, and he instantly caught up to Long Chen. With the domain of the 7th level of the Sky Martial Realm, he suppressed Long Chen, making Long Chen unable to move. After chasing for so long, it's enough. Boy, die. After chasing Long Chen for so long, Zhao Kongming's patience was already gone. When his strength recovered, he immediately spread out his domain and trapped Long Chen. At the same time, the Godly Slaughtering Heart Sutra was displayed again. The godly skill immediately exploded with power that soared to the sky. That still trembling bloodlust, in a flash, enveloped Long Chen. In Zhao Kongming's eyes, at that moment, Long Chen seemed to be completely suppressed by him. But what he couldn't see was that Long Chen, who had his back to him, had a smile on his face. The 4th level of the Sky Martial Realm, in addition to all sorts of amplifications, at that moment, Long Chen's strength could even fight against the 8th level of the Sky Martial Realm. In his palm, the Emperor technique started condensing again, but this time, its power was much stronger than before. Even the space around him could be seen trembling again and again. Roar! When the Godly Slaughtering Heart Sutra neared Long Chen suddenly made an explosive roar. At that instant, in an extremely short time, he turned around and a golden fist in his hand shot towards Zhao Kongming. What? Zhao Kongming felt a power that made him suffocate. In an instant, it arrived in front of him. In front of him, the feeling that the current Long Chen gave him was like an emperor that looked down on all living things, and he, Zhao Kongming, in front of him, was like an incomparably petty creature. Although he was crazily attacking, that kind of attack, to him, was simply ridiculously weak. Emperor technique, sovereign's descent. With that punch, Long Chen was like an emperor that had descended, worshipped by all living things. With that punch, the godly slaughtering heart sutra was directly destroyed by him. The surging power directly bombarded Zhao Kongming's body. That surging power directly shattered Zhao Kongming's meridians. In an instant, Zhao Kongming was directly killed. His eyes were originally wide open, but very quickly, they lost their light. Perhaps, before he died, he didn't know why Long Chen's strength had suddenly soared. If his strength was really that strong, why didn't he kill him at the beginning? Until he died, he still didn't understand. With a bang, Zhao Kongming's body fell to the ground. Long Chen took off his ring and put it in his bosom. It's a pity that this netherworld battle armor was destroyed by me. Otherwise, it might have other uses. Long Chen sighed as he looked at the tattered netherworld battle armor on his body. Chapter 881. There were still many things in Zhao Kongming's ring, such as the 9 secret demonic finger. As for the killer god heart sutra, it did not appear. Long Chen guessed that it was because the underworld army was very strict with this kind of high-level combat skill, so it would not be easily spread out. As Long Chen's strength increased, the space in the great virtual realm became bigger and bigger. The things in Zhao Kongming's ring were simply nothing. After looting his property, Long Chen destroyed the corpse and completely cleaned it up. Otherwise, if someone found out that he had actually killed a member of the underworld army, it would definitely be a tragedy. The underworld army had a total of 90 million people. Zhao Kongming was only one of the weakest types. According to the 6 monster clan, there must be many existences in the divine martial realm in the underworld army. If Long Chen were to deal with them now, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. I hope Xiong Jun is fine. I have already helped him take revenge. Long Chen checked Xiong Jun in the great virtual realm. At this time, he was still in a coma. If I send him back to the barbarian bear tribe now, it will be hard for me to explain if Xiong Jun does not wake up. Let's wait until he wakes up. In Zhao Kongming's storage ring, there were a lot of elixirs and pills. Among them, Long Chen found a light blue pill that exuded vitality. It should be a pill that played an important role in healing. This should be the Xian Life Pill. It has the effect of healing. I see that Zhao Kongming has a lot of them. You can give them to Xiao Nian. Kitten said with a yawn. Okay. Long Chen nodded and let Xiong Jun take the Xian Life Pill. Then, he lifted his burly body and directly used True Qi to help him refine the pill. After about half a day and consuming 3 Xian Life Pills, Xiong Jun's complexion gradually improved and his consciousness gradually recovered. Of course, the things that were taken away from him could never be returned. Every youth had a dream for martial arts. For Xiong Jun, this was a very cruel reality. For now, his external injuries had temporarily recovered, but he still couldn't use martial arts for the time being. He needed to recuperate for a long time before his injuries could be completely healed. At this moment, Xiong Jun gradually opened his eyes. When he saw that the person in front of him was actually Long Chen, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Am I dead? Xiong Jun asked in a daze. I'll send you back to the barbarian bear tribe. We'll talk on the way. Long Chen carried the tall and burly youth on his shoulder. At first, he didn't say anything. Xiong Jun looked around and felt his body. He knew that he wasn't dead. Where's Zhao Kongming? Isn't he going to take away my savage body? Xiong Jun asked in a hoarse voice. Don't talk about him. I got you out of Redwater City. After you go back, you just need to rest and recover. Once you recover, you can still become an expert. Oh. Xiong Jun nodded. This matter was a huge blow to him. Although he had lost a lot, it had also allowed him to grow. Thank you. After being rescued from Redwater City, this was the third time that Long Chen had saved his life. He had a little doubt in his heart. With Long Chen's strength, how did he save him from Zhao Kongming's hands? Where was Zhao Kongming now? Along the way, Zhao Kongming's heart was full of questions. Long Chen had been to the barbarian bear tribe before. Soon, he arrived at the tribe in the valley. In this valley, there was a wide piece of land, rich in resources and very rich in emperor spiritual qi. It was a good place for cultivation. After arriving here, very vigilant people of the barbarian bear tribe rushed out. They stared at Long Chen with majestic spiritual qi. When they saw Xiong Jun on Long Chen's back, they were all stunned and asked, "Young Master Xiong Jun, what is this? Weren't you accepted as a disciple by the underworld army?" Xiong Jun said, "Let's talk about this later. Is my father in the tribe?" After hearing this, the warriors hesitated. It seemed that because Long Chen was here, there were some things that they couldn't say. At this time, Long Chen saw a familiar figure. It was the tall and beautiful Xiong Wan. She originally thought that she would never have a chance to see Long Chen again. At this time, when she saw Long Chen, she quickly trotted over. Her face was filled with excitement, but when she saw Xiong Jun's injuries, her expression turned into shock. "Jun, how did you? Let's go in and talk," Xiong Jun said. Under Xiong Wan's welcome, Long Chen and the others entered the barbarian bear tribe. The people of the barbarian bear tribe were generally tall and strong. Even the women were tall and attractive. When a stranger like Long Chen came in, he quickly attracted everyone's attention. In the past, Long Chen had saved many youths. Soon, the news that Long Chen had saved them spread out. The people of the barbarian bear tribe looked at Long Chen with a very kind gaze. On the way, Xiong Jun whispered to Xiong Wan about what had happened. After listening, Xiong Wan frowned and said to Long Chen, "Big brother Long Chen, I'll take you to rest first." In the barbarian bear tribe, Xiong Wan and Xiong Jun's positions were relatively high. Moreover, it seemed that there were only a few older men here. The barbarian bear tribe had about 3,000 people. In a house made of bricks, Long Chen and the two sisters sat down. After listening to Xiong Jun's story, Xiong Wan examined his injuries with concern. Her eyes were filled with heartache and heartache. "Sister, don't cry. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. I don't know if big brother Long Chen is injured or not. He saved me." Xiong Wan was kneeling in front of Long Chen. Long Chen had already reached the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. His cultivation was higher than hers. When he used his domain, Xiong Wan couldn't kneel anymore. "Big brother Long Chen, thank you very much. You're not injured, are you?" Looking at Long Chen's appearance, he was full of vigor and didn't seem to be injured. Long Chen smiled, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine." His gaze turned towards Xiong Jun and he said, "Rest well. Don't use force for now. I have 10 mysterious life pills here. They'll be good for your injuries." As he spoke, he handed the 10 faint green mysterious life pills into Xiong Jun's hands. Xian life pill. Isn't that a medicinal pill that only the underworld army can distribute? Why does big brother Long Chen have one as well? Other than the underworld army, you can't find Xian life pills anywhere else. Xiaofan said with some surprise. Could it be that you killed Zhao Kongming? The two of them guessed and blankly stared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't think too much. How could I kill someone at Zhao Kongming's level? Take these mysterious life pills. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." After sending Xiong back, Long Chen's mission was completed. Don't. Long Chen left as soon as he arrived. The two of them were a bit reluctant to part with him, but Long Chen had already made up his mind, so they could do nothing about it. Just as Long Chen stood up, a clamor suddenly rang out from outside. The three of them quickly walked out and saw that outside the barbarian bear tribe, there were currently a dozen or so large men with blood all over their bodies quickly running in from outside. They were howling, and judging from their clothing, they were people from the barbarian bear tribe. Warriors of the 5th level of the heaven realm and above, come out. A ferocious beast has appeared in the mine, and it's very difficult to deal with it. We need everyone's power. The men were covered with blood, and as soon as they came back, they shouted. After their shouts, many middle-aged men ran out from many stone houses. In fact, there was also a well-built old man. With a glance, one could tell that his cultivation was not low. In the small barbarian bear tribe, there were over a dozen people in the 5th level of the heaven realm, and there was even an old man in the 6th level of the heaven realm. Elder Shi, a ferocious beast, has appeared in the Imperial Crystal Mine. The chief and the others don't have enough people, so they need your help. One of the men, whose arms were covered in blood and who was clearly injured, rushed in front of the old man. Hearing that, the old man's expression changed. He immediately led the crowd and rushed outside. When he passed by Long Chen, he suddenly stopped. "June, didn't you go to become the disciple of the Netherworld Army? Why did you come back?" When Xiong came back, the old man was cultivating, so he didn't let anyone disturb him. "Elder Shi, mine? What Imperial Crystal Mine?" Xiong didn't answer his question, he just asked. At that moment, Xiong hurriedly said, "When we went to Redwater City, our tribe discovered an Imperial Crystal Mine in the giant Crocodile Mountain not far away from us. Father and the other elders are all there." "Who is this person?" The royal crystal lode was a secret of the barbarian bear tribe. Therefore, when Elder Shi saw Long Chen hearing this news, he immediately glared at Long Chen fiercely. "Elder Shi, this is Big Brother Long Chen who saved my life 3 times. Your grandson was also saved by him before. The reason I was able to come back alive this time is also because of him. You guys quickly go and take a look at the vicious beasts, don't waste time." Xiong hurriedly said when he saw that the time had passed. "He's the one who saved you." Elder Shi looked Long Chen up and down. With a glance, he could tell that he was a young man in the 3rd or 4th level of the heaven realm, about the same as Xiong and the others. Such a thing could not possibly be as mystical as Xiong and the others said. At that instant, Elder Shi thought that Long Chen was a vile person who used special methods and planned to play some crafty plot. "With your strength, how could you save them? Boy, let's see what tricks you have. Are you greedy for the Imperial Crystal Mine of the barbarian bear tribe? Don't even think about it." Elder Shi coldly looked at Long Chen. With Long Chen here, he didn't dare to leave. Chapter 882. What? 7th grade Emperor Realm? Elder Shi was anxious as he needed him on both sides. Just as he was about to knock Long Chen unconscious, Long Chen suddenly said, "I'll accompany you to see the Emperor Crystal Vein and the ferocious beasts. Maybe I can help. If you have any questions, you can ask me on the way. Xiong, you're injured, so stay here." "Okay." Xiong nodded. "Big brother Long Chen, I'll go with you." Xiong stood beside Long Chen and said expectantly. Could it be that I misjudged him? Elder Shi was stunned. Since Long Chen wanted to follow him, it was even better. He could study this young man's background. Along the way, Long Chen and Xiaofan ran at the back. Long Chen asked, "Wan, what are the ferocious beasts they're talking about?" In fact, this was the real reason why Long Chen followed them. Of course, he was familiar with Xiaofan, and the others. If they were in trouble, Long Chen should help. After all, he was already here. Ferocious beasts. Xiaofan was already used to Long Chen's ignorance. Being able to answer Long Chen's questions gave her a sense of achievement. As for other things, she didn't think too much about it. What's the relationship between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts? Long Chen continued to ask. Before the Earth Martial Realm, there's no difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. However, after reaching the King Realm, a portion of demonic beasts will take human form. The demonic beasts in the desolate Imperial Domain can take human form. The other portion of demonic beasts will not take human form. Instead, their ferocity will become even more terrifying. Even if they reach the God Realm, they won't be able to take human form. This type of demonic beast is called ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are extremely terrifying. There are many such ferocious beasts in the True Martial Imperial Domain and Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. So that's how it is. Long Chen finally understood. He thought that all demonic beasts would take human form after reaching the King Realm. It turned out that this wasn't the case. Seeing Long Chen and Xiaofan walking so close together, Elder Shi and the others frowned. "Wan, come here. I have something to ask you." Elder Shi waved his hand and slowed down his speed. After Xiaofan excused herself to Long Chen, she arrived in front of Elder Shi. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaofan told him about her encounter with Long Chen, as well as the details of Xiong Jun's injuries. "You're saying that he saved Jun, from the hands of the underworld army's Zhao Kongming?" Elder Shi asked in shock. "It's absolutely true. He was the one who sent Jun, back," Xiaofan said. So that's how it is. It seems that he really does have extraordinary battle prowess. However, you can't judge a book by its cover. Time will reveal a person's heart. You have to be careful." Elder Shi saw that Xiaofan had some respect for Long Chen, so he hoped that she would restrain herself a little, lest this outsider took advantage of her. "I know." Xiaofan smiled softly. Although he knew a lot about Long Chen from Xiaofan, Elder Shi still couldn't help but be suspicious of Long Chen. He always maintained a vigilant heart towards Long Chen. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't look kind, but that there were too many people in this world who knew how to disguise themselves. He, Elder Shi, couldn't be careless. "Forget it. Wait until we deal with that ferocious beast, then we'll discuss with the chief. The matter of the Emperor Crystal Vein can't be leaked out for the time being. Otherwise, it will bring a fatal crisis to our barbarian bear tribe." In the blink of an eye, the giant alligator mountain was in front of Long Chen. It was a green mountain range, but in Long Chen's eyes, it looked like a huge green alligator lying on the ground. "We're here." When they were close to the giant alligator mountain, Long Chen did indeed feel a bloody aura, which should be emitted by that so-called ferocious beast. "Quickly go and save them," shouted Elder Shi. He led a group of warriors and rushed forward. After passing through a forest, an open space appeared in front of them. That open space was the foot of the giant alligator mountain. On the opposite side of that open space, on the wall of the giant alligator mountain, there was a man-made mine. That was probably the Emperor Crystal Vein. The ground of the Imperial Domain was incomparably hard, but they were able to excavate such a huge mine. It seemed that they had spent a lot of manpower and resources. Those who hadn't reached the Tian-Chi layer were simply unable to participate in the excavation of the Emperor Crystal Vein. Of course, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was not the Emperor Crystal Vein, but a huge and bloody ferocious beast that had appeared in front of the mine. That ferocious beast's body was not very big, but it proved that Long Chen was familiar with that kind of beast. At that moment, in front of Long Chen was a huge blood-red lizard. Its entire body was covered with blood-red scales. It had 8 thick and solid claws. Its long blood-red tail was filled with sharp bones. In its huge mouth, there were 2 rows of huge and sharp teeth. Looking at how shiny those teeth were, they were at least comparable to low-level Emperor-level weapons. That ferocious beast was emitting a strong bloody aura, as well as a strong murderous aura. It was so ferocious, no wonder it was called a ferocious beast. That's the 8-armed demonic blood lizard. Seeing that blood-red lizard, Xiaofan immediately moved back 2 steps. Her face was a bit pale. That's a level 7 Emperor-level ferocious beast according to the clan's records. It's terrifyingly strong. Among level 7 Emperor-level ferocious beasts, it's very strong. Why would it appear in this place, father? Shouted Xiaofan nervously. At this moment, there were many men besieging the terrifying 8-armed demonic blood lizard. The 8-armed demonic blood lizard's 8 claws and slender tail were constantly sweeping about. Every casual sweep of the tail was a terrifying attack to the others. Xiaofan's father, the chief of the clan, was definitely among them. After seeing that it was really the 8-armed demonic blood lizard, Elder Shi didn't have time to monitor Long Chen anymore. He left behind a big man of the 5th Tian-Chi layer to protect Xiaofan. Then, a dozen people rushed towards the 8-armed demonic blood lizard. Originally, there were already a dozen people. With the addition of a dozen people, the fighting strength of the Barbarian Bear clan increased greatly. Among those people, the one with the most outstanding fighting strength was Elder Shi of the 6th Tian-Chi layer. There was also a tall and sturdy middle-aged man who looked similar to Xiong. However, his face was full of stubble, his body was covered in blood and his eyes were sharp. He should be the chief of the Barbarian Bear clan. Die! Shouts of killing resonated in front of Long Chen's eyes. Their attacks were all aimed at the 8-armed demonic blood lizard's body. Those attacks were enough to kill a cultivator of the 5th Tian-Chi layer, but they didn't have much effect on the 8-armed demonic blood lizard's thick and heavy armor. After a few continuous attacks, the armor was completely destroyed. However, even if a large piece of flesh was destroyed, it still didn't cause much harm to the 8-armed demonic blood lizard. Motherfucker! Does this ferocious beast want to destroy the entire Barbarian Bear clan? Shouted Xiongju's father, Xiongzhan insanely. He was in front of the 8-armed demonic blood lizard and absorbing its power. At the same time, he was continuously punching the 8-armed demonic blood lizard's head. The one who caused the most damage to the 8-armed demonic blood lizard was Xiongzhan. Elder Shi's arrival had helped him take on quite a few of the attacks. Otherwise, his group of people would definitely have died here. Roar! The 8-armed demonic blood lizard let out a series of furious roars. Regardless of whether it was its 8 thick arms and claws, or its tail full of sharp bone spikes, more and more people were injured by the 8-armed demonic blood lizard. Many of them were even killed by it. Each and every one of the cultivators of the 5th Tian-Chi layer were the pillars of the Barbarian Bear tribe. Of those 30 people, after roughly an hour of fighting, 10 had already died. The Barbarian Bear tribe's losses were really huge. Seeing that bloody scene, Xiongwan's eyes were filled with tears. Father! Xiongzhan was struck by the tail of the 8-armed demonic blood lizard. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled a few times on the ground. His body was badly mutilated. Although he suffered a serious injury, Xiongzhan immediately got up and threw himself into the battle. Without him restraining the 8-armed demonic blood lizard, 2 more of his clansmen died under the attacks of this ominous beast. "Father, let's retreat. We don't want the Imperial Crystal Mine anymore. The lives of our clansmen are more important. We have lost this time." Xiaofan's eyes were filled with tears as she screamed at the top of her lungs. The deaths of her clansmen caused her heart to ache. "Retreat. Everyone leave this place. I will bring up the rear." Xiaofan gnashed his teeth and listened to his daughter. He was extremely unwilling to give up. His eyes were filled with tears and blood, but what could he do? When the 8-armed demonic blood lizard had appeared, Xiaofan knew that there was no hope. The reason why he kept fighting was because the blood of the barbarian bear clan was unyielding. However, in front of absolute strength, he had no choice but to submit. Hearing Xiaofan's heartbreaking command, even though the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to quickly leave and rush towards Longchen. Eldersher didn't go too far, he stayed with Xiaofan and brought up the rear. With Eldersher's help, Xiaofan wouldn't be killed. "Everyone, go back to the barbarian bear clan first. Eldersher and I will go back in a bit." Their mission was to lure the 8-armed demonic blood lizard away. "Big brother Longchen, let's go quickly." At that moment, Xiaofan didn't have time to think too much. Only Xiaofan and Eldersher could bring up the rear. Chapter 883. This would be his last favor to Xiaofan. Once this matter was settled, Longchen was ready to leave this place. Therefore, when Xiaofan shouted for him to escape, he didn't run. Instead, he ran in the direction of the 8-armed blood lizard. While the crowd was escaping, they saw Longchen running in the opposite direction as though he wasn't afraid of death. What is he trying to do? Is he courting death? Damn it, the clan leader and Eldersher are guarding the back. If he goes to cause trouble, what if he affects them? Those who were escaping earlier turned around and looked at Longchen, this strange person. Big brother Longchen. Xiaofan stood there in a daze. Longchen's speed was too fast. In just a short while, he was already out of sight. When she caught sight of Longchen's shadow, Longchen was already close to the 8-armed blood lizard. Everyone wanted to know what Longchen was trying to do. Longchen was very neat. In the process of rushing forward, his speed was very fast. He directly transformed into the dragon soul transformation. This body of blood-red scales was quite similar to the 8-armed blood lizard, but its nature was worlds apart. In the face of such a tyrannical beast, Longchen had to display his strongest strength. With the yin-yang sword soul and the 5 Emperor Dharma forms, Longchen's strength soared to the extreme. With the help of the Hell King Destroyer, Longchen directly used the human sovereign technique. A ray of light instantly rushed past Eldersher and Xiaofan, heading in the direction of the 8-armed blood lizard. This ray of blood light simply frightened Xiaofan and Eldersher, because the speed was too fast. Both of them didn't have time to react. A disdainful aura of an emperor descended from the sky. Human sovereign technique, sovereign's descent. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Longchen's fist landed on the 8-armed demonic blood lizard's head. Immediately, the huge beast let out an earth-shattering shriek. The scales all over its body trembled slightly, and with a loud explosion, the hundreds of thousands of demonic blood lizards exploded, filling the sky with blood that soared into the sky. The screams of the 8-armed demonic blood lizard also stopped. Its huge body had lost all signs of life in an instant. It had lost its scales and turned into a huge lump of soft flesh. It softly fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. Longchen didn't say anything and directly stored the corpse of the 8-armed demonic blood lizard into the Taishu realm. For Longchen, the blood of these fierce beasts was useful to him. For example, when he fought with Zhao Kongming previously, if he had the blood of these beasts, he wouldn't have needed to use Emperor Crystals. He could have directly used the blood to recover his chi. When the huge corpse disappeared, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Long Chen retracted everything and returned to the fourth level of the heaven realm. He stood on the ground and elegantly turned around. Who is this person? There were also many people, including War Bear and Elder Shur, who didn't know who this heaven-defying fellow, their great benefactor, was. As the dust settled, Elder Shur was able to see who it was. When he saw Long Chen's appearance, due to his internal injuries, Elder Shur nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. The strength that Long Chen displayed was really too strong. With one strike, he killed a level 7 Emperor-level fierce beast. The young man in front of him was very possibly already in the 8th level of the heaven realm, but he used other methods to hide his strength. Elder Shur thought of his suspicions towards Long Chen before and how he used his own yardstick to measure the heart of a gentleman. His old face couldn't help but redden. Looking at Long Chen, he really wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. Big brother Long Chen. At that time, Xiaofan ran in front of Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't injured in the slightest, she was dumbfounded. So your real strength is actually at this level? You're even stronger than Zhao Kongming. That Zhao Kongming. Don't say it. Since she guessed it, Long Chen didn't hide it. He believed that Xiaofan wouldn't say it either. She was a good girl. At that time, the others came up one after another. War Bear had never seen Long Chen before, so he quickly led the crowd and knelt in front of Long Chen and said, "Thank you for saving my life." War Bear thanks you. Get up, it was nothing. Also, Wanner, Xiong-jun, and I are very good friends. All of this is what I should do. Long Chen quickly helped Xiong-jun up. You know Wanner and Juner? War Bear gawked. He didn't know that his children could know such great figures. Next to him, Elder Shur coughed a few times, his old face somewhat blushing. He briefly explained the previous matter to War Bear. Only then did War Bear understand. So you've already saved so many people of our tribe. I, Zhan Xiong, am not good at talking. However, from now on, if you have any request for our tribe, just tell us. We will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Zhan Xiong said excitedly as he looked at Long Chen. This youth had done too much for their barbarian bear tribe. How about I give you half of the Emperor Crystal's mine from the Emperor Crystal mine? Half of the Emperor Crystals is already over 10,000. War Bear said without hesitation. If not for Long Chen, his son would have already died. Although the others felt pained, they couldn't say anything. I think we should just marry Miss Wanner to him. A middle-aged man joked. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. We can't do it. Xiong-Wanner knew that she and Long Chen were not on the same path. She was afraid that Long Chen would be unhappy, so she hurriedly said. He was going to leave anyway, so he directly said, I mainly wanted to send Xiong-jun back to the barbarian bear tribe. I didn't expect to meet this 8-armed blood lizard. Now that it's settled, I have other things to do. You can keep the Emperor Crystals. I don't need that much. His tone was firm. Even if War Bear was insistent, he wouldn't want things like Emperor Crystals. Big brother Long Chen, are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't you come to our tribe and let us treat you well? Xiong-Wanner said with some disappointment. See you again, Long Chen said with a smile. After saying that, he looked at Xiongzhan and asked, I want to go to the Nether Mansion's prefecture city. Do you have a map? A map. War Bear shook his head apologetically and said, I can only give you a map of the Scarlet Sun City. The Serene Hell Mansion is just too big, and not many people can explore it. Therefore, a map is very precious. If you want to go to the Serene Hell Mansion, you'll have to go to the Scarlet Sun City first. There are many caravans there that want to go to the Spectre Lord City. The Spectre Lord City is one of the 100 main cities of the Serene Hell Mansion. I see. Thank you. Long Chen had a rough idea of the direction he wanted to go. This is the map to the Scarlet Sun Central City. War Bear quickly handed the map to Long Chen. There are many people in the Scarlet Sun Central City who want to go to the Nether Prefecture. After all, there are too many killings on the road. It's easy to lose your life. After you go to the Scarlet Sun Central City, find a place called the Sky Marshal Relay Station. You can find people there who know the route to the Scarlet Sun Central City. Long Chen took the map and glanced at it. He knew the route he wanted to go. Goodbye. The sea of people was huge. It was fate that they could meet again. However, Long Chen had already gotten over it. He smiled and left the place. He disappeared into the lush dark forest. Let's go. Many people have died this time. It's all my fault. Let's first carry the dead brothers back to the tribe. We need to give them a proper burial and let them live in the ancestral mausoleum to enjoy the incense for future generations. Oh, okay. Xiongwan, who was in a daze, was interrupted. She looked in Long Chen's direction reluctantly before she started to help her father. Long Chen was close to being able to fight against a cultivator in the 8th level of the Sky Marshal realm. Of course, the higher the level, the greater the difference. Long Chen might not be able to defeat a cultivator in the 8th level of the Sky Marshal realm. That was his limit. After obtaining the map of Scarlet Sun Central City, Long Chen was on his way to Scarlet Sun Central City. With his strength, although there were many fights along the way, there weren't many that could truly threaten his safety. With his current strength, he also had the qualifications to go to places like the main city. He would go to any place that challenged him. If it was the original cultivation method, would have to hide and cultivate. But after obtaining the true martial emperor spirit, I can improve through battles and become stronger in battles. It seems that I should create more opportunities for myself to fight. At least, I have to go to places like the main cities. That will be more challenging. Now that he had a goal, Long Chen's eyes were full of confidence. The martial imperial spirit had given him a chance to go against the natural order. From now on, there is only one thing left in my life, and that is to fight. I will not stop until I pass through mountains of swords and seas of fire, step over piles of bones and sealing sea. This was the oath Long Chen made today. As Long Chen relaxed his fist, a smile appeared on his face. He could already sense that the day they would meet again was not far away. After traveling at full speed for more than 20 days, Long Chen could already see the Scarlet Sun Central City in the distance. Just by looking at the size of the city, he could roughly tell that the area of the Scarlet Sun Central City was about 100 times that of Redwater City. The population should also be dozens of times that of Redwater City, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Chapter 884. The passers-by only had some status. Most of them rode on puppet beasts. Horses were the main type of puppet beasts. They didn't look big, but the power they contained was not weak. Just like Zhao Kongming's puppet horse, it could also be thrown into battle. The large and small puppet beasts had runes flashing on their bodies as if they were real monstrous beasts. There were even some women who were leaping around on kitten puppies as pets. From this, it could be seen to what extent the puppeteer system had developed in this world. The talisman masters and alchemists were probably the same. With a strange feeling, Long Chen was about to enter the Scarlet Sun City when the earth behind him suddenly shook. Without turning his head, Long Chen knew that a group of Netherworld soldiers had arrived. It was a group of about 10 people. Long Chen was mixed in with the crowd of people entering the city. Just like the others, when the Netherworld soldiers arrived, they quickly got out of the way. These 10 or so Netherworld soldiers were all riding on Netherworld warhorses and wearing Netherworld armors. 10 of their armors and Netherworld warhorses were about the same as Zhao Kongming's. The leader was a cold-looking young man. His cultivation was even higher. Even the Netherworld warhorse he was riding was taller than the others. When the Netherworld soldiers arrived, the crowd quickly got out of the way so that they could enter the city without any obstruction. After the Netherworld soldiers passed, 2 middle-aged men in front of Long Chen, one fat and one skinny, started talking in low voices. Those 2 middle-aged men had just passed the Heaven Realm. In the Scarlet Sun City, they were relatively ordinary people. In a family, if there were no Heaven Realm cultivators in charge, they would be easily bullied by others. That young man just now should be a corporal in the Netherworld army, right? A corporal's battle prowess is in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, and he is able to lead 10 Netherworld army soldiers. To be able to become a corporal at such a young age, he is truly amazing, said the fatty. That's nothing. I have a brother who has been to the Spectre main city. That place is truly terrifying. There are a total of 500,000 soldiers of the Spectre main city. At that age, there are quite a few who have become a centurion, or even a god martial arts realm and become a chiliarch, leading 1,000 soldiers of the Spectre main city. Furthermore, there is a marshal of the Spectre main city who can lead 1,000,000 soldiers of the Spectre main city. The Netherworld army is really too powerful. The Netherworld Mansion has established the Netherworld army so that no other forces can infiltrate it. I've heard that other manors have been occupied by sections. The other manors are just rumors. Who has been to other manors? Not many people can walk out of the Netherworld Mansion, unless they have a high status and can use the teleportation formation of the Netherworld Mansion. Long Chen carefully memorized their conversation. He did some calculations in his heart. A sergeant commanding 10 people means he's at the 8th level of the Tian Qi realm. A centurion commanding 100 people means he's at the 9th level of the Tian Qi realm. A centurion's strength is about the same as those monstrous beasts. A chiliarch commanding 1,000 soldiers means he's at the 1st level of the Tian Qi realm. In that case, the commander-in-chief's strength should be at the 4th level of the Tian Qi realm. Back then, the 5 emperors were in the 1st god realm. I didn't think that I would be able to come in contact with strong cultivators that have never appeared in the myriad kingdoms. Even 1,000-man commander of the Netherworld army is terrifying. There are so many 1,000-man commanders in the Netherworld army and they're all at the same level as the 5 emperors. He was only in the 4th heaven realm. Compared to the high-ranking members of the Netherworld army, he was really insignificant. The people in the Netherworld mansion can only get stronger. With my current strength, it's useless to go there. I might as well go to the main city of specters and strengthen myself first. When I'm confident enough, I'll go to the capital of the Netherworld mansion. After making up his mind, Long Chen heard the conversation of the people behind him as he entered the city. 6th uncle, can the strongest person in the Scarlet Sun City reach the God realm? That's natural. The city lord of the Scarlet Sun City, as well as the patriarchs of a few family powers, as well as a few chiliarchs of the Netherworld army stationed here, are all experts of the divine martial realm. Therefore, when you come to the Scarlet Sun City, you should be more vigilant and not be too high profile. Alright, I understand. In the future, I will definitely join the Netherworld army and go to the Netherworld battlefield to train myself. I will become a super expert of the God realm. After I retire, I can also become the lord of this city with hundreds of thousands of people. Huh, child, walk the road in front of you, said the man called 6th uncle with a smile. Long Chen heard a word that interested him. It was the Netherworld battlefield. This youth's strength was in the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm, but he wasn't very old. If he were in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, he would be around 10 years old. The 6th uncle next to him was a warrior in the 6th level of the Heaven Martial Realm. His expression was reserved and he was relatively strong. You too, I heard your conversation. Can I ask what the Netherworld battlefield is? I also want to join the Netherworld army, but I don't know if I can succeed in the future. Long Chen acted very well, like a young man full of ideals. Brother, do you also want to join the Netherworld army? Me too. I can tell you, it's the Netherworld battlefield. Seeing a like-minded person, the youth was very happy. On the way into the city, he introduced to Long Chen, the Netherworld battlefield is a small world attached to the Netherworld prefecture. It can be said to be the reverse side of the Netherworld prefecture. In the 100 main cities of the Netherworld prefecture, there are entrances to the Netherworld battlefield. Of course, there are even more entrances in the prefectural cities of the Netherworld prefecture. This Netherworld battlefield is so big. What use does it have? Asked Long Chen in shock. This was the first time he had heard of such a large lesser cosmos world. Of course, he had overlooked the matter of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Among the 3 major imperial domains, there were 9 greater cosmos worlds. Each cosmos world was almost as large as one of the 3 major imperial domains. A child can't explain it clearly. Young man, let me explain. Seeing that Long Chen was polite, the 6th uncle smiled and continued Long Chen's words. The Netherworld battlefield is the place where the Netherworld prefecture trains the Netherworld army. Only the Netherworld army can enter. In the Netherworld battlefield, not only is there an endless number of nether beasts, there are also many natural disasters. Even the Netherworld army is not prohibited from killing each other. It can be said that the Netherworld battlefield is extremely dangerous. Many people will suddenly kill each other for magical treasures, divine weapons, and battle skills. They will also kill each other for the sake of stealing others' things. To put it bluntly, the Netherworld battlefield is like a place where cornered beasts fight. Cornered beasts? What do you mean? Long Chen interrupted him. This is the policy of the Netherworld prefecture. In the outside world, the Netherworld army is prohibited from killing each other. Violators will be severely punished, but once they enter the Netherworld battlefield, they are encouraged to kill each other. After all, only those who survive can break through and become true elites. Only then will they be able to obtain more treasures and have greater reliance. For the warriors of the Netherworld army who have killed the most, as long as they produce proof, the Netherworld prefecture will reward them even more. The survival rules of the Netherworld army are much more severe than ours. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Netherworld soldiers, or even millions, will die in the Netherworld battlefield. In our tribe, there was one who joined the Netherworld army, but there has been no news of him for more than 10 years. He is my brother, and he has probably died in there. The 6th uncle's eyes flickered with regret and sorrow. Millions of people die every year. Long Chen was a little stunned. So many people have died, but the Netherworld army can still maintain 90 million soldiers. Of course. Every day, there are countless people who reach the 8th level of the Heaven Martial Realm and want to join the Netherworld army to receive more training. True experts are born from killing. Even though there is a lot of killing in the Netherworld battlefield, there is even more fresh blood in the Netherworld army. Generation after generation of experts constantly appear in the Netherworld battlefield. It can be said that the Netherworld army can't be as grand as it is today because of the Netherworld battlefield. In the main city of the Netherworld, there is an entrance to the Netherworld battlefield, and it is also there that there is a strict recruitment system for the Netherworld army. That's really generous. Long Chen was speechless. The Netherworld battlefield, the Netherworld battlefield. Through endless killing, the true geniuses stand out. I obtained the true martial imperial soul, and the Netherworld battlefield is connected to 100 main cities, and even the prefectural city of the Netherworld prefecture. Doesn't that mean that the Netherworld battlefield is the most suitable place for me to go? The words, Netherworld battlefield, made Long Chen's blood boil. From the 6th uncle's words, Long Chen was certain of his next goal. This time, he was truly certain. That was to join the Netherworld army, enter the Netherworld battlefield, and experience the slaughter of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. Through the endless killing, he would comprehend the martial way, and his cultivation would rise like a rocket. After surviving through countless corpses, he, Long Chen, would barely be able to stand firmly in the three great imperial domains. Suddenly, an intense blood-red light burst out from his eyes. The originally good-natured young man was so bloodthirsty and ferocious at that moment. The sixth uncle and the young man were both startled, and they took a few steps back. The young man asked doubtfully, "Brother, are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid of the Netherworld battlefield. My father said that true experts must experience the test of killing. Otherwise, they will never be able to escape the fate of a coward. I don't want to be a coward. I want to revitalize our tribe, so I'm not afraid." Long Chen calmed himself down a bit, and completely recovered. He smiled and said, "Goodbye, you too. If fate wills it, let's meet again in the future." Chapter 885. When he was strong enough, he would go to the Serene Hell Mansion's prefecture city. Only through the teleportation formation would he have the opportunity to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial domain. Hopefully, his cultivation would be above the divine martial realm by then. After bidding farewell to the old man and the young man, Long Chen asked around in the Scarlet Sun City and roughly knew the location of the Sky Marshal Relay Station. However, the Scarlet Sun City was a bit big and one couldn't walk too fast in the city. Long Chen walked for half a day before arriving at the Sky Marshal Relay Station at the West City Gate. Previously, he had entered from the East City Gate. On the way, he had almost passed through the Scarlet Sun City. When he arrived, he asked around and roughly knew the location of the so-called Sky Marshal Relay Station. It was a tall building, and the tiles on the roof were dark green. When the sun shone down, it reflected a dazzling radiance. Long Chen followed the crowd and walked through the wide door. There were quite a lot of people inside, and it was bustling with activity. It was filled with all sorts of noises. Most of the people who came here were martial artists who wanted to travel together. There were also some caravans or rich people who were recruiting guards for a long journey. After Long Chen walked around the crowd, he realized that it was better to go to the Spirit Main City with other people. It had to be said that the competition between the three great imperial domains was too intense. Unless it was in the city, as long as it was outside the city, it was very common for people to kill each other as soon as they met. However, after asking around, Long Chen learned that most of these people were going to other cities. There weren't many who were going to the Spirit Imperial City. After all, most of the people who could go to the Spirit Imperial City had some strength, so they didn't need to travel together. "Boy, with your strength of the 4th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, it's better for you to stay here. If you wander around outside, you might lose your life." A group of people was discussing. When they saw Long Chen approaching, one of them said with a smile, "In that place, the strongest should be in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm." As for the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, that was already the level of the Netherworld Army. Other than the Netherworld Army, it was not commonly seen. Long Chen laughed. He didn't kill anyone just because they didn't agree. He had already suffered enough from underestimation. Underestimating the enemy was the devil in his heart. Sooner or later, he would destroy himself. Even if Long Chen didn't care about him, he would still die because of his underestimation. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed a place where a lot of people were gathered. When he squeezed through, he saw that there was an elegant private room in front of him. In that private room sat a young girl. The girl had a tranquil smile on her face, but her eyes were very sharp. She swept her gaze across the crowd, and in her hand was a wooden tablet. She placed it on the ground, and there were a few large words written on it. The general meaning of the wooden tablet was that they were recruiting guards to protect someone. Their target was the main city of specters. The reward was 1,500 imperial crystals. The cultivation limit was that they had to be in the 6th level of the heaven realm or above, and the number of people was limited to 10. The distance between the main city of specters and the Scarlet Sun city was a bit far, and because there were too many strong cultivators in the main city of specters, ordinary cultivators below the 6th level of the heaven realm didn't dare to go there. The reward of 1,500 imperial crystals was equivalent to half of the wealth of a cultivator in the 6th level of the heaven realm. On the way, there would definitely be a lot of dangers, so the reward could only be considered slightly higher. For the sake of the 1,500 imperial crystals, in addition to the fact that the young girl had a beautiful appearance, she was tranquil and natural, and she had the elegant demeanor of a capable woman. She was neat and tidy. Many cultivators in the 6th level of the heaven realm and in the celestial martial relay station, there weren't many cultivators in the 6th level of the heaven realm. But very quickly, there were almost 10 people. She's able to take out so much money, and she's only at the 7th heaven realm. And now, she's protecting someone in the Spectre main city. Why does it feel so strange? Long Chen didn't care. He didn't know the way to the main city of specters, and he didn't want to miss a team that was going to the main city of specters. If there was any trouble, he could just use the blood escape technique to escape. Besides, he could also make friends and familiarize himself with the 3 great imperial domains so that he wouldn't give himself away in the future. Lingxi wasn't there, and Mo Xiaolang had also left. Now, Long Chen was actually very lonely. Apart from a kitten who only knew how to boast, he had nothing. Only with strength could he get everything back. Long Chen glanced at the young woman. She was wearing a dark green long skirt. Even though she wasn't very beautiful, she looked very capable and experienced. She should be a manager of some influential force, otherwise, she wouldn't have such a temperament. After making up his mind, Long Chen walked in that direction. The people who were going to the main city of specters were all in the 6th level of the heaven realm. Long Chen was going alone, which immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. At that moment, the young woman had already recruited 6 guards. Long Chen's aura could be roughly determined to be around the 3rd or 4th level of the heaven realm through various senses and observations. There was still quite a bit of distance from the 6th level of the heaven realm that the young girl requested. What is he going to do? Is he illiterate? Doesn't he know that the young woman wants to be in the 6th level of the heaven realm? Long Chen's actions caused a wave of discussion among the crowd. Only after hearing those discussions did the young woman cast her gaze at Long Chen. Even though the young woman still had a smile on her face, Long Chen felt an ice-cold gaze searching his body, as if it wanted to dissect him. In her gaze, Long Chen wasn't timid in the slightest. Expressionless, he directly walked in front of the young woman and stood at a place that was only 1 meter away from her. 4th level of the heaven realm, what are you doing here? The young woman started to speak. Her voice was like a nightingale and it was very pleasant to listen to. Long Chen didn't want to talk nonsense, so he said, "Don't just believe your eyes. If someone in the 6th level of the heaven realm isn't a match for me, can I join?" Long Chen's words caused the crowd to start discussing spiritedly. What does he mean? Does he mean that his battle prowess is comparable to the 6th level of the heaven realm? It can't be. The heaven realm has a huge difference of 1 level. How can he defeat a martial artist in the 6th level of the heaven realm? He's just an idiot who talks big just to show off. Don't look, there's nothing to see. Even though the others said that, the young woman seemed to be very interested in Long Chen. She frowned and looked at Long Chen for a while, then said, "Are you sure what you said is the truth? Don't regret it. I said it so that you can try." Long Chen took a few steps back and looked straight into the young woman's eyes. Looking at the young woman's appearance, it seemed that she wanted to attack him. The young woman suddenly chuckled. She waved her hand and said, "Fine, I'll let you in. This Sky Marshal relay station isn't a place for fighting. If you have real strength, just show it to me on the way to the main city of specters. If you don't have the 6th level of the Heaven Realm, I won't give you the 1,500 Imperial crystals." Since he didn't need to fight, Long Chen didn't care. He cupped his hands and smiled, "Many thanks. No need to thank me. Call me Miss G." The young woman smiled sweetly, then sat down on her seat. She made an inviting gesture. Long Chen followed her instructions and sat down next to the group of cultivators in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. No way. That's even possible. She's clearly throwing the match. Originally, they thought that the young woman would test Long Chen's strength. Then, the boy who wanted to take advantage of her would be sent flying. But the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Just like that, Long Chen was muddle-headed and directly added to the group. Such a good thing, the others were a bit unwilling to accept it. "Miss, didn't you say that you're in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm?" "I'm in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Why can't I?" "That boy is only in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm," said a robust man unwillingly. He had just been rejected. "But you didn't say that you were in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm." He said that. "Alright, this is an exception. Don't do it again." Although Miss G was smiling, her tone was cold. After being glanced at by her, the big man didn't know what else to say. After Long Chen sat down, the other cultivators in the 6th level of the Heaven Realm were unwilling. Why can a cultivator in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm take the same amount of Emperor crystals as us? If there was a battle, what use can a trifling cultivator in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm do? He would still be killed. "I can't accept it." Some of them muttered in low voices. They all had some opinions about Long Chen. But, that was Miss G's own idea. They became her guards, so they didn't directly say it to Miss G. However, their seats were all moved away from Long Chen. It was as if leaning together with Long Chen was a disgrace to them. After bringing Long Chen in, Miss G didn't look at him anymore. She was silently waiting for the others to sign up. Originally, there were 7 people, including Long Chen. Very quickly, 3 more people came. Miss G put away her wooden tablet. Looking at the 10 guards, Miss G was just about to give them instructions when a young man came over and said, "I heard that the requirement for the guards to go to the Spectre capital city is the 6th Tian Qi layer or above, is that right?" "My name is Luo Wei." It was a tall and skinny young man. His skin was slightly green. He looked a bit gloomy and cold. His body was also emitting a gloomy and cold qi. When that young man came over, the others all took a few steps back. It could be seen that the young man's reputation in the Scarlet Sun City was quite resounding. "I'm sorry." "Look, we're already full," said Miss G with a sweet smile. She spread her hands and said helplessly. Everyone knew that her helplessness was just an act. "Full? That's simple," said Luo Wei indifferently. Luo Wei spoke in an indifferent tone. His expression was very indifferent as he swept his gaze over the 10 people behind Miss G. He chose the fiercest-looking youth and without another word, he leaped past Miss G like a cheetah, pouncing on that youth. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.